Alrighty. Let me turn on the debates. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, everyone joining in? Let me let the Instagram. Let me let the Instagram know that we're live. Do give us a second. I am live on the main account on TikTok. Or I'll just say I'm live. I am live. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We're getting the YouTube stream and the TikTok stream fully set up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's make sure to check on the YouTube live. Make sure it's completely set up here real quick. Alrighty. Let's get everything going. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Lofty, what's up? How you doing? Chili, how you doing? Bunny, what's up? Steph, how you doing? Laura, how you doing? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? Let me add everything here on YouTube real quick, and then we'll get everything going. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? We're in the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. What's up, everyone joining in? Hopefully everyone had a great Christmas and happy holidays so far. Good to see everyone joining in. What's up? Love everyone joining in. What's up? We're going to start getting the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. Let's get it going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18. I just, people keep saying I don't sound like it, but I am 18.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would do Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Just in my opinion, I just think he's better than Kamala because she doesn't really, stand for really anything besides herself in this country.
What makes you think that Kamala Harris only stands for herself, and that she doesn't stand for other people, and that Donald Trump stands for other people and doesn't specifically just stand for himself? Because I could have some examples that I could show you some examples that indicate the exact opposite.
Well, can I ask you one question? Didn't you go against, Charlie Kirk?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's actually crazy. So do you hate Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk? Or, what's your natural opinion on them?
Do you want to debate me on the topics? I'll give you reasons to hate Donald Trump.
I'm not really prepared. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. I'm not really prepared for it, so no. I'm just saying I support Trump and Charlie Kirk because honestly I just think they're better for the country, and that's in my case.
But why?
Because I think that Trump just stands for everybody and doesn't only care about himself.
You think Trump cares about other people and doesn't really care about himself? So
Yes.
why did he drop tariffs on Switzerland for a gold bar and a Rolex clock?
He did.
Mm-hmm. Why did he try to prevent the release of the Epstein files? Why have they not fully released the Epstein files to this day? Why has he called them a hoax?
Honestly, I don't really know. Like I said, I'm not really prepared. I'm just saying that I support Trump and stuff.
Alrighty. Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up then.
Okay, thank you.
You as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump? Or actually, what's your birth year?
Park. Coming from a non-Christian man, from the bottom of my heart, Charlie Kirk was not a bad man. And the fact that you use his DEI argument against him from you, such a smart individual, knowing that that is just a terrible take to say that him talking about DEI, which has real statistics behind it, is somehow racist. And him using the black pilot as an example even though it wasn't the best way to phrase it, was an example on how DI can affect these jobs. For you to go out of your way and say that about a dead man and take his whole conversation and misconstrue it, you being so smart doing that is just like, it's malice, bro. Come on, Parker. You're better than this. You're super smart, bro.
Yeah, so I think that it actually is the case that, like, if you see someone who's black and you assume that they're unqualified to be in that position because they're black, I think that's absurd, especially because you need a pilot's license in order to be able to fly, especially commercial pilots or commercial planes in the first place. There are regulations set by the government. You're talking about personal standpoints set by private companies, which he thinks that should be the case because he believes in freedom of association. So I don't understand what the argument would be there. He's believing that they're unqualified because of the fact that they're black in that context. That's not the only example I could bring up.
No,
there are
you
plenty of
know
other
that- you know his
examples.
actual
And
argument.
also,
He's not actually
what's the
using-
relevance to the conversation?
Charlie Kirk was MAGA.
Okay, but like, are you MAGA?
No, Trump's a Zionist cuck. Charlie Kirk was a good man, though.
Okay, well, according to your own view,
Charlie
you
Kirk
consider
stopped talking
Charlie
about-
Kirk
he-
a
first of all,
Zionist
Charlie
cuck
Kirk
as well.
acknowledged what was going on in Palestine. You know this. He acknowledged.
But
what
he
was going on in
supported
Palestine.
it. He supported
No,
doing
he
that.
didn't. This
Yes, he
was
did.
years ago, Parker. This was like 10 years ago
No,
when
this
he went
is-
to Israel. This was like
No, quite literally, he did so. He said that he was in support of it prior to this point. He understood that what they were trying to do was an ethnic cleansing, but he said it was something that they had to do. That's actually what he particularly claimed. You can watch him on multiple different
because
interviews.
Trump's
Your
a Zionist
revisionist
cuck,
history.
and he had to say what. Because Trump's a Zionist
okay.
cuck, and he had to say what he wanted to say.
Okay. So then he's willing to push propagandistic narratives in support of a foreign country at the expense of the interests of the American public.
You got
And yet
me,
you
Parker.
consider him
You
someone
got
good.
me.
Okay.
You got me, Parker.
All right.
Have a good day, buddy. Yeah, I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We just started up the live. Everyone, do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21, 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, I was just gonna say, oh fuck.
Well, I appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Could you hear
Yo,
me?
what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
December 8th, 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I feel like Kamala Harris was a baseless
Kamala?
character that had no real incentives to make the country better, and that's it. But I have a question for
Baseless
you. Never mind. No,
character.
hold on. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you believe Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
No.
Okay. So, and this is like an actual question. Like, I'm not trying to like just like joke around or nothing. Like, why would you make that joke on your live about his neck and shit?
That was taken out of context. I was talking about the person pivoting in the conversation. I didn't hear them say Charlie in that context. I wasn't making fun of him dying. I was 30 to 40
Okay.
feet away when it happened.
Okay. I'll believe you on that. I'll believe you on
Okay.
that. So now I have a second question. So in the Epstein case, do you believe that the minors, if they wanted to, could have consented to Epstein?
No.
No, right?
What?
No, right? No. Yes or no? No.
Yeah, obviously not. What?
Okay. Now, do you support the trans movement?
Yes, I support trans people.
Okay. Do you support...
Does he think this is contradictory?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Do you support, like, the removal of genitals under the age of 18?
No.
You do not.
No.
At all?
No.
What about puberty blockers?
Yeah.
You support the puberty blockers under the age of
Absolutely.
18.
Do you think children who are not trans should be able to get access to puberty blockers with early puberty?
Okay, but you're acting in a different scenario. I'm talking about children that.
Well, I'm just asking you, in the case that they're not trans, should they be able to get access to puberty blockers because of early puberty?
Yes, but that's totally different. That's for their benefit, for how they grow
Oh,
and
and
how they develop.
who determines that it's for their benefit? The doctors?
You're not understanding. I'm talking about a child that has no idea of the concept of sexuality. No one understands that, but like.
Okay, so why
Until
can
they hit
children who are not trans consent to getting puberty blockers? Under your view? Because
Sorry,
you're
can you
saying that
repeat that?
apparently it's not that the consideration is that the doctors and the parents are a part of this.
No, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so again, in terms of the situation, do you think that children who are not trans can consent to getting puberty blockers for early puberty?
I feel like with collectiveness from the opinions of doctors. and
Okay,
the
so
parents
doctors and
them-
parents being
them as
involved.
well. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on,
okay, so
and them
then
as well.
can't we say the same thing for children who are trans as well? If those same three
No,
criteria
you
are met,
cannot.
yeah, why not?
Parker, because you do not even have like a full concept of your sexuality until you hit
Sexuality?
puberty.
Or now we're talking about sexuality? What do you know
Like,
what sexuality is?
Like I'm not talking like I mean in general, like who you are, like
What?
this is scientific, like who you are as a
Wait,
person.
wait,
like,
when did you know that are you straight?
Yeah,
When did you know that you were straight?
my whole life.
Your whole life?
But
So you
some-
were
yes,
when
but
you were
some
when you were an
people, like,
infant, you
hold
knew
on.
that?
Hold on. This is a different example.
So you knew that as a toddler?
Not as a toddler, of course not.
Okay,
You
okay.
know
So
what I
then,
mean,
at what
but
point did you
but this
figure
is
that
what I
out?
mean. You and Dean, you guys debate in bad faith. You guys use
Listen,
obvious.
how is this bad faith?
Because you use obvious things that I'm gonna say no to. I'm talking about children that
Wait, didn't
are
you
that
ask me
young.
questions
And
I would
there are
obviously say
multiple
no
cases.
to
There are
earlier?
mul- there
Wait,
are
didn't you ask me
cases.
multiple questions I would obviously say no to earlier? And you called it disingenuous for me to do that? But then
It is
didn't you do that earlier in the
disingenuous because
conversation?
you talk about different scenarios that have nothing to do with each other. There's correlation between the two, but it doesn't mean
What
that
do you
they're the
mean?
same scenario.
These completely align.
You're-
I'm just saying what conditions have to be true in order for you to
No, it's
say that
not.
they should
You're
be able to get
talking-
access to the
You're
medication.
talking about you brought up puberty blockers for
Yes.
children that physically need it to grow
Yeah,
properly.
and
and
that's
to have-
determined by
That's
doctors.
That's
So if it's
not the
determined
same.
to be useful
There-
or helpful by doctors and their parents are
How is it
involved, then they
useful
should
or
be able to get
helpful
access. Listen,
to get
if
to
they're
have puberty blockers
listen,
before the age
listen,
that they are
hey,
even
listen, it's
sexually
okay. I know you're.
mature.
Hey, dude, listen, it's okay. If it's determined by doctors to be effective for the individual, if the parents are involved in the process, and obviously the kid has gone through like a process to determine that this is applicable to them, in that circumstance, it would make sense for them to be able to get access to the medication. And I'm saying no different thought process should exist for children who are trans. And what you're saying is that children who are trans should be restricted from this process, but children who are not trans, they should be able to get this process? That doesn't make any sense.
I wouldn't say restricted, but I say until like the age that they're physically showing signs of that they're going through puberty, this shouldn't even be an option. There are kids that are
Wait, so
5
so is
years-
it based upon your
Hold on.
evaluation that is going to be beneficial to them, or is it based upon the doctor's evaluation that is going to be beneficial?
Okay, but there's doctors that will just.
No, I'm asking the
that are
question.
Okay, what
We
do
can
you
talk
mean?
about the consensus of doctors. We don't just need to reference one doctor.
Okay, so repeat what you said.
So who's going to determine whether or not it's effective for the particular individual? You or the doctor?
It's multiple factors. It's not just one person. It's doctors, parents, and the child. I'm not saying that.
Obviously. So then the same thing should be true for trans kids as well.
Yes, but that's a different
There you
scenario.
go.
No, hold on. But this is what I mean. Is different scenarios. Like for a child, this will permanently affect them. Like you are making choices.
I think puberty blockers are reversible.
Not fully and not always. It depends how far you are. Like you're into them. It
Again,
depends how.
all of those conditions and risks and benefits that are taken into account are determined by the doctors and made available to the people who are specifically like in the parents and the kid in the scenario.
Hold on. I would like to bring up.
Like for example, do you think I should have been able to get access to Accutane when I was a kid? I was 16 years old.
I'm sorry. What does Accutane do?
Accutane it prevents me from having acne, and it's
Okay,
like
you're comparing Accutane, which prevents you
Yeah,
from having
which
acne.
yes,
To
which can have
puberty
long-term implications, medical health
Like what?
effects.
Like what?
I'm not going to name all of them on the live right now, but I can
Okay,
tell
give
you.
me
And it's,
give me a few major ones then.
yeah, so for Accutane, it obviously is going to affect people, especially in the context in which they're pregnant, right? Like people who are pregnant can't take this because of
Are
the
you
fact that it can
pregnant? Were
affect
you
the
pregnant
offspring.
at 16
I'm
years old when you
I'm
were
giving
taking
you different
Accutane?
I'm giving you different examples for things that could be an impact.
Okay, no, I'm
Let me
talking
please finish.
specifically in your case when you were 16 years old taking
Let
Accutane.
me
How could that affect you?
Yeah, so
In the way that puberty blockers could have
there's
affected
effects
you.
specifically on mental health that can exist in terms of Accutane. They have to test your blood consistently over and over again in order to determine that there's no negative impacts in terms of your health, in terms of your blood,
Hey,
right? So that you
you're
don't
not
develop any type
listening
of
to me, Parker. Parker, I understand. Yeah, they check your blood.
yes.
I'm talking about actual ways it could affect your life. I understand. Yeah, they check your blood.
I brought
Name
multiple
me.
up.
Okay, how?
Do you understand that
By them
there's
checking your blood, like that doesn't physically implicate you like puberty blockers does.
what? They're checking your blood because of the fact that there could be impacts to your body, whether it
And I'm
be
asking you what those impacts are to your body. Are you aware of what they are?
yeah, I was describing some of them, but the fact that I have to explain all of this to you is ridiculous. I don't know why I have to explain all of this to you. Like I already mentioned, right, there are impacts in terms of self-unaliving, the depression, anxiety that exists. There's obviously things
From
in conditions.
Accutane.
Yes. That's what they literally say that is a risk in terms of this that you have to monitor when you go
That
onto
is
it.
ridiculous. Like that is a slim chance. Maybe if it is that there's a
So,
slim
slim
chance
chance.
that
I
may
mean,
happen.
I don't think it's
There
necessarily
are
even so.
major physical changes
Wait, you understand
due
that
to
you
puberty
could say it's a
blockers.
slim chance for puberty blockers as well for them to not be
No, it's not.
reversible,
It
right?
physically changes how you develop. What are you talking about?
Wait, so you understand that there's going to be changes in terms of Accutane. That's why you're able to not produce the same amount of acne.
But you realize you're comparing something that stops acne that may somehow lead
Yeah,
to I don't even know
because
how this.
I wanted to benefit my psychological health specifically related to the presence of acne on my face and on my body. Well, typically for me it was on my back, but like the point I wanted to make is that again, youth believe that me with my doctor and my parents should be able to determine that I should be able to get access to in that context, even though there could be long-term implications in terms of health effects, right? Because there would obviously be again a greater level of benefits determined than risks associated with it.
Parker, bottom line is you cannot compare Accutane to puberty blockers. No matter what, no matter what the side effects are,
Okay.
even if there are side effects, I believe you that there are. I'm not denying that. What I'm telling you is you cannot compare Accutane to puberty blockers, and you know that. This is what I mean by you and Dean debate
Wait,
in
actually, I would.
disingenuous ways.
Wait. I wasn't comparing it to. I wasn't even comparing it to puberty blockers. I was doing it to like
Yes,
hormone.
you are. You're contrasting it. You're trying to show how both of these scenarios both affect people in the same way, but it doesn't.
I already established it with puberty blockers because you acknowledge that cis children who are not trans should be able to get access to it, right? Again, given the context and the situation that you said, again, if it was applicable to trans kids, they'd also be able to get access to puberty blockers as well. I don't understand how you didn't get that.
Okay, so I've been trying to bring up this case for the past like 10 minutes, but anyways, listen, this guy, have you seen the video of mommy says she won't love me if I'm not a girl? Have you seen that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so there's this case about this father in Texas where he was fighting legal battles for years on years on years, where he was trying to stop the mom from transitioning the child. The mother wanted to transition the child at 2 years old, I believe. With
Okay, I need you to give me a source. At 2 years old, puberty blockers get aggressive.
You can search it up.
No, give me a single source of this. I bet you're misrepresenting it. You're not giving puberty blockers to a 2-year-old. Like, what are you talking about?
Search up.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, I feel like anything AI you disbelieve. Like, no one's giving puberty blockers to a 2-year-old. What are you talking about?
But I didn't say that. She wanted to start transitioning him at 2 years old.
You said puberty blockers.
Hold on. This is what I mean. Don't let me talk. She wanted to start transitioning him at 2 years old because she thought that it showed feminine features. This is like a big thing. You can search it up. Mommy says I'm a girl.
Okay,
There's a whole video
if you're at 2 years old, right? I don't think there's a development of gender until later than that.
She wanted to
I think that again.
She wanted to physically.
I think you let kids figure out themselves. You don't impose a specific worldview or identity onto them in that context. But that's what I'm telling you.
This mother did, and she wanted to physically.
Okay, what's your point of bringing this up?
the point is, you agree with this type of side. Moms
When did
that
I say I
manipulate
agree
their
with
children.
that?
You think that these children should be on puberty blockers.
It's based upon the child being involved with it. If there's something imposed by the parents, right, prior to the child even being able to determine this in the first place, I would say that to be incorrect and wrong to do. Kelly, I push the galaxy because again, you're not letting the child identify specifically and identify what their identity is, rather than you're imposing it on them. And that's actually one of the issues I have with like imposing like sort of like a heteronormative view on children, and specifically like the idea that like in every single instance that no kid is going to be trans, because again, that's making a particular prescription rather than letting them identify like determine that for themselves. You understand that like in this context, right, people aren't just going to do this for no reason, right?
Yeah, I understand. Wait, so you agree that in this case that I brought up, which you don't know about, you can search it up afterwards if you would like to. It's on YouTube. All you would have to do is "mommy says I'm a girl" or some shit like that. You would agree that in this case it would be wrong.
If you're referencing a 2-year-old, it being forced on someone prior, right? If those conditions are true, obviously enforcing specifically a particular worldview on them prior to them having a particular conception of that themselves, right, and it not being determined specifically through some other basis, then I would say that wouldn't make sense. But like again, can I ask you this question?
That's very respectable of you.
What relevance does this have not only to the conversation, but also to general politics as to why you support Donald Trump? Does it not, or did you just come up here because you wanted to like own the libs?
No, I'm not even I would rather pick Trump over Kamala Harris, but I do not think
why
Trump
so?
is
You said that Kamala Harris has quote unquote baseless character, but yet didn't justify how so. How does she have a quote unquote baseless character?
He slept to the top of her job early in her career. That's number one.
What evidence do you have of that?
I don't know. I saw someone debating someone.
Okay, so someone just claiming it is not evidence.
Actually, it was someone debating. Actually, hold on. It was someone debating Dean, and she didn't. And Dean's response.
So someone debating Dean is your source? You've got to be kidding me.
Hold on.
I can't believe you just said that.
But that's what I mean. You don't let me finish. It wasn't on like one of these TikTok lives. It was on like some actual video.
In Jubilee? Yeah, I know the video. Trust me.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. And he tried to justify it in some way where it's like not actually, but she did. She did do it.
No, she didn't.
She did. Okay, so why didn't she do it?
Do you think Hillary Clinton? Wait, and let me answer this question. Do you think Hillary Clinton slept her way to the top?
I don't know much about Hillary Clinton. I couldn't comment on it.
Okay, so you don't think her relationship with Bill Clinton at all had any relevance to how many people knew her in terms of her being able to run for president?
Oh, absolutely.
Or get into the government? So just because someone has a relationship with someone, and then through that context of that relationship, listen, let me please, people know them or they get networking opportunities. That doesn't mean they quote unquote slept their way to the top. That just means you networked with people that you knew in your life. That's it. That's all it means.
Right?
So this idea that she quote unquote slept her way to the top doesn't make sense because you're referencing one of the relationships she had.
Listen. And number one, you're acting like I support Hillary Clinton. If Hillary Clinton, like, if we're talking about...
I'm not even saying that you support Hillary Clinton. I'm just acknowledging that you wouldn't consider this to be true about Hillary Clinton, right? Because you can acknowledge that just because you are in a relationship with someone and then you literally meet people through being in a relationship with that particular person, that doesn't mean you quote-unquote slept your way to the top. That just means you networked with people that you knew because of the fact that you were in a relationship with someone. And again, if it were a man doing this, he networked and had a particular relationship because through the context of his wife, you wouldn't say that he quote-unquote slept his way to the top. That's an embarrassing argument to use that is heavily misogynistic because you're only willing to apply it to women in certain hyper-specific context to literally like undermine them and demean them.
Listen, maybe there are men that, and maybe most conservatives would say, oh, they wouldn't pay attention to men that would do this. But I'm telling you, if I were aware of a situation where a man did the same thing, I would say the exact same thing.
That just through a relationship that he had, he met someone and got into a position of power because of it?
If it was similar...
Do you realize that that's ridiculous, right?
If it's similar to how you mentioned Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, then yes.
Wait, you think Hillary Clinton slept her way to the top?
By the way, I don't know much about her background. Like, I've never looked too much into Hillary Clinton, but if that's the way you're saying that, her name...
Yeah, because she's married to Bill, right? Obviously, that's going to, like, who was president before, that's going to increase the likelihood of people knowing who she is, which increased her electability.
Yeah, but I'm like not fully aware of the story. Like, did she get into politics before or after getting with Bill Clinton?
Yeah, after Bill Clinton was president.
That's when they got together?
No, dude, she was with him, right?
Yeah.
And he became president, and after he became president, she was involving herself with politics as well. Do you understand?
Okay, well, in that case,
And
yeah,
do
well
you
then,
understand that, like, the same argument you could apply with Kamala Harris? Like, Kamala Harris was in politics before she met Willie Brown, and
that's his
through
fucking name, Willie
relationships with
Brown.
Willie Brown, literally didn't get to like the greatest position she ever got into. She just was in
But she
a
got a
different
promotion,
position.
and that's a fact.
But like
But
the
this is a
promotion
known
that you're
fact.
particularly referencing isn't relevant to her becoming an AG, a district attorney. It's not relevant to her becoming vice president of the United States, a senator, right? She didn't quote unquote sleep her way to the top because of one networking opportunity that she had through a relationship that she was in, right? Where she was able to get into a position, right? Like, this is absurd. You're completely not taking into account the entirety of all the qualifications that she had to be able to get into that position in the first place. And you're not taking into account all of the things that she did after that point that had absolutely fucking nothing to do with him. Okay? This is just a ridiculous argument.
So I have
In
a
the same
question.
way that you wouldn't characterize Hillary Clinton this way, because she was involved with politics prior, she involved herself with politics after, and that was predicated off of her particularly. It's not predicated
but
off
you
of just
hold on. You didn't even,
again, like this idea that like she quote unquote slept her way to the top. That's a ridiculous way of referring to this.
okay,
Like
but you
no
didn't even, like,
reasonable person is going to use this as a method for reference.
But you didn't even let me like finish. I was gonna say, if that's how Hillary Clinton like got into politics and that's the truth and that's how it went, then honestly I would say that Hillary Clinton fairly got to the top. Like, but in the terms of Kamala Harris, the way that I've heard the story, like, I'm okay to admit I'm wrong. I'm okay to like be taught and like be.
If you want to talk
educated,
about
but-
rumors, how about you talk about Bubba and Trump?
The fuck is that?
Apparently, Putin has either images or a video of Trump blowing Bubba.
Who's Bubba?
I mean, it's a nickname that's applied to Bill Clinton, a horse, Ghislaine Maxwell's horse. We don't quite know. So I mean, it sounds like there could be a bit of blowing their way to the top in this scenario.
It's not a rumor. It's not a rumor. Like, people know that she slept with Willie Brown. Like, people know that. I'm not saying that it maybe had direct.
Wait, but like
correlation
it's
to
a
her getting
rumor
the-
to claim that like that's because the only reason she got into these particular positions.
It is. That's why I'm saying I'm okay to be educated. I'm okay to admit I'm wrong. Like, I know when I don't know too much about a topic, I'll admit like I'm wrong. But when it comes to stuff like that, that's like baseless. Like, what? Like, where does that claim come from?
Again, it's a claim that's baseless, that has no evidence, that people say to her because they want to demean her because she's a woman. And they're trying to
Okay,
act like,
so-
oh, there's no way that she could have gotten to these positions because of her own qualifications, because of who she is as a person. She had to have gotten to this position because of the fact that there was a man that got her into this position. It's the ultimate cope because people can't acknowledge that, again, she is incredibly qualified, and Donald Trump had literally no fucking qualifications. And if any reasonable person looked at the level of qualifications between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, they would conclude that Kamala Harris had more qualifications. Only an unreasonable person or a misinformed person would claim that Kamala Harris was was less qualified than Donald Trump.
Okay. What's a policy you think of Kamala Harris's that
Kamala
you think
Harris's?
is way better? Yeah.
The expansion of the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through the Ming 5 years old, $3,000 through the Ming 18, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, right? A $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, right? Large investments into subsidies for renewable energy production, like expanded through the Inflation Reduction Act. And actually believing in science, that would be an important thing, right? Investments to a greater extent into NASA, right, and into research and development
What
relating
does
to.
investment into NASA benefit the country? I want to know.
I'll tell you, because a lot of the technology that we utilize comes from NASA, right? They invest in things that benefit Americans, right? You understand that, like, yeah.
But you can't just tell me they invest in things that what do they invest in that benefits Americans? Like send rockets to the moon.
Yeah, research and
I'm not
development
saying NASA
relating
I'm
to
not saying NASA
science.
should I'm not saying NASA should be shut down, but I'm saying how does that directly benefit Americans? It doesn't.
Yeah, research and development relating to science. That's essentially what I'm saying, is that there'd be a greater because Trump cut NASA. Trump cut research and development relating to science. He cut cancer research. We understand that we get medical benefits, whether it be relating to vaccines, whether it be relating to health science in terms of of being able to address climate change and being able to address different types of effects in terms of viral illnesses, right? Or even illnesses or diseases that impact people from a genetic basis, right? Again, the
And but
research
are
and
you sure?
development
Okay.
for these particular types of diseases, right, comes partially from the federal government, and Trump has cut the research and development for developing, some sort of medical response to plenty of the different ailments that affect people.
But do you believe that NASA directly plays a part in research of those illnesses, or do you think the science technology that they're investing in has more to do with space exploration? Be honest.
No, Trump has expanded space exploration. He increased. That's what the one aspect of the NASA budget he increased. I think it was by 10%. He increased that, but he cut every other aspect of it.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question.
And also, wait, hold up. I
you,
just want to clarify. I can point to like a report from that indicates that NASA generated in 2023 $76 billion from the U.S. economy, which is 3 times the agency's budget for that year.
you still didn't answer my question. I'm asking you, do you think those funds that would be attributed to NASA, do you think that would more, do you think it would impact technology more to do with space exploration and stuff like that, or do you think it would have to do more with pharmaceuticals? What do you think? You
Um,
still didn't answer my question.
I wouldn't just say pharmaceuticals. I would say science in general, right? So research and development in
But
general,
science, you
more
have to understand,
than space
science
exploration.
in general, especially when it comes to NASA, does not benefit the average American person in any sort of way.
Yes, it does,
Like,
because it increases the amount of jobs, right? It increases specifically how much American businesses are
those are
involved.
jobs for people that are in engineering and other stuff. Every
That
other
doesn't
American
change
that
anything. According to
it
according to
does.
wait, that
Because
doesn't. Can I
a
please
lot.
address this?
You know what? Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
No, it's so good. You've been cutting me off for fucking 15
Go
minutes.
ahead, then
So
stop complaining. Go ahead.
no, it's good. It's
You
good.
can stop complaining and go ahead.
No, I just want to hear what you have to say now. Go.
Did you forget what you were gonna say?
Yeah, I did. So go.
Okay. All right. I'll at least bring us back to something that's relevant. The amount of money that we put into them, right, is less than the amount of money that they give us in economic benefits. I can send you a report that's on NASA, by the way. You could find this. The estimated output, economic output, was 3 times more than the amount that we've put into it.
But that output has nothing to do with the average American. That output is economic benefits from technology that they make for space exploration. NASA is not a pharmaceutical company. Like, you keep going back to this. I'm trying to explain to you. The average American does not benefit from this. Yes, there's certain people that have certain type of diplomas and stuff like that help them get these jobs that would benefit them directly. Just like the big beautiful bill, it only helps a certain category of people. This policy does not directly help the average American person, and that's just a fact. That's a useless policy.
Okay, so no, Trump is the one that increased space exploration and then cut, for example, Earth science funding, right? And specifically, what's it called, the workforce. That would obviously be applicable to some Americans and affect their access to employment. We can also point to the fact that there was a reduction in the amount directed towards science missions, right? Which obviously impact people specifically in terms of like this is pandemic style stuff. This is looking into stuff affecting us in terms of climate change, right? Or even things from an international standpoint that could negatively impact the health of Americans. Like, for example, there have been things in terms of the hole in the ozone layer that were addressed specifically before by particular types of systems like this that exist within the context of our government. So the point that I'm getting here is that some of these investments are very important and benefit us, and you're saying that it doesn't have any benefits for the average American. And I'm telling you, yes, it does. It does have average benefits for the average American, and the money that we put into this benefits us more in the long run. I think we're hyper specifically like pointing on this just a little bit too much, because the point that I'm trying to at least get into this is that our administration believes in science, invests in science. Your administration does not believe in science. Right? They deny basic facts.
And by the way, like, it's not, I'm not like, you keep saying my administration, like, I'm not a super Trump supporter. I'm just more right leaning, which made me pick Donald Trump. Like, I do not think he's the greatest person. Like, it's not, I'm not one of those conservatives that'll go, like, agree with anything he says. I know a lot of the things he does is bad. Like, the big, beautiful bill was not a good thing. That only affects and helps certain amount of Americans, but I think he would have overall been better than Kamala Harris, is what I'm trying to convey to you.
But like, what is he doing that's making him better off?
Tariffs. It's helping our economy grow.
You said
the
tariffs.
Federal yeah, and before you bring
so
up,
can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, it's a
What is
tax on. It's a tax on imports.
Okay, and who pays that tax?
Sorry, what? I didn't hear you.
Who pays that tax?
Well, us.
Yeah, okay. So the American business importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer. So again, when you impose these tariffs, what you're essentially going to do is you're going to shift the burden of taxation from those that are higher income disproportionately to those that are lower income disproportionately, because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So when you increase the cost of consumer products, it affects them to a greater extent than it affects rich people who spend a lower proportion of their income on consumer goods. We can also point to the fact that, again, and that's because of cost of living. And again, we can also point to the fact that in terms of this, when you reduce income tax, most of the revenue from income tax is coming disproportionately from higher income individuals. So what you're doing is you're replacing a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure, which negatively impacts working class Americans. You said, how does this affect the average American? This is how it's affecting the average American.
Now, I understand what you're saying, but do you believe in the long run tariffs are good for the country or bad?
Bad.
Bad in the long run? Why?
Yeah, the level of tariffs that Trump has is going to be harmful to the economy, not only in terms of manufacturing investment, but also in terms of GDP growth in the long run, also in terms of employment in the long run, inflation in the long run. Again, it's worse off because of the fact that Donald Trump has imposed these comparative to it would have been better off otherwise.
Okay, but I'm just trying to, like, see from your perspective. You feel that, for example, cities in the Rust Belt, you feel like they are better off now than when they were developing their own cars and making stuff in the country? You feel like they benefited
if you want to talk about the level of manufacturing, since Trump's got in office, real domestic manufacturing investment has declined in Q1, Q2, and Q3. We've seen it decline. And under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a massive boom in manufacturing investment. So this argument that Trump's bringing back manufacturing in the country is just not true, especially because the tariffs the fact that the tariffs have caused materials to be more expensive, making it so that there's a less of an incentive to manufacture in this country because the cost of manufacturing has gone up.
Yeah, but that's short. You're talking short term. Like, in the long run, tariffs benefit the country. They benefit the country. I just told you, they make us develop our own things in our own country. Like, it makes us domestically create things that cost less from importing it from Japan or China or wherever. It
costs more, and that's why you have to impose a tariff in order to force people to buy it.
Yes, but do you think these tariffs are permanent?
If they're not permanent, then they aren't going to cause this benefit in the long run.
But they are. You leave the tariffs on.
So if they are permanent.
And you know this how?
No, I'm asking, are they permanent?
I couldn't tell you. I honestly couldn't
You don't
tell
know?
You, but no, I couldn't tell you. I'm not in the Trump administration. I could not tell you.
But what point were you about to make about it?
What I was trying to say is that if you leave tariffs and you force our country to develop our own goods and products, eventually, let's say Trump does take off the tariffs, our production that has gone up since we're forced to make things domestically would heavily impact our economy in a positive way. And that's just a fact, especially if you were to remove the tariffs after a certain amount of time. Which I obviously.
So you're saying if removing the tariffs creates a positive economic effect, then imposing the tariffs creates a negative economic effect, correct?
And not just that, the whatchamacallit, I forget which
one.
One of the
he did not just say tariffs are good because if we got rid of them, it would make the country better.
But that's not what I said. I said you leave tariffs. You have them. You keep
Yeah, and
them,
so that
and
you
then
could inevitably get rid of them, and you said then it would
yes,
benefit the country.
because with tariffs you jumpstart production with domestically in the country, and then
But not
afterwards
if
when you
it's not
remove,
in
you
effect.
don't need the
If
you
it's
don't need
not in
the
effect permanently, then it's not going to cause that effect.
what you're not understanding.
In order for it to
You dem-
increase the domestic production, it would have to be in effect in terms of causing the cost of consumer products coming from other countries around the world to be more expensive to the American consumer, therefore incentivizing them to buy the American-made good more than the good from the other country. But the issue is that it makes materials that manufacturers in this country rely on, right, to increase in cost because of the decreased supply of
right.
materials, because of the increased cost of trade of materials from other countries to the United States.
Okay, right. Now listen. This is how I'm trying to, because you're not understanding. I've said it like 5 times. I'm saying you jumpstart the
I'm not
economy with
understanding.
tariffs.
Yeah, they don't
We
jumpstart the economy. No economist says that.
Okay, listen. You create your own things domestically.
You
After
can do that with subsidies, like under the Biden-Harris administration. We saw a massive boom in manufacturing investment.
Okay, then make that point. This is what I mean by you make disingenuous points. I'm not trying to say, oh, you put on tariffs and then you remove them. No, I'm saying you put on tariffs, you leave it. We create our own things domestically, and then after, when we've already managed to start making things in our own country once again, then you don't need these tariffs, that tax on
But
imports.
then wouldn't
And
that
then you,
reduce
and then
domestic
not only,
manufacturing?
and then not, hold on, and then not only
If
are
you
we
get rid of the tariff, it
domestically
would reduce domestic manufacturing because now it's more cheap to make it in other places around the world again.
Okay, but this is why I mentioned the Rust Belt. We didn't have tariffs back then, but we were domestically creating things. You don't think that if we started domestically making things and
Do you
then we
think that we have
removed
the same
tariffs,
market conditions right now as we had historically? Is that your argument?
uh,
Your argument's that we have the
obviously,
same conditions for the market now as we did 50 years
okay, but
ago?
you don't. Okay, so obviously not. But you don't think the
Oh, okay.
economy, you don't think the economy repeats itself multiple times throughout history?
Not within this respect, unless you'd have a specific like implication of like legislation to do so. That could just be a natural trend,
How?
specifically in the market from a global perspective, in the long run. You can't expect
Okay,
it to completely revert. That's like expecting the Industrial Revolution to completely revert.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I want the industrial revolution. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna completely revert. I'm saying these changes that affect it in small and big ways make changes. I'm not saying it's gonna fully revert back to when Detroit had 1 million people. Like, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
Like,
so
but
who's
I'm
better at
saying it could
addressing
make
manufacturing?
changes.
Obviously, the
I'm saying
Biden-Harris administration. If you look at Trump's first term, there was a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. If you look at his term since he's got in office, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. And what you've said, all you've had for a policy this entire time is, please trust me, bro. I promise you that there's going to be a benefit from these tariffs, even though that no one can identify it right now.
how is that so?
What was your argument? What was your evidence that it's going to be effective?
When I asked you policies that Kamala Harris has, you speed talk
Kamala.
and mention NASA. Like,
I
but
speed
buddy,
talk? You mean I gave you multiple different examples of policies that you couldn't even remember or track? You could have just
yeah,
tell me. You could
correct.
just tell
Because
me.
you speak like a fucking AI, buddy. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
What do you mean? Okay, so you want me to slow down?
When you're listing things, yeah, like you talk normally, you talk like this, and then once you start naming things,
How about you just comprehend quicker? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop blaming Parker for all your problems.
for all my problems.
Yeah,
Okay,
stop blaming other people. Stop scapegoating other people for all your problems. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Comprehend quicker.
okay. So I have one more question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? It's not a question. It's actually like, yeah, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just wanted to see how well I can debate you.
Wait, say that
Like,
again?
I love you, bro. I'm not a
You,
Trump supporter. Like I'm a fan. I'm a fan of yours. I just wanted to
oh,
see how well I can
you
debate
don't
you.
actually support Trump?
No, fuck no, fuck that guy.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day goes? I'll never get that time back. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second. I have a few people to thank, everyone. Do a few people to thank. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They would have been relevant, but they were trolling. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Those are all incredible benefits, by the way. I should have brought those up. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. I heard. I heard that it was under a massive attack, Kiev. Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, those are all so important, and they completely ignore them. Deborah, thank you so much for the $50 for the late Christmas gift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Deborah. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you. Thank you so much, Deborah. Benjamin again as well. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And for the $5, thank you. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Merry Christmas to you. Libby, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said Houston, Trump is a fucking problem. That's so true. Rami, thank you so much as well for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I have no clue. It was diabolical. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next person up here. And then I'm going to have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Do give it a second. Do give it a second. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll make sure to go on to our conversation. Do just give me a few seconds to thank some people real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. As always, everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. And if you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes real quick. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation here. Alrighty. Witch, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. That would have been great to bring up. Thank you so much, Witch. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said it's the research and development required to push frontiers in space exploration, installation, seatbelts, sneakers, amongst many others things that have come to from NASA. True. Thank you so much. Sharon, by the way, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Happy New Year to you as well. Coming soon. Coming soon. Misha, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Those would have been amazing to bring up. Adav, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm not quite sure. Especially on our side. Don, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. They definitely are not being fair. El Valentine, thank you so much for the $20. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Silence, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll try to. I'll look. Beyond, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you as well. I appreciate it. And BC, thank you so much for the $50. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you so much. Give some W's for BC in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Okay? Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, largely because of social issues. Like, I mean, I think maybe for this debate we can like focus on like abortion.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I believe that the baby has something of value, and that thing of value would be its humanity combined with its foreseeable future.
Okay. Foreseeable future and the fact that it's of human life?
Well, yeah, both of those combined.
Human cellular life?
You said what? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. I have a question. Do you think that IVF should be banned?
Well, I've heard you bring up this point like a lot. Like, I mean, I think that there's two of them, right? So which one would you be talking about? Like the hormonal ones? Because the hormonal ones carry a lot of...
I'm not referencing an IUD. I'm referencing IVF. Do you know the difference between IVF and an IUD?
External fertilization?
Yeah, so in vitro fertilization, because through that process they discard many zygotes and embryos. So the dispute that people constantly bring up with an IUD is that it's, say, unlikely when someone uses an IUD that it's preventing implantation rather than preventing fertilization. So my response to this is I could just use IVF and reference that with practically every single patient, there's multiple zygotes and embryos that are discarded as a part of the process. So do you think that because that is the current process, that one, people should be put in prison for serial murder for discarding many of the zygotes and embryos, and two, that it should be banned?
Is that like a reference like eugenics? Is that like what that is? I'm trying to like remember here.
The IVF is for people who specifically would have fertility issues, or to help them.
I would say that the unaliving of zygotes would be immoral.
So
But
then,
I mean,
like,
as of right now, it is lawful,
given that this is
right?
the
So, I mean,
current process and it leads to many being discarded, do you think not only the people involved in the process, but also the people who are paying for the process to occur should go to prison, but also it should be made illegal?
I don't actually. Well, I mean, I think that that should be illegal, but I don't think that the like the woman should go to prison because I believe that they don't have informed consent.
What do you mean?
Do you know what informed consent is?
No, informed consent about like what as it relates to whether or not they'd be
About
held
what they're
accountable
actually doing,
specifically
the
for the
discarding of human
IVF
life.
discarding zygotes and embryos.
Yeah, the discarding of human life.
Okay, so you think that like they don't know that that happens as a part of the IVF process?
I mean, I think that in a lot of the cases, the value in which like the doctors may place upon it and the fact that they don't like have sentience in that aspect, I think in a lot of times like a conversation is there to be had in the actual value of that human life. So I mean, I think that's kind of what we can talk about today, 'cause the value of zygotes and like the foreseeable future of those individuals who are being discarded in those, what you said, IUD or IVF. What was it?
So you're saying because of the fact that the people who are killing them and discarding them don't really have a perceived value for them, they shouldn't be held accountable? Couldn't that be said for Nazi officials that didn't have perceived
I would
value for
say-
Jewish people during the Holocaust?
I would say that the doctors would be the ones who should be held accountable, not the mothers.
So people who specifically who are doctors who are involved in the IVF process that discard many zygotes and embryos, they should be put in prison for murder?
I mean, I would say that the action is, schmurder or murder, if I can say it. I would say that the action is murder. It'd be the unjustified unaliving. However, at the time that they are performing it, we can both agree that it is legal, right? So they're committing a lawful action. But I stand against that. So.
And again, you could say the same defense was made by Nazi officials and legal experts, specifically in terms of
but is that objectively wrong right now?
Wait, I'm clarifying. In terms of the Nuremberg trials, right? And they made the claim that there wasn't international law that prescribed that this was particularly illegal. Therefore, they couldn't be held accountable for it. And the argument against that was, the first person who was held accountable for murder could have said the same thing. Yet we don't think that was a good defense.
Parker, let's be intellectually honest here. Is killing 6 million Jews objectively wrong?
Oh, I think that it's wrong. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. So I mean, this is what the conversation is to be had upon abortion, right? Whether we believe that it's objectively wrong. I believe that it is objectively wrong. You don't. So I mean, we should have a conversation about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to do that right now, and I'm saying that the legal application argument you're
if
providing
we-
right now, based upon your own perspective on the matter, is consistent with the Nazis' argument.
Look, if we want
It's
to talk
literally the
about,
same
like, who's to
argument.
it falls into the same argument.
Yes.
So I mean, you
for your own perspective, by the way, not for my perspective, because I don't think that you're referencing I don't think you're referencing people, so I don't view you the same way. But from your own perspective, you're using the exact same argument because you view them as people.
So like let's say like for example, like just to give you an example, that like a Jewish family, like they had to pretend to be like Nazi, and that or can I say that? Yeah, they had to pretend to be such in order to survive. Would you say that if they had to pretend to be it and they supported that group, should they be held accountable?
What? We're talking about people
so
actively who
think
were held
about this,
accountable in the
this
Nuremberg
actually-
trials for murdering people.
Right. So, I mean, do you think that the actions committed by that Jewish family who pretended to be Nazis, right, in order to survive, do you think they should be held accountable?
I mean, if you're murdering people, then technically, yes, you would hold
So,
someone
I mean,
accountable.
I think that's the point. Is it the woman murdering people or is it the doctor?
Well, I think that you would say that they paid the doctor to do so because they knew that this was a part of the process. But even so,
mean,
the doctor,
you-
from your perspective, do you think that they should be criminally charged?
I mean, we can pull up like statistics and such. A lot of the times, like these abortions are actually being paid for and like by sponsors and such.
Yeah. So, do you think that those sponsors should be held accountable?
I think to an extent, yeah.
Okay. So, not only should the person getting the abortion should be held accountable, you think the doctor should be held accountable and the person sponsoring it?
So I mean, you clearly didn't hear me like the first like 4 to 5 times that I said it. So I don't believe the women should be held accountable. I think that socially would be a big issue to have. I think the actual doctors.
Although I agree with
and
you,
the
that'd be a
people-
big issue to have. You haven't acknowledged my argument.
So yeah, I mean, you think that we should throw one like what? It's not So there's 1.14 million abortions occurring every year. You think we should throw 1.14 million women
We're not even
in
talking about
prison?
abortion right now. We're talking about IVF. And no, I don't think you should throw that many women in prison. I'm just trying to highlight that that's specifically the worldview that you'd have to hold to, given that you view this to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this right now. As of right now, it is legal. If they said that, like,
Again, the
for
same
example,
arguments. That's this whole argument of retroactive enforcement not making it applicable is just not a good argument. And I already showed you how that's not a good argument and how we disproved that in the Nuremberg trials.
But I mean, in your argument, you're like insinuating the fact that you're making a comparison between women and these Nazis. So I mean, I'm just not able to see the correlation here. Are you saying that, like, in my view, I hold that these women are Nazis? Because I very much don't. I believe
No,
that their
because you're
lifestyle.
holding that's a genocide, right? Do you agree that it's a genocide? Right, the 6 to 7
What do you take it?
plus
What do you take a
zygotes and
genocide to
embryos
be?
that are literally discarded, added on top of like the 400,000 plus patients. That's a million
Yeah,
plus
I would
people
say
a year.
that's
You believe
immoral.
it's a genocide, right?
I believe it's immoral.
Do you believe it's a genocide?
I think it is a legal genocide that is happening right
Okay,
now
there
that
you
we need to
go. So
stop.
then, like, I'm talking and I'm making the basis for explanation and for comparison off the fact that you said that, like, a reason or justification for why someone shouldn't be held accountable, right, or put in prison for murder is because at that particular time it is currently designated as legal, right? And I'm showing you how that same argument from your own perspective, again, not my perspective, because I don't think that you're even referencing a case of murder. Right? So obviously I don't view you this way, but again, from your own perspective, you would view it this way. That would be the same reasoning that, again, the Nazis used. In terms of a
Just
justification for
based
why
upon
they
the
shouldn't
fact
have
that
been held accountable for committing mass murder.
okay, so I mean, like, what you're trying to get me at,
Because
like,
you
based
view it as
upon
mass
my,
murder. Does it make sense?
I mean, I view abortion as mass murder. I
We're
believe
not
that
even talking
women
about
are
abortion
really,
right now. We're talking about IVF.
well, I mean, in this case, the unaliving of zygotes, I believe, is murder, right? But I do hold a medical exception. But I mean, that aside, for this specific practice, the medical exception aside, I believe that it is murder, but that is being allotted for by the woke mindset and liberals in general. I mean, that's
The
very much what this part
W
here.
woke mindset? W abortion access?
So I mean, yeah, we'll move on from that. And let's just talk about this. So I mean, why do you believe it's moral? Do you believe it's, like, morally permissible to, like, perform
I
an
mean, you
abortion?
didn't want to actually engage with the argument. You still haven't.
Well, I mean, I think your argument is widely invalid because I mean, you're trying to essentially place upon my opinion that I believe that women who are getting abortions are Nazis, and I mean, I think that we both see the logical aspect
I think
here.
you're being
So I mean,
dishonest because I clarified. I clarified that under your own perspective, you said a justification for why they shouldn't be held accountable for murder, under your view, serial murder, is because of the fact that it was legal at the time. So again, my argument was then you were using the exact same argument the Nazis used because they claimed that because it was legal from an international perspective at the time, right, that means that they shouldn't be held accountable on international standards. You understand that's the same argument that they used, and it's not because I consider it murder, it's because you consider it murder.
yeah, I mean,
So it's an
I do
internal
consider it
critique of
murder,
your
but I
own
mean,
perspective.
yeah, I mean, I do consider it murder. However, I just don't feel as if women should be held accountable for their actions in that aspect of being charged with murder, because I think that we've, as a
Yeah, because I don't
society,
think you view it as murder at all.
you don't think I view it as murder. So what do you take
No.
murder to be?
What do I take murder to be?
Correct.
An unjustified unaliving of a person.
Yeah, so I mean, I take that zygote to be a person, and I believe that it is an unjustified unaliving. So this is what we should debate about now. You don't agree?
No, so if you believe that you believe it's an unjustified unaliving of a person, right? I
Sure.
would ask you, what do you consider a person? Do you think that you can look at a person fully underneath a microscope?
Can I? What do you mean? I can see, like, a person fully under, like, a microscope. Like
Yeah,
what?
can you look at a person fully in its entirety, in the person's entirety underneath a microscope?
If you put me under a microscope, I mean, you might, like, see some, like, skin cells. I don't. I'm
No, I
not
meant
quite
like the
understanding.
entirety of their body. Like, do you believe
Are
Ant-Man
we?
is real?
Do I think he's real? No, I don't. I don't think Ant-Man's
No,
real.
right? Like, but you think zygotes are people, right? So you do think you can see a
I do.
person fully underneath a microscope, correct?
That's because they're a living human organism.
You're not understanding. It's that you can
I'm,
fully see the person underneath a microscope. I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's a person until sentience, and clearly at that point, it's not small enough to be seen fully underneath a microscope.
So you believe that the ability, what do you take sentience to be in this like aspect? You take it to be like the ability to feel?
It's gonna just be like relating to a unique subjective experience.
A unique subject, what is that unique subjective experience?
What do you mean?
What do you take that unique subjective experience to be?
When do I think it is happening? Like at what point
Yeah,
during
like
the pregnancy?
what qualities of that unique subjective experience make it or give that person value after, viability occurs?
Well, I'm saying once it meets the particular criteria of subjective experience, which I think happens 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, because of the prefrontal cortex and the thymoscortical cortical connections integrating the mind and body.
So you believe that it'd be like morally impermissible after viability to perform an abortion?
Lethal abortion after sentience, yeah. But I think that no one's waiting till that point to do a elective lethal abortion. I think after that point, it's going to be like medically necessary or medically needed, or there's a great medical risk, and that's the reason why they're getting access to it.
It's around 1%.
If anything, after viability, it's an induction of labor.
I mean, it's minuscule, but it still counts for like 1%, right? So I mean, let's talk about this. I hear you. Like, do you still hold like that?
But in those
past, present,
circumstances, it's medical.
Okay. Well, do you still hold that like past, present, future conjunct?
Past or present and future subjective experience, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I just want to challenge that on the basis. So, like, let's talk about like a man on like life support, or like just on life support. So, what categories of that past, present, future would he fall under at the moment?
If they're currently in a coma,
Yeah.
past and future.
Past and future, so they wouldn't have the present aspect, but we would still consider them
Past.
to be like
It's past or present and future subjective experience.
past
Not
or
all
present,
three simultaneously. It's past or present and future subjective experience.
past or present and future experiences. Okay, so like let's say like for example, that man on life support. If you were to believe that he would not to not come out of that coma, then would it be justified to take his life?
If they were never going to come out of the coma,
Yeah, if it was guaranteed.
then you're talking about someone who's brain dead.
If they were to not, well, I mean, in a lot of cases, there's people who actually are not brain dead. Like that, brain dead just means medically dead. You understand that, right?
Yeah, brain death is medical death. The point is that you are never going to come back in terms of subjective experience. That's what brain death is. So should a family be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? Yes. Do you believe that's murder?
Well, hold on. This is where we have like a little bit of like a logical gap. So
Can you respond? Do you believe that's murder?
do I think about pulling the plug on? Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm actually intellectually honest about it. And I believe that the deciding factor, oh yeah, you can raise your eyebrows. I think the deciding factor in taking that individual off of life support is the foreseeable future. I believe that that is the aspect that grants that individual the right to life. And when that
Okay,
quality
so
is
you have a
met-
conjunction as well. Your just conjunction is cellular life and future subjective
No,
experience.
remember when, no, we're not going to do an ad hoc fallacy here. Remember at the beginning, I said the human life combined with the foreseeable future grants
That's
an individual
exactly what I
value.
just fucking said, genius.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, that's
So-
exactly what I just said. Why are you being annoying? Seriously, I
Okay,
just said that. I literally just said that. Are you not listening?
If you take it to be a conjunct, then yeah.
That's clearly a conjunct. What do you think a conjunct is?
Isn't it like, I think like a funny way to put it is like a concoction. It's like a concoction of like two or more ideas.
Okay, so this and this is then what grants this. Right? That's what the way
Sure.
you're referencing. Okay. Okay, so it is.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're saying it was cellular life and future subjective experience or a foreseeable future.
Human cellular life. A living
Wait.
human
When you
organism.
say foreseeable future, is that in reference to a subjective experience or is that in reference to cellular life?
A subjective experience.
Subjective experience. Okay. So, I mean, you understand how conjunctions work. What was your issue with my conjunction?
Yeah, I mean, the fact is you say past and present. However,
Past
it
or
sounds to
present
me-
and future subjective
past
experience.
or
So it's a
present and
disjunction
future. So
within a
it
conjunction.
sounds to me as if it's the future doing all the work. Can you have a present quality without having? Oh, you're laughing again. Can you have a present quality, or in the conjunct? Can you be present without having a past?
Yeah.
What would like some like?
You're at the
you know,
first moment.
The very first moment.
Yes. Very first moment.
So like,
Does that make sense?
I mean, it's pretty funny to think about. So I mean, how do we define time? What do you take time to be?
You see how you're just asking irrelevant
No,
questions?
I mean it's pretty logical here. I mean, time is perceived as planetary motion, right? So you're saying before the planet moves.
I'm just asking, first moment. First moment. Is there any moment prior?
I mean, I guess not. No. So I
Nope.
mean, can you?
So you have no past, but you do have a present, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Oh,
like kind of like
nice
experimenting.
concession. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we're just kind of experimenting here, and we're trying to see where you stand.
Can I ask you some questions? You say you're pro-life, right?
Absolutely. You what?
You say you're pro-life, right?
Yes.
I have 2 questions to ask you. Where in the human body does conception occur?
In utero.
No.
Really?
It's in the fallopian tubes. Okay.
Okay.
That's one. 2, as it relates to this, do you believe that it was unjustified that Donald Trump is murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had
like the
DRUGS in
pivot.
the first place?
I mean,
Like, do you
haven't
think
looked
that's pro-life?
You know, I mean, I haven't looked into it too much, but I mean, nice pivot, Parker. I mean, you're really great at that. I mean, but like I'd say right now, I don't really have an opinion on that. I haven't looked into it.
You don't have an opinion? Do you think that's pro-life? To murder people off
Well,
the
I mean,
coast of
we can
Venezuela
talk
with
about this,
absolutely
but
no
wasn't that
evidence
a-
given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place?
Well, I mean, that's like me saying like that. I'm not going to go into that. Anyways, but yeah, for
What?
the Venezuelan boats, it wasn't that like a, I can't say it, rug with a D boat. Can I?
Say DRUGS. That's totally fine to say. Now, the point that I'm saying is that, like, again, 1, there was no evidence that they had DRUGS in the first place. 2, if they did, the best reason to do in this, or the best thing to do in this scenario, would be to detain them once they get to U.S. waters, because 1, you want information about their operation to be able to identify where it would be so that you can prevent this from the first place. And then secondly, you also would have to acknowledge that, again, there is no extra basis in terms of being able to prevent it from coming to our country, right, if we are going to be unaliving them. No extra basis that does so. Because, again, if we detain them before they get to U.S. once they get to U.S. waters, that would prevent it from getting into the country as well. So there's no active threat that they pose to the country that is meaningful if you actually follow the process that I just listed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can make that argument. Like I said, I haven't looked into it too much, so I'm not really in a position to comment about it. But I mean, there's like some.
Well, actually, can I make one more point on top of this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Donald Trump pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker. So apparently he believes if you allege that they are a sea drug trafficker, that it's justified to unalive them. But if they're convicted of it, you should pardon them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know the full case behind that, so I mean, I just wouldn't be able to comment on it right now. But I mean, you know, we're gonna pivot back. Are you okay with that?
I mean, if you don't want to address anything else, I guess.
Yeah. So I mean, do you agree that you cannot have sentience without consciousness?
It depends on how you define consciousness. I
The
do think that
ability
you
to
can have
perceive.
sentience prior to having consciousness, depending on how you define it.
Yeah, the ability to perceive.
Okay, so like I think that the subjective experience is going to be what we refer to as sentience, and then consciousness is going to be that subjective experience plus self-awareness, which happens a bit later on. So there's a slight distinction in terms of how we use consciousness and how we use subjective experience in terms of sentience, but sentience is what I'm considering the baseline for value.
Sentience. So, but you agree with me when I say that we cannot have sentience with lacking consciousness.
I
mean,
already
is
addressed that. Yes, you can have sentience while lacking consciousness based on the way
Yeah,
that
I mean,
I
what would
defined
an
it.
example of that be?
You have subjective experience, but you don't have self-awareness.
Can you give me like any example of that?
Yeah, I think the fetus prior to, or I mean, even newborn babies, they don't achieve that until, I'm pretty sure it's like 2 or 3, where they start becoming self-aware within that respect. So prior
mean,
to that point,
self-aware,
like
but I mean, is
they
it the
technically don't have
self-awareness?
self-awareness, but they do have a subjective experience.
So like, why is it, for example, like when newborn babies get like circumcised, like they cry, like absolutely, like, you know, obnoxiously or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, that's going to
is
be,
that,
I mean, I think that's a natural response in terms of a subjective experience that doesn't rely on a self-awareness.
you don't think that relies on self-awareness, but isn't that the whole point of
Wait,
sentience?
dude,
The ability to feel?
I don't know. Why are you asking this? This
Well,
has no
I mean,
relevancy,
I'm merely
regardless of
asking
whether or
this
not you
because
think that this is
you're taking consciousness to be self-awareness, and the
Yeah.
whole point I'm trying to get you at is that consciousness is a spectrum. Consciousness isn't a yes or no quality.
Well, I never even brought up consciousness. You did.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get you at is that you can't have sentience while lacking consciousness.
Okay, so if you're defining it in a different way, go ahead. But I'm defining it differently than the way you were. And based on the way I was defining it, yes, you can. And I also don't know what this point is.
Yeah, I mean, the main point is that based upon your argument, what I'm trying to get at is that you cannot have sentience while lacking consciousness. And in order to, if you do lack, or how do I say this? How do I word this properly? So consciousness
You want to repeat
is
it
a
again? I
spectrum.
don't think people heard you.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is you cannot have sentience while lacking consciousness. And
Stop,
consciousness is a
dude.
spectrum. So based upon that argument, that means that because consciousness is a spectrum, you are less human than other humans if you lack, or if you have a lower spectrum of consciousness.
No, it doesn't make you less human. What the fuck are you saying, dude?
That's based upon your position.
No, it's
That's the
not.
whole
My
point.
position is not that.
So I'll repeat your position back to you, right? You just say yes or no. You base it upon sentience, right? And you take sentience to be self-awareness in an aspect, right? So
No.
you believe that. No. Go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, so sentience is subjective experience, right? And whether or not you have subjective experience wouldn't necessarily change whether or not you're human.
I'm not fully tracking here.
Yeah. You can have subjective experience and not be human. Did you know that? Did you know dogs, they have subjective experience and they're not human?
And what's your point? That subjective experience stems from what? Consciousness?
Okay, so the
sentience?
subjective experience, whether or not you have that trait, doesn't change whether or not you're human. I don't think people are less human if they aren't conscious. Like, what the fuck are
So
you
at
saying?
what point does humanity begin?
I think that human life begins at conception.
Okay, and you don't believe that human life is worthy of protection?
Not really.
No. You're the
Like,
zygote
I don't really,
swapper,
I
right?
don't care at all about zygotes. I have zero care in the world about zygotes. I'm a zygote slayer myself.
Zygote slapper, zygote slayer.
Yeah, I slap the fuck out of zygotes. I do it for fun. Under your view, you'd consider me a serial murderer, right?
That's all. I mean, I'd love to see you just reach up there and do it. I mean, that'd be pretty funny to watch. But
Yeah,
I mean,
dude.
just going back.
If I slapped a zygote, you think that's funny?
I mean, you're not gonna have enough torque to do it. I mean, you're gonna reach up there and just.
You don't think I could slap a zygote?
I really don't think you could.
Really, dude. I think I could slap a zygote.
You think you could?
Yeah, it's a single cell organism, dude.
I mean, maybe next, like, why don't you sign up to be like an abortionist?
I maybe I'll miss it because I won't be able to see it. That might be the only
Oh,
point you can
yeah.
make there. Maybe I wouldn't be able to slap the zygote because it's too damn small. I'd have to look at it underneath a fucking microscope, my guy.
Does that mean it doesn't exist?
No, it's just
So
it would be
what
hard
are
to
you, Are you
find.
slapping air?
No, I'm slapping the zygote.
You are, aren't you?
You know you'd think it's funny for me to slap a zygote. That's perfect rage bait, dude. You think I'm a
I think
murderer?
the
You
way
think
that
I
you
should be sent to
portray it,
prison?
I mean, it's just funny hearing you say like you're the zygote slapper. And we finally get to like hear you talk about it. You're getting all bright eyed. You're like, oh yeah, I get to.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I love slapping zygotes. It makes me really happy.
That's awesome. I mean, I see you getting all red. You're all like, we should put like a little rose above your like ear or something. But yeah, I know, cute, right? You and Dean can go on a date with it. But
What?
anyways, yeah, no, I mean, I think you'd have a future in being like an abortionist. But going back to the argument, right?
What? Appreciate the little crown. Was that supposed to be a known?
Is it what?
I think you have a future of continuing to be a dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be ad hominem, so logical fallacy one.
That's not an ad hom because I didn't say that you were wrong because of this. I just said this as an insult after proving that you were wrong.
Wait,
So it's
but
actually
you're
you don't know what an ad
recognition
hom is
marker?
apparently because an ad hom has to claim that you're wrong because of this particular personal quality that is irrespective of the argument, whereas I was proving that you were wrong and then insulting you after. So an insult is not an ad hom.
I mean, first of all,
Hey Phil
the
bro, you
first
just got out
quality in
Phil
the
bro.
proving-
You want to try and do this? I'll out
Yeah,
Phil
so
bro
let's
you every
go, bro.
time.
So I mean, let's talk about this. So I believe that the baby has something of value, and that thing of value would be human life, which would be granted, which is an ontological category of value. So,
Why'd you
how
say that?
homomorphism
Dude,
is?
I don't think you just value cellular human life because you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because you have a conjunction with a trait in terms of future subjective experience. Here's my point then. If you value future subjective experience, why don't you value past or present?
Because I don't think that defines an individual. It's the foreseeable future.
So
and
why
what
does
it
the future?
I mean, well, just like I said, for the life support example, right? So let's forget about the past and present. The determining factor that is doing all the work and whether you would continue to put that person on life support or not would be its foreseeable future.
No, because again, prior to the point in which it has subjective experience, I think that it's totally justified for someone to get an abortion.
So, well, I mean, we're talking about the life support example, Parker. Don't pivot. So,
Yeah,
let's
but
say
like
you
I
have
was
life
giving you an
support.
example where there's just a foreseeable future, but there's no particularly basis for a past or a present.
That's
Whereas
just
you
going to
gave
be a
me
pivot
you
on
gave
your
me an
end.
example. Wait, I'm just telling you
Maybe
that you
besides
care.
debating,
Like
you
if you
could be
care
like a
about the
basketball
future,
player
wouldn't that
too.
necessarily entail that you care about the past or the present as well?
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm not referencing the past or present. I'm merely telling you in this example, the determining factor on whether you keep that individual on life support would be that foreseeable future. If they have a foreseeable future, if that quality is Y
I
for yes,
understand, but like, why do you care about cellular life as your first? Like, my question
because
isn't
that
whether or
cellular
not you
life,
accept foreseeable future. It's whether or not you accept the cellular life as the beginning of your conjunction, rather than it being a past or present subjective experience.
well, it's because that cellular life is human, right? So, like, let's ask you this, for example, like,
So,
would you rather? So, let's say, like, there's 10 adult pigs hanging over a volcano, and there's one newborn baby, or one individual who's at that 20 to 24 week mark. Which one would you rather save if you could only save one, and the other one were sure to fall in the volcano
I would save the
before you could
human.
get to it? So, I mean, in that aspect, quantification is not on your side. Consciousness is not on your side.
It is.
So,
Wait, watch. Because I have a second conjunction that's human plus subjective experience that grants even more value. Did you know that?
the ad hoc fallacy.
That's not. Dude, this has been my explanation for this for a long time. You're not the first person
Yeah,
to
but I mean, you
question
didn't
this
say that at the
perspective.
beginning, Parker.
Like, who'd you get this from? You probably found this off of a video and are running the same
Oh, I
argument as
did,
someone
didn't I?
else. Yeah, I know exactly which video you watched. I've already responded to this argument. I've already had a prior conjunction that specifically addresses this. Also,
But
you
you
have to
say
have
that.
this under
That's
your
just going to be
worldview as
ad
well.
hoc.
Wait, do you have this under your worldview as well? Because if you just have cellular life and future subjective experience under your view, then you would have to say the same thing about the 10 adult pigs, because that's 10 lives
Parker,
versus 1 life.
Parker, what did I say at the
Wait,
beginning?
10 lives versus 1 life. Which one do you consider more
Absolutely. So
valuable?
what did it? So hold on.
Because those pigs have future experiences. They have a foreseeable. Those pigs have a foreseeable future.
So what was my conjunct at the beginning?
Wait, you didn't, again, if you're going to say human, that's the same thing I'm doing.
Oh.
You have a second conjunct of
So
human.
you agree that human value gives an individual value above all other animals?
No. It's human plus the sentience. But yes.
Human plus the sentience. Got
Yes.
it. So yeah.
And you want me to
So
know why
quantification
because the
isn't on your
human
side.
is that they meet a certain
Consciousness.
threshold of rationality within the species.
So yeah.
That grants every
it's
member
the-
that is sentient of the species that particular value.
But I mean, it just doesn't hold true in this instance because for this example, right, like we established, that pig would have a greater level of that past, present, future conjunct, right? It would also be more conscious than the baby. The only value that baby has is the fact it's human. That's it.
No, because it has the subjective experience plus being human, which is a second criteria of value. You're just misunderstanding the argument. You should track
Yeah, but
better.
doesn't that pig also have?
You're failing tracking.
You're muted.
I'm gonna say thank you to a few people, dude. You're just tracking incorrectly.
Oh,
So
sounds
like
good,
let me say thank you to some people real quick, because I
Thank
mean
you,
I would rather
thank
do
you,
that than
thank
like
you.
have you just fail tracking again. Audrey, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Audrey, thank you so much. Give some W's for Audrey in the comment section right now. Yes, I did have to teach him what the difference between an IUD and an IVF. I totally agree. Maze, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Maze. Can we get some W's for Maze in the comment section right now? Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to think about that. Thank you so much, though, Maze. I really appreciate it. Ash as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Landon, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you so much. That's so funny. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Margaret. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though. Seriously. That's so funny. Joseph, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And Mina with the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Mina in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Mina in the comment section right now for the $100. Thank you so much. Rebecca as well, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I just appreciate it. Thank you very much. Can we have some W's for Rebecca in the comment section as well? Thank you. Laura, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Give it some W's for them. Again, in the comment section right now. And shout out to your friend Kenzie. Absolutely. Absolutely. As well as Matthew. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matthew. Give some W's for Matthew in the comment section right now. Yeah, diabolical. A tan suit, I tell you. That's worse than anything I've ever seen. Alrighty. I do have some people to thank on YouTube as well. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. As always, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we could do that easily. Lawrence, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. ET as well. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the ET. Thank you for the $10. Anthony, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Anthony. Get some W's for Anthony in the comment section. Deborah, thank you so much for the $1. Sky, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. And Adolf, thank you so much for the $5, as well as Heather, thank you so much for the $5 for, as someone who went through IVF recently, am an advocate for open dialogue about reproductive health and access. Of course, reproductive health and access. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Heather. Alrighty, so continue with what you were saying, or is abortion the only thing you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, maybe I'll join back later. We'll talk about something else. But I gotta go catch Marty Supreme. Have you watched Marty Supreme yet?
No.
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna see what it's about. I mean, how much money for you to do an ooh ooh? I mean, I don't know. I
What?
see you make bank an ooh ooh.
What is that?
I don't know, Parker. You'd just be good at it.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yudo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, some people would. Yeah, I guess at that point. I mean, I think that's like they're asking not based upon like what it could provide for other people, but what specifically it would, like in terms of the value of the entities. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Porker, I love you. Porker, I love you. Porker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Again, it helps get it out to more people. Courteous, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm joining it. I'm joining it, Parker. Oh.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh,
Parker,
W to
I'm
Judith.
Working it.
What is up with all the guests right now? But W's for Judith. W's for Judith as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, Donald Trump, of course.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Or why would I support him if I went back 4 years ago? Which question do you answer?
No, I was asking if you went back, like literally, like about a little over a year ago.
A year ago.
With the
so
information that you have right now.
Of course. Why would I vote for Kamala Harris? She was the sitting vice president of the United States, spent $2 billion on a campaign, and lost tremendously.
You need to get a little bit closer to your microphone. Just because she lost isn't a reason to vote against her. Could you name any of her policies that you disagree with?
Sure. I didn't like her housing policy. I didn't like her open border policy. I didn't like her Second Amendment policy. I didn't like any of those policies. But let me ask you a question.
Can I actually address the things you said first, and then I'll let you ask a question. One, there was not an open border because, again, she wasn't advocating for no restrictions on the border. Two, I would ask you, what a policy was she advocating for that violated the Second Amendment? And then also, what housing policy do you disagree with?
Well, I disagree with the fact that she was even going to be able to build 3 million new houses on certain lands and whatever that crazy policy was. I didn't, her Second Amendment when she did up there and say that she wants to put a ban on all assault rifles. I don't think that's right.
That's also not a violation of the Second Amendment.
I didn't say it was
So,
bad. It was
because
Second
you
Amendment.
really
I
only
said
have like
I didn't.
pistols protected from a Second Amendment perspective in terms of the court system for self defense. And then secondly, in terms of this, again, Donald Trump did pass policy that actually did violate the Second Amendment under his administration in terms of the bump stock ban.
Talk about the
And then
bump
you
stock.
disputing that it's going to develop 3 million new homes is not a specific policy that she advocated for that you disagreed with. You're just saying that she wouldn't be able to achieve this particular goal, but you didn't mention a policy in terms of housing that you actually disagreed with.
Well, you didn't ask me anything about policy. You just said to me, if I went back in time, would I have voted for Kamala Harris still to this day over Donald Trump? My answer
I
just
did
was
ask
yes.
you about policy. I said, what policies do you disagree with Kamala Harris on?
Well, Kamala Harris didn't have the opportunity to create any policy because she lost so bad.
She did advocate for policy. She had a policy platform. She had a PDF that was like 70 pages, 80 pages, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, her policy was, Donald Trump had said, child credit. She just made it higher. She went on to no tax on tips, the same way Donald Trump did no tax on tips. But this, the reason I just
So she agrees with policies that are good and then disagrees with policies that are bad. That sounds like a reasonable American.
I disagree with Kamala Harris's ability to run our country. That's why I voted for Trump, and that's why I still support Trump. But getting
Okay,
back
so
onto
like on what? Like what did she do that was bad?
Again, this is not what the conversation I came on here for. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the abortion when you were talking about with the previous guest. I just want to clarify something. How much significance do you give to a zygote or a embryo?
Very little.
Like how much? Scale of 1 to 10.
1.
Why? Why not 0? Why 1?
Well, I mean, you could posit some circumstances where like a zygote could be valuable, right? Say like if there was an extinction of all humans on the planet, you could say that you could place some sort of value there. If it's a zygote in general, like I would generally, like in typical terms of general reality, say 0.
0. So
yeah, for a zygote, I think I would view differently when it has like a body. I would view it maybe like as a 1.
If it was inside of a woman's body, would you view it as a 0 still?
Prior to the point in which it has like a body formed.
So
at that
I'm
point,
saying,
it's valuable because of someone wanting the pregnancy. Like that could be the case. Like so, in terms of like an idea, in terms of what's about to come, it's valuable within that sense.
So again, just to clarify, so you're saying that the moment of conception is when you believe human life begins, but you give it 0 value for that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing to me. I gotta
Great.
say,
That's amazing.
all right. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question now. If I were to ask you specifically, how many times in your life, and I want specific, have you had a haircut?
I have no clue.
Exactly. So if there is right now listening to the 9,000 people that are on this live right now, I would have to say that answer to me is the most male chauvinistic, narcissistic answer I have ever heard. Because you think that if there was a woman right now in this position, right now, let's say she was 70-30 and listened to you, you would be saying, listen, don't worry about it. It's like a haircut that I have. Nobody matters. It doesn't matter. You'll forget about it in your life because you will never be in that position. But a woman who has an abortion will never forget the amount of times that she had an abortion, ever. But your point of view to her, if she came to you for advice, what do you think I should do? Your advice would say, it's 0. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything whatsoever. Now, hair grows on you, and you just discard it like a zygote or an embryo. So why would you think that it's so okay for you to say that it has such little value when there literally could be somebody in this live right now listening who may find themselves in that position? And if 50-50, and if they came to you or listened to you, they may just say, well, you know what, Park is an intelligent guy. He thinks it's 0. But then what you don't know, you and your buddy over there, Dean, what you don't know is because you don't have children, and when you do have children, you will find something out in your life, I promise you. You will find this out. Whether you think you love your girlfriend, your mother, your father, your sisters, your aunts, your uncles, whatever it is, and as much as you may love Dean and Dean loves you, you will never feel a love that you have the day your child is born. It's like an amazing craziness that you will never even experience, thinking that you know fully what love is today. But here you are, and you sit here and give zero value to that. Like, even know how many times you had a haircut. But whether a woman has one abortion or 20, she remembers every the day happens that she does have a child. Believe me, they remember it over and over again. So maybe your point of view should be not so just irrelevant to the zygote and just irrelevant to the embryo, to understand and put yourself into a woman's position and not be so male chauvinistic, narcissistic, and misogynistic that it's just so easy for a woman to have an abortion and think she'll just forget about it.
So if you want to not be misogynistic and chauvinistic, then why are you saying that they should have a restricted access in terms of controlling their body, in terms of whether or not they can get access to an abortion? Because I don't think that you would say that, like, if someone had a forced haircut, that, like, I would make that type of prescription in terms of, like, advice. That would be ridiculous, right? And now if they chose to get a haircut themselves, right, that, again, I could, even if they chose to get a haircut themselves, it could just be, like, a condition where they don't like the haircut, and it could be reasonable to, like, believe that there could be some sort of negative implication in terms of the way they view it based upon that. So I could give advice dependent upon how the person views the thing, right? I don't have to give advice based upon, like, I think that, like, a zygote's not valuable, therefore I'm just going to prescribe that. Oh, you just shouldn't care at all. Like, if someone specifically is demonstrating that they care, the advice I give them might be different in this context than just saying something like that. Like, I'm not going to be a rude individual, right? Like, that's obviously absurd.
No, but you can't change your position. You just said it would be zero. So whether I come to you and ask you...
Yeah, like, wait, so if someone was talking to me about... Wait, by the way, someone could be making a claim about something in terms of, like, something about their religion, right? And the advice I give them on a personal basis would be relevant to the beliefs that they have in that context, even if I disagree with their religious prescription. Like, I think you were just, like, grasping for straws.
I wasn't gasping for straws. I'm listening to your point of view. Your point of view is it's got zero. You don't turn around and say, well, you know, when other guests ask you about zero, I mean, I've watched you one time hold up the embryo of a dolphin and ask somebody if this was a baby or not. So if a woman came to you and was 50-50, would you hold it up to her and say, hey, what is this? And if she said, well, that's a human embryo, you say, no, it's not. It's a dolphin. So go have the abortion. No big deal. Don't worry about it. I, Parker, say it's worthless. It's meaningless.
Well, I wouldn't say don't worry about it, because obviously there's implications in terms of someone's medical health. There's implications in terms of how people view it, of whether or not they would like to keep it in the particular scenario. Their considerations are dependent upon their own perspective. Now, would I tell someone that they shouldn't have to beat themselves up after they have an abortion in the scenario because it's not considerably, like, the same as you view a person? Yeah, like, if someone was unnecessarily beating themselves up because they had this particular religious prescription over them, that they believe that, like, a zygote is viewed as same as a person, after this already happened, I would probably, in some context, give them advice, like, if it came to a certain perspective, where it would make sense, like, again, you shouldn't be beating yourself up over this. It's obviously not something that we would be considering the same as, like, a person. So, like, in that context, I could bring it up. But you have to think about, like, how I would bring up advice would be different than just, like, being the most rude you could possibly be. That's not how I'm going to do. And again, in this context, you give advice when asked. You don't force things upon people. So you're quite literally advocating to force women to go through these pregnancies while simultaneously saying I'm the one being misogynistic and chauvinistic for saying that, like, again, someone who would be beating themselves up for literally having a religious prescription over them, that, like, they think that they're a murderer, that they shouldn't have to view themselves as a murderer. Like, I don't see how that's a bad thing on my respect. If anything, I would give them a better way of viewing it that specifically wouldn't view themselves as a murderer.
I never say anything about being a murderer. What I'm saying is your point of view is that it's so obsolete. It's so no big deal. It's just so nothing. It's got zero value in your life. It has nothing. You'll forget about it the same way. I can't even.
But that doesn't mean I understand that other people have different values. Like, what is this argument?
The argument is when you turn around to all of your guests and you hold up dolphin embryos and you turn around and just think it's no big deal whatsoever.
Oh, did the dolphin example make you mad? Is that what this is all about?
I just thought it was a stupid example, but if I'm saying if somebody
would you like to cry about it?
Zero. I can give two shits what you think. I think you guys are completely wrong on a bunch of different aspects. I mean, we can move on to other topics and we can debate. I mean, I don't know if you
What's the whole argument about this? I don't get, like, I don't really
I was just
understand.
coming on here because of the previous guest where you were turning around and saying, "Is I will slap embryos. They're no big deal. I can care
Yeah,
less."
I'm a zygote slayer, dude. I slap zygotes like it's for fun.
I agree, and that's the same advice you would give to a woman who came to you and said, "Listen, I'm 50-50
I
on the
never said that
fence."
everyone has to be a zygote slayer. I just said that I am.
Again, so if somebody came to you,
This
you
lifestyle
can't
is. I just want to let you know, zygote slaying is not for everyone. This lifestyle is
Right,
not for
I
everyone. But
agree.
I am a
I
zygote
hear
slayer,
you.
proud as I could be.
So, right. So, in other words, if a woman came to you who was 50-50 and asked your advice, you would say, "Hey, I'm a zygote slayer. I just slap that shit
Yeah,
right out
but
of your
that
butt."
doesn't mean I'm making a prescription about other people.
No, you would just that would be your advice to give.
No, I wouldn't bring it up in the context of an advice. Like, be
But
real.
if she asked, if
No,
it was
like, dude,
asked to you,
I'm gonna bring this up in hyper specific scenarios in terms of debates. I am not in a real life
so
scenario
you
going
really
to
don't
bring up to
believe the
someone
stuff
who's
that you
talking about the
say.
scenario, be like, dude, I'm a zygote slayer and I do it for fun.
So
In a
in
real
other
life
words,
real life situation, I would not bring that up. What the fuck are you talking about?
so
You
in other
obviously
words, you
know
just
that it's a
bullshit
joke,
about
dude.
the things you say. You know what I mean? And that's and that's what
Hmm?
you do. You bullshit to get the people to give you the
Yeah, I
fives and
make
tens.
jokes.
Anyway,
Like,
I gotta go,
I'm sorry.
buddy.
Are you 100% serious all the time?
I gotta go. Well, if people are
Okay, bye
giving me
bye.
money
Thank
all
you.
the time,
Thank you for leaving. I
I
appreciate
would
it.
be very serious if I was thanking people for the fives and the tens and the ones.
Yeah,
And
I
then
can't
right
make
after
any
somebody
jokes.
gives
Yeah,
you 50
Parker,
cents.
stop joking. Parker,
Really?
Get
I should say
get some
you
comedy
know what,
outside of your
Parker?
job. Get away
Finally
from comedy,
agree.
Parker. Parker, actually, let's make
You
comedy
finally
illegal,
agree.
everybody. They're trying to make comedy illegal. Okay,
Oh,
everyone.
listen.
They want Parker to
You
stop making
finally
jokes and to start being so very serious every single time he comes on the live stream. And by the way, you're
Parker,
totally
you know
okay
what
with the
the funny
president of the
thing
United
is?
States literally
Here's
making
the
death
funny
threats,
thing.
but Parker get a
Here's the
job
thing.
if he
You know
makes
what?
an
Listen,
unserious
you're
comment.
right
Oh
about
my
one
God,
thing.
because he
Your
said he's a
life is
zygote
a
slayer,
joke.
you better stop him right now. You better stop him right now. You better stop Parker right now. Mega Roni, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. It's sparkling apple and grape juice. It's not wine. It's not an adult beverage, don't worry. I think that guy was a snowflake, everybody. He can't take some jokes. He can't take Parker being unserious. Look at that. Parker Get Serious is the new nickname I have to go by. Parker needs to get serious. All right, let's go to the next individual. Amber, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Becoming a mom made me more pro-choice than ever before. No one should be forced to do something that changes your entire life so much. That is so true. That is so true. Like, well, I don't know why they particularly prescribe that. It's only going to make people more pro-life. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Anna. Ellie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Ash, thank you so much for the $2. Sarah, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much.
you,
Benjamin,
Ash and
thank you so
Sarah.
much for the $5. Brianna, thank you for the
Shout out
$2.
to
Thank
Ben.
you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me thank some people on
Thank
YouTube,
you
and
all.
then we will go into the conversation. Joseph, thank you for the $10, by the way, on Venmo.
W. Joseph.
Thank you for thanking my gifters. I appreciate it. Yo, W to the guests for thanking the gifters. Yo, thank you very much.
course.
Tara, thank
Of
you so much. I really
course.
appreciate the $26 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Go to W's for Tara in the comment section right now. Thank you so
W's
much.
for
I really
Tara?
appreciate it. Thank you. I would.
Everyone spam W for Tara.
Thank you so much, Tara. Rabbit, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Pixel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It actually could be. Martian, thank you so much for the $5. Rue, thank you so much for the $10 again. BC with the $2. Audrey, thank you so much for the $10 for
Damn.
Happy Holidays, Zygote Slayer. Harp,
adds
thank you so much
up.
for the $10. Lawrence, thank you for the $2. Jen with the $10 again. Thank you so much. Get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section. Again, if you're on
W,
YouTube,
Jen.
hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you want to thank the donors, go for it for another time.
Like right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you to all donors supporting free speech, supporting Parker and free speech debate. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Tara, with the 20. Thank you, all these supporters and gifters, whether it be $2 or $10, you're making a difference. And the money adds up. And you know what? You're supporting free speech and free discussion. And you know what? That's good. So, you know what? Great donors, great supporters, great individuals. Thank you, Benjamin. And thank you,
Never
Tara,
seen
again.
greater individuals ever before. I think they're the
haven't.
greatest individuals you've ever seen.
Possibly might be the greatest.
Possibly might
There
be
are
the greatest.
few
Alrighty,
out
so
there.
why do you support Donald Trump?
Um. Okay. Oh my God. Like, hmm. Sorry. I'm like thinking of words to say. I support his foreign policy. Okay. Do I support? I don't. I disagree with the last guy because I'm pro sentience like you. You convinced me on that years ago. I was
Nice.
pro-choice before either way, but you gave me a solid argument. But really, genuinely. I'm America first. Obviously, he's not that type of candidate, and he's not very America first in his foreign policy. But when it comes comparatively, Kamala and Biden and their legacy versus Trump in terms of foreign politics, I would take Trump, to be honest.
Okay. And so, like, what makes you think that, and not just in foreign politics, overall politics, that the Democrats are less America first than Donald Trump?
Oof. It's not even. You can't say Israel. I can't say I don't like Israel, so I'm not even gonna bring that up. But, truthfully, I don't even think it's a Republican versus Democrat thing. I don't think. I think like when we're talking about would I vote for Trump or Kamala like a year ago, I would vote for Trump because I think his foreign policy is more favorable towards the USA. Like for instance, like maybe it sounds sucky, but like Democrats are very eager to support to give I don't know the word. I guess not unwanted, but here's a word like unlimited and unreluctant to give almost nearly unlimited support to our allies like Ukraine and our other allies. And
Like how Trump is
honestly,
with
I
Israel?
support Ukraine. Hmm?
Like how
Oh,
Trump
I
is with
told you
Israel?
that's why I don't like Trump. So you don't even have to like do a gotcha. I agree with you.
Not even just that.
I don't like what we do there.
We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump has said he wants to give $40 billion to Argentina. How do you feel about that?
Was it about the bailout on farmers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it, the rebuttal that the Republicans, the conservatives are using is that, that I'm pretty sure is true. I'm pretty sure you can tell me if I'm wrong, but what I've been hearing is that, they give $40 billion, but ultimately the US is going to be paid back and that it's kind of a payback loan. We're not just giving them money up front and then they
We
take
said
it
the
and
same
it's
thing
not
with
coming
Ukraine
back to
funding,
us.
right?
Which funding towards Ukraine?
Yeah, some of the funding towards Ukraine is through loan and will be paid back.
Hey,
But like in the context
I
of like
love Ukraine.
Argentina, like it's a
Don't get me
currency
wrong.
swap, a 20 billion a currency swap.
Oh, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily entail that it's going to be paid back, but it does mean that we're like essentially now the benefits would be that it keeps that country stable, right? So
Yeah,
you might
I feel
argue
like
from that
that's a good
perspective
thing.
that's good, but then you're arguing that you would support other countries to keep them stable, and you think that's in the interest of the American people. That sounds in accordance with the democratic reasoning. Like, for example, supporting Ukraine when we signed an agreement with them, right, called the Budapest Memorandum.
Oh no. I mean, I think we should keep countries stable. I think we should keep Ukraine stable. And you know what? I support because Republicans are very reluctant. They're very eager to be all pro-Russian, pro-Putin, and that's disgusting to me because they're doing terrible things in Ukraine. But ultimately, like I agree with Democrat policy in Ukraine, but I think that it goes to an extent. And what I like about Trump, at least in terms of that, is that he's very what's the word assertive, and he's very dominant and assertive and in trying in trying to make make sure that the money is going places where they should go, right? And that it's not just an unlimited unwavering source, because he wants to make sure that the USA isn't just everybody's free money, free weapons, whatever. Should they get that? Definitely. But I feel like he's more or less what I'm boiling down to, and it's not just Ukraine, it's France, Britain, whatever, is that it's less of an unwavering support rather than, it's not like an unwavering support, unwavering, we love you so much. It's more like this is a mutual gain relationship.
I don't think Trump is actually very dominant because I think that he's reduced our relationships with our allies, which makes him less dominant. And also, the way that he's assertive is overly assertive. Like, for example, he talked about annexing Canada, Panama,
Mm,
and Greenland,
mm.
right? Like, you understand that
Greenland I
that's a
support.
mechanism of being assertive that is actually negatively impactful in terms of the dominance.
I think Greenland was great, actually. to be honest. Obviously, it's never gonna happen, but
Yeah, but like
I
you understand
support
that's overly too much because of the fact that we're allied with Denmark and with Greenland.
But you notice how these countries, how do they retaliate? Are they, are they saying USA? Oh, we're not, because when you think about it, we're the global hegemon. We have all the power. We have all their weapons. They're not gonna run to Russia. They're not gonna run to China. They're not even gonna run to France and the UK and the regional powers. Because what do they have? They have us. So when we say, oh, we want Greenland, whatever, Denmark's not saying, oh, we're not. That's it. We're not gonna, we fund so much of their military and so many of their intelligence and whatever, and we have bases in their country. It's not like they're gonna, pull away. And they didn't pull away and say these things. And that's what I like about Trump, is because he realizes that, even though we threaten our, not threaten, that's not the right word, but even though we're like assertive to our allies and act like that and act, all pushy
He's
and
not like that
whatever,
with Putin. He'll do that with
Well,
our
I don't think
allies, but not with Putin. Why
hey,
isn't he like,
well-
whoa, we'll annex Russia? Putin, you better fucking back down or annex
Keep
your country,
your-
okay?
you know
Why does
what?
he do that with our allies, but he's not doing it with Putin? What the fuck?
Keep
Where
your
are the
friends
priorities?
close, but your enemies close.
Hey,
Your
Putin,
friends
you're
close,
fucked,
but
buddy.
enemies
We'll
close.
literally take your country, buddy. I don't think you'll have even a chance. Like, why doesn't he do that?
No.
Is
but
it because Putin's got a
honestly,
video
like,
or
my honest
pics?
take, sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean
Sorry,
to.
go ahead.
But I heard you. But oh my god, holy stutter. But
You're okay.
my take on is keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Now, do I like when you look at American foreign policy? Are we sending weapons to Russia? Are we sending tanks and whatever? And is he being kind in that way towards Russia? No. Is he acting like Is he going to press conferences with Putin and what's the word? Being all warm and fuzzy to him? Sometimes, but but no. What are the real world implications of that? What are the real world implications of not going on stage and being all, oh, you're F you Putin? Because like
Where's the
really, if we
galaxy?
want peace in Ukraine,
Oh,
it's
but
not
like you should be
gonna
doing that with our allies. Yeah, do that with Canada. Do that with
Well,
Greenland.
Canada's
Do
not
that with
generating
p-
a peace deal.
wait, hold up. Sorry,
Or
say
do you
what?
mean in general?
Yeah, I think that if you were strong, peace through strength with Russia, that would work better. I actually
through
think that's where that
strength?
mentality works with Russia because they will only capitulate once you force them to.
Not even. I think Putin's such an irrational leader that, I mean, he was sanctioned by the whole world basically, and where has that gotten us?
Well,
I mean, it's gotten us
it
no.
put them in a
It
worse
hurts their-
position. It would have continued if Trump actually followed through with it, but he didn't.
What followed through with what?
Followed through with the approach that we had to particularly force Russia into submission.
Which would be what? Sanctions?
Not
I think
continued,
all our sanctions are.
not only continued
place, or-
sanctions, but also like in terms of military support with Ukraine.
Well, we still
Not
give them
folding to
military
Russia.
support. We still offer them military support. and
Yeah,
give
but
them
we're not.
our
We're
used
we are
weapons.
definitely not as strong in doing so, and we weren't like throughout Trump's administration.
Well, why not? Like
Because
in
Trump
what way?
originally cut funding.
But not anymore, right?
Yeah, he tried to increase it back, but it's not as much as what it would have been otherwise. So you understand that's
I mean, we
actually like
could-
limited our ability to like maintain Ukraine's sovereignty.
Well, in that sense, it's a matter of unwavering support again, and I think his main issue is telling Ukraine whether they could take all our money and. I mean, what was the funding? Was it money or used weapons, or what exactly was it? Because I think if it was money, I'm pretty sure that's just us telling them, our money
It was
isn't going to go
mainly used
anywhere.
weapons.
Yeah, used weapons is different then. That's a little silly. I'm not gonna defend everything he's done, but in general on the world stage, I think that's a good thing. And also, like, mainly when I say world politics, I'm mostly talking about the Congo and what he did there with Rwanda, and I guess not anymore because there's gunfire and whatnot. I don't know what I could say on here, but
Yeah, like that
between
hasn't
Cambodia
maintained.
and Thailand.
So like I mean, a lot of the things that Trump tried to take credit for, they didn't maintain. So he's taking credit for things that don't make sense for him to take credit for. It's also like embarrassing on the world stage, like for him to take credit for
Did the-
things that clearly other countries know that he has nothing to do with.
Did the Congo, conflict, it was maintained, correct?
Um,
I believe it was.
I'm pretty sure
see,
there
that's
has been. Let me make sure.
I'm
I'm
pretty sure Rwanda like abided by the peace deal that they're not, they're not sending their troops and whatever. The whole Cambodia thing, that was kind of funny. Everybody was like, "Oh, Trump saved Cambodia and Thailand," and what do we get like a month ago? We get a bunch of gunfire and whatnot. Also, Trump's, whatever. And you know what? I don't like what he's doing with Israel, sending
there
them all
is
our
with
money.
yeah, there's active fighting.
Between who though? Is Rwanda still backing the I don't believe Rwanda's still backing any forces there. They don't have their military in the Congo anymore. I think that was the main deal. And that's in return that reduces casualties because it's less operating fighters. I think that's the main thing. I think
So
that's like a good thing.
with practically any of these disputes that was referenced in terms of 8 wars that Trump ended 8 wars, 1,000,000 wars, 3,000,000 wars. Yeah, there's practically every single one. There's active fighting or there's a fragile condition.
I think the Congo was a success though. I didn't mention the other ones. Believe me, I didn't. And it's because I know that
I don't think
all
so, but
that-
like also like again, none of these points
think-
what I say are good enough to establish that he's like America first.
I do like what he's
And
doing.
by the way,
with
to
Venezuela.
clarify, what you're
Yes.
telling me right now is that you are more focused on actually what his policies are in terms of foreign
no.
policy than you're focused on what his policies are in terms of benefiting Americans. That's actually what this tells to me, right? Is that he's
you know
focused
what?
more about like stopping all these other conflicts rather than stopping things that are affecting American citizens here.
No. But also a thing in the Congo, Rwanda is it was.
Wait, no, so like, what are the
also an
policies?
investment in rare
What are
earth
the policies
material.
that? Wait, sorry, say that.
Rare earth minerals. That's like the bargaining.
I
chip
don't
that we
think that
use.
I don't think that's what we should be doing to benefit America. Like I
But
definitely
that
don't
gives us
think.
those resources, competing with China, getting rare earth
I
minerals.
I don't think that should be something that we should force out of countries. I think that's actually like historically led to exploitation and like bad conditions. I would prefer America to build itself up, not by tearing others down.
Well, I don't. Well, first, I don't think we're tearing them down. Second,
I
I
think
don't
it is. I
if
don't know
we
why.
don't
I don't know why we have anything to do with this to get mineral rights.
mining minerals, rare minerals, in the Congo.
What do we have to do with this to like be able to have mineral rights?
What do you mean? Like
What did we do? What did we do to deserve mineral rights?
What do you mean deserve? Like ought to? Like is this philosophical? I'm just saying to benefit America. It's
Okay,
I
I don't.
support it 'cause
Okay,
it
so
benefits
would you
America.
support stealing other countries' land in order to benefit America?
Well, we're not stealing their
I'm
minerals.
just asking.
They're
Would you be?
giving it to us.
Well, due to this agreement, that's due to the conditions in force that Trump's applying.
No, it's not. It's pressure. It's not we're forcing them.
Okay, well, I don't see
Or
this
actually,
to be.
it's not even pressure.
I do
agreed
think
to
it's
it.
taking from others. So the point, if it was just like you're gonna trade with them, that's a trade agreement. This isn't a trade agreement. This is quote unquote rights to it.
I mean, they agreed to it, did they not? It's not. We're not
I don't.
stealing because it was a
That doesn't mean that
consensual
there wasn't
agreement.
force or coercion involved. You agreed that there was pressure involved.
I mean, not not like physical violence, but there's pressure in the sense that, I mean, what even pressure in that, we have the biggest country on earth, like asking, sure, but we should take advantage of
And
that.
wait,
shouldn't we?
what type of pressure does that create? Does that create maybe like a force or a threat?
We're not No, okay, trust me, we're not sending American military into the jungles and rainforests.
Didn't we
of Congo,
bomb
and they know that
Nigeria
very well.
on Christmas?
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear.
Didn't we bomb Nigeria on Christmas?
Wasn't that for
Wait. You just said that we wouldn't involve ourselves in Africa. Now you're arguing that we have?
I said we're not going to have armies in rainforest jungles.
Wait, then why are they talking about going and sending land troops to Venezuela?
Venezuela's? First of all, that's okay. First,
None of this is America
but
first.
Venezuelans
No, you know what's America
complete
first?
different from the
Ensuring people.
Congo.
You know what's America first? Ensuring people have access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability.
See, this
Actually
is
having
moving
a
from the
housing policy,
conversation.
housing affordability policy. Actually having a healthcare policy. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's healthcare plan is?
We were talking about Venezuela and the Congo, and now you're moving on because you don't want to engage.
No, because I don't think you're America
Venezuelan
first.
geography is
I don't
so
think
much
you're
different
America
from the
first with your
Congo.
mentality, with your priorities. I don't think you're America first in terms of actually
getting
caring
rare
about
earth
any of these
minerals and-
policies. This
Sorry,
is not
wait.
how you actually view America first. You don't view
Let me
America first by
respond
trying to
real
go to
quick
other
after.
countries around the world to take from them. You build up America first by ensuring that people in this country have basic adequate access to things that they need.
Could I make a response real quick and then, all right. So basically my point with the Congo is there's just a quick summary just for people, just so we have a common agreement. There's a limited amount of rare earth minerals on Earth. A lot of them are located in Africa and the rainforest jungles, whatever, the Congo and that region. We arranged a peace deal between Rwanda and Congo, but the main point that I'm trying to drive down is that there's China right now is going in the Congo and they're taking rare earth minerals, right? And it's not forceful, it's agreed, it's consensual. There's a reason why American military and American companies aren't in, I don't know what words I could use, but not physical fighting. I'll just say that with the Congo, right? But the USA is consensually in agreement with the Congo taking rare earth minerals, and that's beneficial for chips and chip production and beneficial for,
It would be more
computers
beneficial
and
if you
whatnot.
didn't force them into a situation, an agreement like this, and rather you just
It's
left
not
it up to the free
forcing.
market if they want to sell it to our country.
The free market is not America first right now.
Oh, okay. So then you're saying that you
Entirely.
don't think. Okay, so then let's acknowledge this.
Global.
Let me acknowledge this. Let me acknowledge this. So you say that the free market is not quote unquote America first. Okay, then my question with this is that why do you think then forcing conditions that we have to particularly get mineral rights from rather than specifically just letting them sell it to us is preferable to, again, us building up our country and ensuring that basic adequate access to resources within our country instead of focusing on taking stuff from other countries? It is America first to focus and have priorities on benefiting Americans and not taking things from other countries in which you're trying to say is going to be the benefit for Americans. I don't think that's a benefit to the moral values of this country. I don't think that's a benefit to how we're viewed on the world stage. I don't think that's a benefit to plenty of the conditions around the world. Again, I think that it would be better off if we focused more on Americans, providing them adequate access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, and being a beacon of hope for the rest of the world so that when they look at us and they see specifically how we're conducting things, they want to conduct things exactly like us because we're doing it so great. That's what I want everyone to look at when they look at the United States, and they don't look at that when they look at the United States. Right now, when Donald Trump's the president, undermining our democracy, undermining our economy, undermining our middle class.
Unrelated. Now just let me respond.
You can say it's all unrelated, but you're just not going to address any of my points.
No, the very end was unrelated when you started talking about, the very end unrelated to. So taking rare earth minerals consensually, it's not just taking, it's an agreement, and consensually taking rare earth minerals and mining, right, and bringing it to our country instead of China taking it is fundamentally an America first policy because it's not going to China, it's not going to our competitor. No more, we're not letting our main rival economically and on the world stage, which is, they undermine our values. They undermine everything you just stated. They are the main underminer of that, right? In terms of how they fundamentally act, in terms of their fundamental policy, in terms of
to be honest with you, I think that's straight up not true.
Please, I let you talk. Just let me finish real quick. And I'm sorry to even say that, but they're and defeating our rival and making sure they don't have an unlimited supply, that they don't have what's the word they don't have a monopoly over these resources, and that we have adequate access consensually, and it's consensually is fundamentally America first, because and also, in addition to that, it goes to American industry, it goes to American companies, it creates American jobs, and it boosts our manufacturing in that area. And I that's the one thing I actually agree with Biden on too, is the CHIPS Act and fundamentally working with American chips. And this is good because we get rare earth minerals. But in general, that's America first, irregardless of everything else. And it is with American values, because American values are that we should have consensual agreements and we should be able to partake in that type of trade. That's why it's legal. That's why it's constitutional for us to do these things. And also, I don't want to go off topic, and it's really not, but you mentioned Venezuela earlier. In regard to and also Nigeria, but in regard to our strike on Nigeria is against people killing Christians in Nigeria. And then in regard to Venezuela, our attacks on their boats and whatnot is also fundamentally America first, because they're carrying DRUGS, right? But not just that, but our strikes there are also adequate, in my opinion, and necessary. And I know that's a little off topic, but we brushed on it and you mentioned them. I just wanted to respond. But that's all I have to say on that.
Okay.
But I'll let you respond now, and I'll talk after.
So
Yeah.
forcing conditions for trade is different than a natural agreement in the free market. I'm okay with there being a natural agreement in the free market, but the forcing conditions for trade in the context of the situation and using a situation like this in order to do so, I think is messed up. And I don't think that's America first because it does not uphold the values of this country. Secondly, it's not upholding the values of this country to call for the execution of those off the coast of Venezuela, where again, there's no evidence they had DRUGS that was given to Congress even in the first place. And even if they did, that's not reason to unalive them. It would be reason to detain them once they get to U.S. waters. Again, because Donald Trump himself has pardoned a convicted seed drug trafficker, 400 tons of seed drug, right? The ex-president of Honduras, right? He's pardoned them after they were convicted. But again, someone who's just alleged to be doing this, it's justified to murder them.
Okay, I'll respond to I forgot your second point. I'll just respond to the two things, Venezuela and Congo. On the Congo, I don't think there's any proof of us forcing them and physically, threatening violence or anything if they didn't give us rights to their minerals. It Beyond that, it was a trade agreement and a peace deal as well, and it was us negotiating and using it as a bargaining chip and getting what we want, but also working with them, right? I don't think there is any threat of American military gliding into the Congo and working in the rainforest to get people. And then in regard to Venezuelan stuff, first of all, I don't think we should give any pity to people who are coming to America and using DRUGS to, unalive tens of thousands of people. I don't think that should get pity at all, because honestly, they're coming here. They know that the effects of those types of things that they're bringing into America are ultimately going to lead it to deaths. And honestly, it's the same reason why I think that people, even if they're, socially pressured into getting into, when it was Germany in the 1940s, getting into those roles or joining the military, I have no sympathy, right? And then also our current policy is detaining people when they come to shore. And how's that going for us, right? So I think that this shows off American strength and it's preventative too. And then also in regards to the evidence point, and I think this addresses all you said on Venezuela, but at the very first attack, people complained about that, but these boats go from cities that were completely controlled by these cartels. I forgot what it was called. There's something de Angel or something like that. I don't know the exact name. Tren de Agual or something like that. I'm pretty sure you should be familiar because I know you know your stuff. But the whole city is controlled by them. It's a place where they just manufacture DRGS, and those exist across Central America. And my boyfriend fled from from a city that was just like that. But ultimately, when it comes to these areas, they knew it's a DRUGS manufacturing place. And then there's also a strike in like mid-November, and we've seen like clean evidence when we worked with the Dominican Republic, and they came and they found 2,600 pounds of drugs. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was one of the strikes we carried out, and we saw the aftermath. They recovered all those things. But ultimately, there is a lot. We're not just going off random boats. We have intelligence. We have reason. And just because they haven't provided, on all the what you're saying they haven't provided, doesn't mean there's any reason. Because I've just named multiple strikes where there's definitive proof that they're not just going after fishers. And you see people. Sorry, I know I'm rambling, but just one more fact about that is you see people like throwing their cargo of DRUGS into the water after they're spotted by American, fighters or whatever in the sky, right? So it's not fighters, you know what I mean, though, people in the sky observing them, helicopters and whatnot. So there's a lot of evidence. Just because it wasn't provided to Congress yet doesn't mean that we're going after fishers. You never see fishing rods. You don't see families coming forward and saying, oh, my son was just fishing in the water, I don't know why he was striked. You don't see that. You see cargo in the water, and you see tons of DRUGS picked up by the Dominican Republic when we worked with them on our joint operation. You barely see, oh, my son was a fisher. And if you do once in a while, it's how many people say that about their people in cartels, right? Oh, my son was just working at a restaurant and whatnot. No, he was a cartel member too, and he was on the side, and that's not definitive either. But I'll digress and let you speak.
Yeah, so there's a few things. One, there absolutely have been families that have come out and talked about specifically their family members being attacked off the coast of Venezuela and in the South Caribbean, all right, in terms of these situations. So there absolutely have been, and even in the situations in which you think that there was evidence they had DRUGS in the first place, that's not evidence to murder them. It's evidence to detain them once they get to U.S. waters. So if you want to address that, address it from that respect. And then in terms of the conditions you were talking about from the agreement that you were referencing earlier, there was coercive aspects that were involved within it. This is even talked about from the own administration, so they admitted to doing this, like to using coercion to do so. And then in terms of like the people off the coast in the Southern Caribbean, in this situation, again, doesn't make sense to murder them, even if there was evidence that they were carrying DRUGS. Wouldn't you want to like detain them so that you can get information about the scheme, how they're bringing this to the country, so that you can prevent it in the future? It wouldn't make sense to murder them in that scenario. And also, again, Donald Trump pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker that literally trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug. The ex-president of Honduras, convicted of doing that. But you're just saying someone who's alleged to have done this should be unalived?
I'll be quick with all my responses because I know I took minutes before and you just, rebutted in 30 seconds. I'll be quick. On the Congo, I say coercion and whatnot, but really what was the coercion? Because we're talking about physical force and we're talking about, American military entering the Congo and, forcefully taking it, or we're going to forcefully take it if you don't let us. Like, what were the methods of coercion? Because really, I don't think that, we're doing those types of things. And if not, if it's not a threat of physical violence and it's more like, we're not going to trade with you as much, I don't think it's a big deal. That counts as coercion too. And if that's a coercion, I don't think it matters. And then on Venezuela, when it comes to it's not a death sentence, we should detain you in the coasts. Well, that's our current policy, and how's it working for us? They find other routes. They have people, they leave, or there's still an influence. But sorry, I misspoke. But when you know that you're gonna enter the water and there's a threat of being blown up, that's more of a deterrent than knowing, I'm just going to be detained and the rest of my cartel or the rest of the members of this gang, they could continue their activities, right? It's more of a deterrent, and this is, again, what I'm talking about with Trump being an assertive leader and showing dominance and not being afraid to do all these methods.
Okay, so then how is it a deterrent to pardon the violent riot? How is it a deterrent to pardon the convicted drug trafficker that was the ex-president of Honduras?
Yeah, I was about to say. So I addressed the other two, but just on that, I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not gonna be speaking on. I'm gonna speak on what you told me, but I'm not gonna be speaking on it just because I'm ignorant on that. I didn't know about that. But given that it's true, because I'm assuming it's true, because I know you're not coming on here lying and spewing false information. I know that's not how you are, and that's why I like you, Parker. Truthfully, I love you, but and I love your donors. But ultimately, if that's true, since that's true, I'm not even gonna say if. I know it's true. That's something he would do, especially with what he does to Israel. I hate Israel as well. But I'm against that completely, to be honest. And is it hypocritical if it's true? Since it's true, completely. But I don't think that means that our policy on the water in the Southern Caribbean with the Venezuelans, that should be discarded just because he's being hypocritical elsewhere. But I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you. I think you're completely right. But I don't think that means our policy with Venezuela should be discarded. But I understand what you're saying on him being hypocritical. I'm not going to be, I love Trump so much. I love Israel. I love Israel. I love Trump. I love Honduras. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be stupid and be, whatever. I agree with you. But I don't think that means our policy should end. And also, on Congo, I don't think it was forceful coercion. So coercion of force. Or threat of violence or anything like that. So I'm not necessarily against what we did with their rare earth minerals. But correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know what the coercion was.
They were using the security crisis to extract the minerals in order for there to be an agreement in the first place. They admitted it themselves. I'm not making this up. This is something they admitted to themselves. And then in terms of the situation with Venezuela, off the coast of Venezuela, again, it does make sense to not accept this method of deterrence, because you can deter them and get more information to deter it from happening in the future if you do not unalive them and instead you detain them. It'd be preferable to detain them. Now, if you said that they might be able to get away before they get to U.S. waters, well, then detain them where they are. Why are you trying to unalive them then?
So, okay, 3 things on the Congo. You say we're taking advantage of their security crisis. That could mean anything. There's always a security crisis there. We solved that. We brokered that peace deal, but ultimately that doesn't mean there's a threat of force. That doesn't mean we're gonna we're gonna send troops now, we're gonna whatever. I don't think that was necessarily a bad thing, right? I think that was a good policy either way. We benefited from it, and so did the Congo and Rwanda. And then as far as Venezuela, and we
Not when it's
kept
not
on
even in
saying
effect, but
is I respond after. I'm sorry, but
go ahead.
I just want to respond quickly to Venezuela. Is what you said about detain them before? We don't have legal rights to go into Venezuela, send our army there and
This is
detain
off the
people.
coast of Venezuela.
Yeah,
This
we
is
don't.
in
We can't
international
go on.
waters. And you're saying we don't have the rights to do that? We don't have the
We
rights to fucking
okay?
blow
How
them up.
dangerous is it?
We
How
don't have the rights to do
dangerous is it?
that. What are you talking about?
How
You're asked
dangerous
now
is it?
questioning whether or not we have the right to do it?
But it's such. But international waters is so much different from going into a different country and putting our military there.
I didn't say
And
go
also,
into the country.
and
I
also,
said
do you want
specifically
do you want
detain
our,
them when
okay,
I
okay.
said detain them in international waters.
Yeah, see the issue with that is that it's extremely dangerous for. There's a reason why that's not our policy usually. Like off the coast of Somalia, we don't. It's because it's
Somalia?
extremely
You mean
dangerous.
Venezuela?
No, Somalia, like the Somalian pirates. Like you're familiar with that.
What
Like
are you
how they
talking about? We're talking about
I know
Venezuela
we're
right
talking
now.
about I know we're talking about Venezuela, but they have a pirating issue over there, and there's a reason why we don't have Marines come from the sky and like whatever the Coast Guard over there and detaining Somalian pirates is because we get shot, and it's more of a security risk.
Dude,
Why
in this
not just
context,
eliminate
we're
them
talking
instead
about
of
off the coast of
risking
Venezuela.
American lives?
Stop. We're talking about off the coast of Venezuela. There's not the same type of security risk threat in terms of the officers. And in this situation, if you're saying that you're scared about the effect on the officers, that's a risk that they go under when they specifically go into the job that they're doing. That happens for police officers as well. Do you not want the police officers to enforce the law? Instead, you just want to drone strike criminals in the country because again, it would put people at risk in terms of officers.
So if
Just drone
okay,
strike
so
it. Just drone strike them.
Two things. There is a threat because what do you do when you're detaining somebody in international waters? You go down from a helicopter, you move from another boat, and you get shot at because they're always armed, right? We're not.
There's
It's
no
not.
evidence that they were armed in any of these circumstances.
Well, they got blown up, but they have cargo, and either way, it's a security risk. I trust U.S. intelligence. I think they're not gonna do something out of the way that's not the great move, and that they don't. Either way, is the point. The point
They're not
is
going to
that
do
there's a
something that
greater-
doesn't
there's
make
a greater
sense. Like that's
security
just
risk.
like you assuming
You can't.
you assuming
I'm
oh they
sorry,
would
but you
never
can't
do
win the
anything
point
wrong.
That it's not a
They
security
would actually
risk.
never
You
do
can't win
anything
that
wrong. They would
point.
only ever do the right thing.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't like Israel, for instance. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, but like
But what I'm
I just
saying
don't
is
understand your
you
point.
can't win the point that there's not a security risk because inherently there's a greater security risk when you have people on hand going into water to confront DRG traffickers, right? And detain them and arrest them in international water than if we simply strike them. And again, I'm saying we should strike them because our current policy of just detaining them when they come to our coastline isn't working.
Even
That's
if
not working.
and by
It's
the
not
way,
a
it
deterrent.
was, and even if it
It
leads to
wasn't. We
innocent
had
people being murdered,
DRGs
wait,
into
not
our
only
country.
even if it leads to innocent people being murdered, you're okay with doing it?
How many innocent people have been? Well, I guess we don't know, do we?
Wait,
But
no, I mean, we can point
we?
to multiple different. You said that there were no families. There actually were families, specifically in relatives, that did come out and talk about this.
What do they say?
Yeah. Saying that the widows of someone specifically insisted that they were a good man with no ties to DRUGS who had simply gone out to catch snapper and tuna.
He was alone or what? Who else was on that boat?
I mean, that's specifically of one person that I'm referencing. There's another person I could
I
reference
know, but
where they're
but
they are
when
a
we-
fisherman
Mhm.
from the village of Los Cuevas, and their cousin specifically said that Donald Trump took a father, a brother, and uncle. And if you say the boat had DRUGS on it, where is the DRUGS? We want evidence.
Not only okay, so multiple things. Just to respond to that, I'm not going to completely trust the words of these people simply because no, please understand, is because simply
You
they
did
may
not
not
just
have been
say that,
told the
dude.
whole
You
story.
brought that up. You brought that up as a reason to say that this would be something that you would think that they were fishermen. But then even when I bring it up, you still don't believe it's necessary evidence.
No, I mentioned
You're
it
gonna
right
justify
after I said
anything
it
the Trump
too.
administration does.
I mentioned it right after I said that too, is that these people that say that they may, not only is it that they're covering, but I doubt it, but they might not have been fed the whole story about what these people do. And that's usually how it is when it comes to DRHS and that type of trade, is that people try to protect their families, not get them involved. They don't know anything. Otherwise, they're of greater threat to rivals and whatnot. So truthfully, I'm not gonna. I trust American intelligence on that. I don't think that we're striking a random fisher boat. I think there's reason. I don't think we're just looking at fishing hooks and whatnot with our drone in the sky and we're looking. Oh, we're
Again,
gonna.
wait, you know that
We
the
see
only
cargo
mechanism for
dropped into
fishing is
water.
not using a fishing rod, right? Like you can literally fish without using a fishing rod.
No, I know. I'm not saying that as my main reason or whatnot. I'm saying that we're not. I'm saying like as an example, we're not we're not going out of our way to attack boats with that, right? I trust American intelligence that we're actually going for people with DRHS cargo, and when it's come to the Dominicans, when it comes to the places with detailed reports that actually came out, right? We saw that there was evidence that DRHS. We saw that cargo was dropped into the water. We saw that Dominican Republic recovered 2,100 tons, or I think pounds. What am I saying? Tons.
And
Of
again, even
DRHS.
if that's true, you still want
It
to
is.
detain them.
I don't think so, because again, that current method isn't working. We get DRHS.
It was. When you say it wasn't working, why do you establish that? Like what reason do you have to believe that?
Our problem is still persisting with DRHS. We still have people
Wait,
coming
wait,
into our
I have a question.
waters.
What DRUGS are being brought from Venezuela mostly?
I'm not.
And
I'm
you can't say
actually
the
not sure.
DRUGS name. You got to say like C drug, F drug, M drug, something like that.
I don't think it's F drug. Definitely not. Right? I think it's I'm pretty sure it's. Well, also the DRHS usually come from Colombia, and then Trindagua. I think that's the cartel name.
So then
They take it.
the question still stands. What DRUGS?
Colombia usually deals with the C drug, but obviously it's not all of them. Right, and that's brought into our country, and even if you're saying that the C drug doesn't always, it's not the main unaliver, and it's usually the F drug, right? It's ruining hundreds of thousands of lives, and there's
No
still
one's
our
no one's
ODs.
disputing that. So then again, Donald Trump
Right.
pardoned a violent, or not a violent, a
Did we not
convicted
already talk about
C
that?
drug trafficker, and you said that that's something to overlook. Now you could say that you don't care
I
about
didn't say that at all.
You could say you don't care about his hypocrisy as much as you care about addressing this within this
I didn't
respect.
say that either.
Okay. Then what do you want to say?
I said that it's hypocritical. I said that he's wrong with it. I said that I agree with you, but that doesn't mean our policy should change. That
That's
just
quite
means
literally
that our
what I was
policy
just
should have
trying to
been
reference.
applied there too. And him and all of his rookies should have gotten the death sentence too, because they're destroying American lives. I like.
Okay,
you
wait. So
think I'm
then
gonna
Trump should as well because you pardoned them, right?
get the death sentence?
Yeah, he's helping them, right?
No, he's not having any active DRUGS trade.
Pardoning them isn't helping them.
He pardoned one person that's not actively dealing with
Wait,
the trade anymore.
who was convicted of trafficking 400 tons?
Yeah, he's not actively dealing with the trade, so you can't say that
Wait,
Trump
but-
is, helping the trade when that
convicted
person isn't
400
actively dealing
trons.
with it.
But
Right, but he's not actively
but
dealing
you were
with the
talking about
trade,
because
so
this
there's no
serves as a
real-world
deterrence.
effect.
You're talking about this serves as a deterrence. This
This is a
doesn't. This
silly
serves as an
argument.
incentive that you could get pardoned.
Oh my God! One pardon towards a president. It's
An
not. When you
ex-president.
think about it, who runs the drug trade? Is it one guy, one president, or is it the hundreds of thousands of people below that work shipping it to the people that take
It's both, right? That's why
It's
they were
not-
convicted.
nobody-
That's
not
why
a
they were
random
convicted.
Venezuelan man isn't gonna
That's
be
why this person was
incentivized because
convicted. None of the
Trump
people you're
pardoned
referencing have been convicted. They're just alleged.
him.
And you
A
think
random
being alleged is
Venezuelan
enough
isn't gonna be
evidence, but you think being
incentive.
convicted is not enough.
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry. I may
Being
have
convicted is way more than just being alleged. And again, you believe that they should receive
not
the
denying.
punishment even if they have been just alleged. But again, if they were convicted, then you again said you disagree with it, but you are willing to overlook it in the general scheme of things.
I'm sorry. Okay, so two things. I didn't say I'm willing to overlook it. I said please stop using that word. I said that it's wrong. I said that it's hypocritical. I said that it shouldn't have happened, but it doesn't mean our policy should change. So stop using the word overlook, please. I agree with you, but
means
now you're
your
just playing with
policy
my
shouldn't
words.
change. When I say overlook, I was just saying in reference to you think that the policy should stay the same.
Okay, I agree with that wording then. But I thought you meant overlook as in, oh, I don't care about it and it doesn't matter.
I mean, you're
but
still
do-
willing to
I
support
think
Donald
it
Trump
does.
even though that's true.
Well, I don't support a lot of what he does.
But you still think he
But-
should be president over like Kamala Harris, for example.
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, that's kind of like the point
Yeah,
I was
but
making.
that doesn't mean I support I don't support a lot of people, but I would prefer them over other people. But back on subject, when it comes to, us unaliving alleged people, how many times have we done that in the Middle East? We don't go and file complete reports on every jihadist, right? I don't know what words I
I
could
don't
use
think that
in
we should
Syria
be
and Iraq.
intervening
We
in the
use
Middle East as
reasonable
much.
suspicion, and we use evidence that we've gathered and the people that they work for in the cities
And
that
they give
come
that
from.
evidence to Congress, and they didn't do so.
Right, and they should, and I don't think that they shouldn't. But we've seen that in the places where they have filed reports and they talked about it live. Not live, what am I saying? But they have talked about it in their reports and they released that, and Dominican Republic released it, their joint airstrike with the United States. Then we saw that there was proof, and it's not like we're going after, again, I'm sorry, but we're not going after like tiny fishing boats of a small family, and we're not, and it's just
I mean,
not
again,
the
they
status quo.
literally have, and you just didn't acknowledge it.
It's not that I didn't acknowledge it. I actually responded completely, and I said that we don't know that for sure. So as much as you want to say, oh, there's no you can't say that there's no information and then say, oh, but there's information and it's confirmed, right? You can't.
What?
That's contradictory.
What did I say there was no information about?
Okay, then if you didn't, you didn't. But
What?
my
No,
main
what did
point
I
is,
say that there was no information about?
no, if you didn't, you didn't. I'm not gonna go back.
No, I'm just
and say
asking you.
that.
Could
But
you
if
answer
you
the
didn't,
question?
I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay,
But okay,
alrighty.
but if you're working
Now
with
I
the
need a few
premise
more
that there's no
tiers.
information on them.
I need a few more tiers, actually.
Parker, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Now let me thank
Wait,
thank
can
you
I
a few
say one more
people.
thing, is that I
Audrey, thank you
respect
so
you
much
a
for
lot.
$10 as well. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Jane, thank you for the
okay.
dollar as well.
I
Brandy,
thought
thank
you
you
were
for the
about
dollar.
to kick me.
Eli
Thank
with the
you for the
dollar as
dollar.
well. Tom, thank you so much for the $5. Diane, thank you so
Thank you,
much for the
Tom.
10. I
Thank you
appreciate
for the
it. All right,
10.
go ahead. You were saying?
I support you all. Donors supporting free speech, supporting Parker. I do want to say, because I do have to go, but I do want to say that you're the reason. I was pro-choice before, but you're the reason why I solidified my beliefs. And I do think Trump is terrible for the economy. I think he's terrible for Israel. I hate Israel. But you convinced me on a lot of economic beliefs. You convinced me on a lot about why I like Biden. You convinced me on abortion. You convinced me on many things. But when it comes to that type of international policy, I will always be
I don't know why you do that
America
with your
first.
EGS, man. I don't think that's America first. I think actually,
I think it
based
is.
to be totally honest with you, and I think you need to rethink this. I think most
Okay.
of what you've demonstrated you care about is things that have nothing to do with actually benefiting the average American, or things that are going to be relevant towards the average American in terms of affordability, in terms
No.
of things that they generally care about, the economy. I think that you are prioritized more on trying to think about things that are going to be impacting things around the entire world rather than things actually here at home. I don't think you even mentioned any particular policy that would be specific to a domestic view of the U.S.
I'll tell you why I mentioned these things. I mentioned the tiniest, most irrelevant worldwide things because I think they're the only things that Trump does good. And I think there is only winning points, so I mentioned it to you so I could possibly have a chance at winning a debate with the Parker. But on everything else, I think he fails. I think he's a terrible leader. I think that
So
he's
you're not
on the
actually a
list.
Trump supporter.
Well, okay. I think, honestly, I'm not lying when I said all I said about the Congo and Venezuela and whatnot. But on everything else, do I like him? No. Would I prefer Kamala on a lot of things? Definitely. Do I hate Israel with all my heart? Yes. Do I occasionally listen to conservative populists? Yeah. Do I like Matt Walsh? Do I like Ben Shapiro? Do I like all that? No.
Okay.
Do I like Parker? Yes. Do I like Dean? No. So
Okay.
I think that summarizes my beliefs. I go iffy on a lot of things. I only mention these things because it's the only things I think that he does good. But everything else, you actually convinced me. I always hated him, but you convinced me. You solidified my beliefs. You had me debating other people and convincing them of trans rights and whatnot. I support illegal immigrants and undocumented immigrants. I hate ICE. I hate what he's doing with it. But I want to say that I want to just say this because I've been listening to you for like 2 years, maybe a year and a half. I know I've been yapping. You should get another debater on. But I want to thank you sincerely for being able to solidify my beliefs on abortion and economic policy, and immigration especially that, because you do a lot of good work with that, and you give good stats, and it's truthful stats on like they commit less crime, and it's good to have license and whatnot. But in general, I'm appreciate your time with me. I hope you have a great day, a great night. I hope you enjoyed your Christmas, and I hope I don't even know what else I hope, but I appreciate you a lot and your impact on my life.
All right.
And
Well, I
I hope
appreciate you very
continue
much.
doing your work.
Merry Christmas.
Thank
Happy
you so
holidays.
much.
Have
Happy
a, have a great night
holidays.
as well. Have a great night as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Their name was Parker, is paid by the DNC. Benjamin, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Benjamin. Yeah, honestly, though. And thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It was a speed run. Totally agree. Eli, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as, again, Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As always, thank you so much. And thank you. That's perfect. That was honestly like a question I could have asked as well. Brandy, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you. Jane, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much as well. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up there. I have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's make sure to go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Christine, thank you so much for the purchase of the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Via, thank you so much for the Galaxy. It is the elevation, I tell you. I tell you, that's the only way I can do it. Jolene, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you. For on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone. We're about 2 hours, 20 minutes in. Meaning we got like another hour and 40 minutes or so left on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No 30.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
There's various reasons. Usually when I vote, it's not green. I mean, it's not blue nor red because basically I feel politics is all one and the same. And it's all just one thing to divide individuals already. So what it's already accomplishing is dividing you and I as human beings. And regardless of who we serve, if it's a MAGA or if it's a Democrat, we both are serving the same puppeteer. So
you don't actually support Trump?
I do to an extent, because if you choose Kamala or if you choose Trump, those are our two representatives of America. And of the two, I believe Trump is the better representative than Kamala.
If you said that they're the exact same thing, then how could they be viewed any different under your view? It seems like you don't actually believe the claim that they are the exact same thing and that they lead us to the exact same place.
Well, the difference between that is when it comes to the global support. And one thing I do differentiate from Kamala to Trump is when Trump does he does value the hierarchy of the giving tax break to the rich people, but he does give back to Americans. And I feel that the Democrats had their time in power that really kind of hurt Americans, and in their own way kind of supported their own party without really ultimately giving back to the American people.
Okay, so how did Trump give back to the American people, and how do the Democrats not give back to the American people?
So since Obama was in office, that was a point where the Democrats had their standpoint and their foot in the door. And I don't feel that they really made a difference to America as far as Trump.
Could you be specific?
Did. Well, you had, I mean, without really trying to debate ideas, but trying to get to my point before we really start like debating, it would be that that Obama did himself do the same type of mass deportations as what Trump did, except I'm from Texas, and Obama did really deport people without due process, and he was holding them in cages. And in Arizona and in Mexico type deal around those areas, he was actually caging immigrants and sending them back. So the numbers that I understand is that it's by the millions that Obama was deporting people, and Trump, yes, he does do the same amount, but he never actually deported the same amount. Now that's just one factor. There's
Yeah,
various
can I
other
address this?
factors. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few things. Obama used a greater level of due process than the Trump administration. Trump expanded expedited removal to those that are anywhere within the jurisdiction of the country and within the country for less than 2 years, whereas prior it was applicable to individuals that are within 100 miles of the border and within the country for less than 2 weeks. So that's a complete distinction. Very, very big difference.
So in my understanding, every president has secured the borders. Do you agree with that?
Okay, then you agree Biden secured the border.
Okay, to a certain extent, just as well as Trump did. Correct.
Okay,
Can we just agree on that
sure.
fact? Okay. So before we move forward, that's one thing that I want to understand between you and I is that every president has actually done the due diligence of deporting immigration. That's part of the thing now. I just feel that there's a whole other factors that tie into as to why immigration is so important into America in this specific point in time. Now, I just feel that views and distinction kind of get distorted in this time frame because we're not living in the same age as when I grew up to when you grew up. I grew up in an age where technology wasn't a thing and it was just the information age. And that's something you're not aware of, but you can look back in history and be accustomed to that and just understand that through history itself. But I grew up without the technology, and I understand what it takes to go to a library and do your own research. And innovation was way different than it was today. So I'm kind of an old timer when it comes to something like this. And I just truly believe in our two candidates between Trump and Kamala. Trump
Comma.
was the better candidate.
Yeah, but okay, so like, can you mention any policies that Trump influenced to get passed that you think were better? Like, be specific.
Well, I mean, there's a various amount of them, but if you want to touch on one of them, I do believe deportation was one of them. I do believe
So if you
when you're
supported the
talking about,
deportations and you think Obama did it as well, then you support Obama's deportation policy.
well, the thing is just like this is where I differentiate with you on the deportation is because Obama did it to a mass more of a mass people where he actually did it without due process, and he actually held
Obama used
people in
more due
cages
process. We
in
just touched on this.
he did it without due process. He put people in cages, and you're talking about people putting Trump
Obama
putting
used more
people
due
into
process than Trump.
Alcatraz and stuff of that sort, which really
Obama used
doesn't.
more due process than Trump, and that's a fact.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Okay, if we agree
Obama
that
did more
Obama
than
used more
Trump.
due process than Trump, and due process is a good thing, Obama did better than Trump, right?
Obama did do due process, but he was holding people in cages, which was against the will of others without giving the proper due process, if that does make sense. The way that you're claiming that Trump has done that with deporting illegals and using ICE in those references, I believe that Obama was kind of serving uh, a term that allowed Kamala and allowed President Biden to kind of have the reign, but really Obama was pulling the strings. So the
What?
way I say that
You
is
think
because
under Biden? You think under Biden's administration,
Sleepy Joe
Obama was
Biden
pulling
was
the
a thing.
strings?
Sleepy Joe Biden was a thing. And when I go into the next factor is if you talk about the Epstein files, you're so pressed
Wait, you want to know who
upon
was actually falling
Trump.
asleep? Trump. Sleepy Don, Sleepy Don. He fell asleep so many times. I can give you so
Well,
many examples of Donald
the
Trump's
fact
falling asleep. I actually can give you more examples of Trump falling asleep than Biden.
Well, the fact that you love to use his voiceover is just appalling to me because it's like, maybe you should try using Joe Biden's voiceover or Kamala's voiceover as versus Trump because that does nothing but empower the dude. But that's not here nor there.
What? I'm making fun of it.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that you love it just insinuates that there is, because when you hate on something is the fact that you kind of just,
You just cut out of the app. You swiped out. When you hate on something, what?
the fact that you hate on something as such as like Trump is the fact that you admire something of what they're doing, but you
No,
cannot
it
just
doesn't.
find the fact.
Me hating
Okay.
hating on something does not mean I admire it.
So what is hater to you?
What is hating?
Yeah, what is hating to you?
I very much dislike something.
To what degree?
Yeah.
To what degree?
Oh, I mean, I don't have a specific degree to quantify to you, but it's to a degree enough to say that it would be like very much so.
I mean, that's not valid, but I guess our points are different.
What? Do you know what the standard is for hating someone?
Yeah, I mean, you can still find qualities inside of somebody. So just because you
No,
dislike
what is
something
your
that's
standard for how do you determine what's your standard? What specific, like, how do you determine at what
well,
point you hate?
you see, when you're led by the idea of hate, that's the idea of separation within
Oh, so
the
Trump.
core
Trump
point.
said he hates
No,
us.
no, he does like that.
Yeah, he
That's the
does.
thing.
He
It's
said
just
that he hates us. He hates his opponent.
so. What has the opponent done to him without trying to do that? I mean, if Democrats have been in office for about since 2016, and if you're talking about the Epstein files about Trump not releasing them at this
2017 to
specific point,
2021, who was in office?
hold on. Okay, Trump had his time. Okay, but you're talking about, I'm talking about going back to Obama. So when was Obama in office?
2009 through 2017.
Okay, so in that time was Epstein not put into prison?
Epstein wasn't put into prison until under the Trump administration, but he also, quote unquote, killed himself under the Trump administration as well.
Okay, so we agree that that's not true, quote unquote. Because if somebody has blackmail against Americans, who is a Mossad of the Israelis, you really think that he killed himself? You think that he offed himself, or was that just America trying to silence somebody who knew too much as
Yeah,
blackmail because
who was the
is
administration?
CIA?
Oh, so knew too much about other people. Oh, maybe about Trump. That
He's
Trump
a
administration
CIA
was in
intelligence.
office.
But the thing is, that's the point where I go back to about my opening statement, as it doesn't matter if you're red or if you're blue, because it's just a separation tactic to just separate me and you, Parker.
The
Because
reality is, though, is that the Democrats are better than the Republicans, and you could say it's a quote-unquote separation tactic. I think the main separation tactic is whenever Donald Trump and Republicans try to use quote-unquote social issues all the time in order to be able to try to divide people and pull them apart from each other to then push their destructive economic policy.
So when you have one party breaking down another and you don't do anything since Obama's administration, because if you're talking
We
about
have
Obama
the
being
bipartisan
in office,
infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act,
just
the
because
Inflation
you're talking
Reduction Act,
about
the
just
American
because
Rescue
you're talking
Plan.
about just because you're talking about ACA and you're talking about the Obamacare Act, it doesn't really dignify of that you're really caring for Americans.
Yes, it does.
And
That's 20 million plus people that got health insurance through that.
that's just giving a dog a bone. That's just giving
What do
a
you mean?
dog a bone.
Millions more people getting access to health insurance. It's not just a dog getting a bone, okay? Those are actually radically different. People with pre-existing health conditions We're protected under
So
this.
when
You
when
understand
when
that we
one
would like to
system
extend it
fail,
even
when
more,
one
but this is
system
definitely the first
fails, you
step at
have to
doing
try
so.
another.
He's not listening.
That's what I understand. When one system fails, you got to try another, and that's the part of when you're so far to one side to the
Okay,
other, and you're not
what was
seeing the
Donald
bigger
Trump's
picture.
healthcare plan?
Is that he's giving other people the chance to give tax cuts as far as instead of the big pharma and all these other insurances getting paid for the money, they're giving the Americans the ability to go ahead and choose their health care.
Okay,
So he's giving
nothing. So
back
nothing.
through
So
the
by the way, you
tariffs.
said give the Americans the ability to choose their healthcare. They already had that. Okay?
So you're
So
talking about the
nothing. So
premium.
concepts of a plan, concepts of an idea of a plan.
So the premiums that have been skyrocketing since Obama made
Wait,
his
in the premiums that are
ACA
going up because of the
allowance.
fact that the Republicans wouldn't want to sign the extension of the ACA subsidies that would bring down healthcare premiums for American citizens?
So subsidies are what again, Parker? The fact that they get funded by who?
The government to reduce the price for you.
Okay, so who is really profiting off of these subsidies?
The people who
Is
get
it the
access to the
healthcare or the
things that they need.
people? The people
And the
get
companies do
access,
as well,
but
but
who's profiting?
I would love to provide a better process for this, but this ensures that people get access to the things that they need.
Okay, but who's profiting off of these things? Is it the healthcare or the people?
I think that technically both the people and the business owners also profit, because the person who gets access to it when otherwise they would not have got access to it, and then the business and the insurance specifically, they make money off of it as well. I'm just saying that there needs to be a public option so that there's a single like not a single but like a better bargaining position for the federal government to determine prices for the average American. I think that other countries have done that, and they have significantly lower costs in terms of prescription drugs. They have significantly lower per capita healthcare costs, and they have better average health outcomes still. So I think that we can actually address the conditions of health in this country to a greater extent if we had a public option. And the Democrats typically agree on this. There are just some Democrats that disagree with it. And obviously, if we get more people to agree with this and get Republicans on our side to a greater extent, right, and to get to pressure their own politicians to support it, then we'll be like at a greater point in position to be able to help people in terms of access to healthcare. Otherwise, you have no policy like what you just mentioned, and all you say is, "Oh, they can choose it based upon what they want." That already existed. So you just said that there's no plan, essentially.
That's just a start of a new beginning,
That's
Parker.
not even a start. That's literally nothing.
So if you're talking about a failed system, is it you're really you're really digging into something where you're talking about where the Democrats have failed to care for their own people. They just gave a dog a bone.
This
Is
isn't
what
the
I'm trying to
Democrats. This is
say.
the Republicans. This is dishonest of you to say that it's the Democrats' fault because they didn't have a specific plan when they're the only ones that actually had a plan. Donald Trump doesn't even have a plan. He said concepts of a plan. You still voted for him. Like seriously, Donald Trump literally, he has no standards to abide by. But the Democrats have this standard that they can never meet, and even when they do meet it, you act like they don't.
So this is the start of a new beginning. That's what I'm trying to say, because the Democrats have been in office for how long?
Actually, it was the Democrats were in office for 4 years. It was Trump in office for now over 5 years. Obama was in office, but you understand that it takes time to get people in Congress to support like certain policies, right? And they
Okay,
did do
so
so to extend access to healthcare to millions of Americans that prior did not have access to it.
so give that time to Donald Trump in the process that what he's trying to do, the
He has
way
no
that you're
plan.
trying
It's been
to,
9 years
the
into
way
him
that you're
running for
trying to
president of the United
extend the
States. He has no
process for other
plan.
Americans.
He has no plan.
You
9
see,
years into
but
running for
that's what
president
I'm
of the United
saying.
States.
You're saying it takes time, Parker. Can we agree on that?
It does take time, but Donald Trump has
Okay,
done nothing. Donald Trump didn't even have a plan. It takes time to implement a plan, but if Donald, listen, it takes time to implement a plan, but Donald Trump doesn't even have the plan to begin with.
That's the start, Parker, because he's having to rewrite of what has been bad for some times. I asked you, they've been in the Democrats have been in office for how long again?
Are you just going to ask the same question? We already addressed this.
Okay, you said what, 5 years?
No, I said 4 years.
Why hasn't anything been revised or redone? And you have Hakeem Jeffries trying to blame the same narrative of that you're trying to blame it on the Republicans the same way that they've been in office for about 5 years, and that all of a sudden, like you said in your last deal, is that it's on Trump for him to release Epstein files when he wasn't in office 4 years ago. That
It was
doesn't make
wait
sense.
4 years ago.
Did you see the
Listen.
no,
4 years
hold
ago.
on, hold on.
Listen. 4 years ago.
Did you see
Oh my God! Oh my God! Do I have a time? Do I
I
have the ability to speak? 4 years ago, it
Go
was
for it.
under investigation. They couldn't release it. Trump ran on releasing it, and then illegally tried to block it, and even canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene when she just wanted them to be released. He still calls them a hoax. Okay, what are you talking about? You know, have you read the Epstein files? Have you looked inside of it? Have you seen what the tips are? The
Do you
tips
know?
about Donald Trump don't make him look very good. They look really bad. They look really bad. And again, I heard
Okay,
from so many people that if they saw things in the Epstein files that alleged that Donald Trump engaged in criminal acts, that they wouldn't support him anymore. But now they're claiming that just because it's a tip, it's not enough reason to accept it. And again, they're just going to change the set of conditions. Oh, you know, I could have totally predicted that one.
okay, so instead of focusing your time on just Donald Trump, if the full Epstein files, from how long has Epstein been a Mossad agent for the Israeli forces? Let's just say for blackmail purposes. If it's been since the year 2000, let's just call it. How much information do you think he would have gotten on American politics, and you're so focused on just Donald Trump? Now take your mind off of just Donald Trump for one
I'm
little
sorry. I'm not
specific
just
time.
focused on Donald Trump. I want to hold anyone accountable in which that's applicable to. I'm just
Okay, so
focusing
you
on Donald
don't you don't
Trump.
think
You want to know why we're
hold on,
focusing
hold
on
on.
Donald Trump here? Because he's the fucking president. Okay? This is a political live where we're talking about why you shouldn't support the president. Trump happens to be the fucking president.
So why wasn't this a narrative when Obama or Biden was in president? Now, brings me to my next point. If you saw the Kamala
Come on.
thing, I think where
Just
yes,
say
her
Harris.
Harris, when she went into, I don't know if it was Jimmy Kimmel or what have you, where she had made the statement of where she vowed that the reason why he asked her, why didn't you guys release the statements, and she said because they were vowed to keep it separate from politics to their own jurisdiction, something of that sort. If you can pull that thing up, it
No,
was
no.
the
She said
the
it was
the
because it
night
was
show.
under investigation.
No, she had clearly said that that they were to keep politics separate from the Jeffrey Epstein files. That's the only reason why they
I
never
mean, if you wanna
released them.
send me that, I'd love to see it. Because I would disagree with that.
Um, I mean, give me a moment to look it up, but I mean that's something I would have to be just what was it, Jimmy Kimmel? Or was no Kimmel was
Yeah,
banned, or
because I
was
would
it Jimmy
disagree with
Fallon?
that.
But that was one thing where she had vowed to keep it separate. Um, that was one of the things where she had said, "Yeah, I'm vowed to keep it separate," and it's one thing that it's like it's so pressed upon to keep these Epstein files pressed on Trump, and it all falls on him when this hoax or whatever you want to call it has been ongoing since way
You called
before
it.
Trump
Wait, do you
was
think
in.
the Epstein files are a hoax?
I really don't, but I mean, what
Okay,
can
so
you
then you
call
think
it
what's
up to
listed within
date?
the Epstein files is legitimate, correct?
Yeah. So
So,
if
so
if
the
Trump
tips about Donald
Trump
Trump assaulting
if Trump
people.
is in there,
So the
I
so
think it
the
goes
FBI
beyond.
tips about Donald Trump assaulting people. Do you believe
I
them?
believe Cash Patel is covering up for this stuff,
Oh
bro.
my jeez.
It's not just Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just gonna mute you. Listen, take a listen real quick. Do you think the tips, the FBI tips within the Epstein files, do you accept them to be true? You have to unmute your microphone.
Okay. I believe it is true, but I don't believe what they are releasing is enough to really make a dictation on what it is. All they're doing is just pulling your leg, Parker.
Wait, I'm sorry. So
Because
wait,
the because
you believe the file, you believe the tips in the files that indicate that Donald Trump has assaulted people, and you still support him?
This is talking about the greater good, Parker. You've heard this. You've heard this plenty times because I've been in your life, and it's talking about you're talking about Harris and you're talking about Trump, and you're talking about which ones are the better two to actually significantly run a whole country, not just because you want to have boys in girls' restrooms and
What
boys
are
in
you,
girls'
the only
sports.
thing that you can talk about in terms of that is Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent? Where an 18-year-old came out said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
Okay, so I guess that's just your whole argument, but I think it goes down to the deep state. Now, if
Okay.
you're not
Yeah,
really
the deep state.
familiar with the deep state, you know what I'm saying? It,
Yeah,
it
the
goes
deep
deeper
state.
than that.
So wait, so the deep state, did the deep state indicate to you that the Epstein files are a hoax? Because you seem to believe it when the deep state said it, right?
No, I really believe that Epstein was an industry plant, a Mossad agent
Yeah, you
because
keep.
his
Yeah,
dad was.
I know you've already said that.
So that all it was just to blackmail politicians and all of the entertainment and all of the
Wait,
movie
who
style
controls the
business.
deep state?
So that you see that that's a very touchy subject because you can't really put your finger on just one person, but when you talk about who controls or who influences, because
Who
those are
controls
two
it?
very different questions. I can't tell you who controls it because you know what, there's always so many different narratives, and if
I'm
you have
asking
who
you,
controls
what do
it,
you believe?
I believe who influences. That's a difference, Parker. You see, and that's where it gets choppy for you. Because if you're talking about who influences or who controls, those are two different things. But I
Tell me
believe
who influences. Just
Israel
tell me something.
influence is Israel
Okay, so Israel controls
has
and
influence,
okay,
Parker.
so that they don't control.
I'm not talking about control. I'm talking about influence.
Okay, I understand. You've repeated that a million times. So they don't control, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are they the only ones that influence?
No, but that's where
Okay,
that's
who are
where
they
all of this gets a
influencing?
lot darker. They're influencing America because
Yeah, wait, so the
why
deep
has
state, so
America
America
been?
is the deep state? You said the deep state is influenced by Israel. I'm asking you, who is the deep state?
I never
In
said
order to know
America
that the
was a
deep
deep
state is
state.
influenced by Israel, you have to know who the deep state is, right?
But we're talking about who's trying to take control of America, who has control of America, because if it's not the president,
I'm gonna throw my head through a wall.
that's what I'm saying, Parker. It goes deeper than Donald Trump. And you're just so focused on one person when this thing goes deeper. So if you throw your head through a wall, that's not my prerogative and that's your choice. But
Mm-hmm.
it goes deeper than
That might
just
be the best choice I
Donald
could
Trump.
possibly pick right now.
It goes deeper than Biden. It goes deeper than you want Obama. It goes deeper than Bush and Clinton and all them people. So when you're focused on just one person, it's already the system is already set up to divide red and blue.
Yeah, so you
So
should
the
pick the
fact,
most divisive candidate that calls for the death of the other side. That sounds like a great idea.
okay, so coming from the Republican side of where Democrats, if you don't abide by their rules, they kill you on sight. They've been doing that for media
Okay,
for
really, really?
years.
So I would. You're saying I would kill you on sight?
No, because you don't have that type of
Okay, so I'm
influence,
not a
Parker.
Democrat.
You don't have that type of influence to make those type of calls.
Okay, so what Democrat does?
Maybe a Mossad agent of called Jeffrey Epstein, or
Who
maybe
is best friends with
Obama.
Trump? Oh,
Maybe
and Obama. What
Obama.
did Obama do?
What do you mean, Obama? What did he do, bro?
Yeah. What do you believe he did? Wear a tan suit? Use
Well,
Dijon
let's just
mustard?
no. It's not. It's not about Dijon mustard. If you want to just stray away from the fact of the Epstein files, there's plenty of other things of what they did for washing money and laundering money that they did from the Social Security hoax, which is the whole different thing. And I know you're already gonna just back that up and just say
Didn't
that.
Trump fund Social Security more?
Tell me how.
Yeah, the deduction for taxes on Social Security, doesn't that increase funding for Social Security? You just said it's a scam.
He
So did Trump
well,
increase the
is it
scam?
wasn't that included in his
Big beautiful bill.
big ugly bill, if you want to call it?
Oh,
I don't.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
it's beautiful. Also, it's beautiful. So
You
it's a
know,
beautiful bill.
I could you tell me why he named it the big beautiful bill?
No, you said it's a beautiful bill. I thought it was an ugly bill.
That's what he claims. That's the name of it is big beautiful bill.
So how many? I mean, there were 12 different bills passed in that one sector, but I mean, I don't know, Parker. But I just know that there was no tax on the seniors, and I just know that he was giving healthcare an opportunity for others where it would, instead of the American people having to pay into the healthcare system, that the healthcare system was going to have to start paying for the American people, so that way they have the opportunity to go and select the type of healthcare that they want.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? Repeat what you just said. What the fuck did you just say?
I mean, you understood. I don't think I really have to.
I genuinely didn't. Could you clarify one more time?
Yeah, it's the big ugly bill that you claim about.
Yeah, you think it's good or bad?
There's good and there's bad. There's not
Overall,
one
good or bad?
president. Overall, it's beneficial.
Okay, so it's good.
It's beneficial, Parker.
So overall, it cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Over 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. But Obama had a tan suit on and he ate Dijon mustard. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, he must be worse.
So you don't think Obama went into presidency and did anything to make himself millions and his Democratic Party millions, right? You only believe Trump did that for his Republicans and his supporters. Is that correct?
I think that Obama's policy is better for the average American. And I think that Trump's
No,
policy
I'm not.
is
That's not
targeted
my
towards
question,
benefiting
Parker.
rich and wealthy Americans.
That is not my question. I asked you a specific question and you're refraining from it. Do you think that Obama gave Americans a dog a bone, or do you think that he behind closed doors pocketed and made himself and his people enriched, just the way that you claim Donald Trump enriched his own people?
So yes, Barack Obama's net worth did increase, but he also benefited the average American as well.
So why?
But
So
his
why
money,
have
his
why
net worth
have
increasing is
premium?
relating to like book deals and like appearances
So
relating to him being president.
premiums on
So that's not like
healthcare
contradictory.
increased. So premiums increased after Obama's 4-year presidency, and Joe Biden did nothing to really either
Not true.
you
The ACA
know
subsidies to address that.
yeah, and all that is just from the government. So Hakeem
Yeah.
Jeffries wants
So
that to
that's
what,
preferable.
wash
That's
more
a
money,
preferable policy than nothing. I
to
believe that
wash
people
more money
should get
through
access to
foreign
it.
aid, through
Wait, we
foreign
believe.
aid.
Okay, we're just gonna do this. We believe in protecting access to healthcare by utilizing the government. We think that's an effective manner at increasing access to healthcare in this country and ensuring that no one's dying because of lack of access to health insurance and that people don't have
No
to go
one's
into
gonna die.
massive.
No one's gonna die, Parker, because
Shut up. Yes, people are. People are dying because of lack of health access to health insurance in this country. 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance in this country. There are over 100 million people with medical debt that they're struggling with. Okay? People have to think about whether or not they're going to pay their rent, they're going to buy food, or pay their medical bills. That should not happen in our country. No one should have to be worried about that. It is absurd that that's still the case in our country.
so am I able to talk, or are you gonna keep being this type of dude, like if I'm talking over you?
Well, I mean, if you're talking over me, I was just going to do that to be able to continue speaking, so that I don't have to continue to try and like raise my voice to be able to speak over you. I would prefer that, but I mean, it's my show, honestly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I respect your show, and I'm not talking over you. I'm giving you a chance to talk. But if you want to be petty about it, then you know what? You can cut me anytime you want.
Alrighty, thank you for telling me I can. Good boy. Go ahead.
So this is what I want to point out to you as the Obama's premiums over time have skyrocketed, and you're blaming it on the Trump administration, which I really don't understand why.
Because they have no plan to address it, and I'm saying that Democrats would be better at addressing this because they're advocating for increasing access to healthcare by imposing a public option. The reason why we can't get enough people to vote for it is because there are no Republicans that support it, but the Republicans
So
should support
you're
it.
talking about a system that needs Republican approval in this day and age when there were
Yes,
4
Congress
years
needs
before
both
time.
sides to support things to get things passed.
So why in the past 4 years? Yeah, exactly.
It's called a
So
filibuster.
why 4 years? So why in the past 4 years when Sleepy Joe was in there, why hasn't there been any
The filibuster. The filibuster.
What did it do, Parker?
The
I really wanna
filibuster.
know.
You have to get 60 votes in the Senate.
Well, I'm sorry they didn't override the filibuster. I mean, I guess Trump is a G for doing so, right? For
I don't
ending
think.
the filibuster.
So again, if you're going to say that that's a good thing, which I don't even think that they've necessarily done yet, again, that's still not addressing the reality that I just mentioned, right? That like again, those are limitations and restrictions for them getting this passed, and Republicans
But
could clearly
wasn't
support this policy, and it would
where
what you said. You're not talking over me. You do it constantly. Again, they would be able to benefit conditions and increase people's access to healthcare if, again, more Republicans supported this. Can you at least acknowledge that?
But isn't Hakeem Jeffries in the House of Representatives? Wasn't so why wasn't he able to pass the filibuster?
What was
in
my
that
question?
time?
What was my question?
We're talking about why healthcare hasn't been able to be passed throughout the time.
What was my question?
Because we're talking about the ACA. And you said that the Republicans are the ones that weren't able to do it because in this time and age. And I'm asking you as to when Joe Biden was in office, why didn't they
No,
get that
do
done
you want me to
before?
restate the question if you didn't listen? Right. Do you agree that if Republicans did support this policy, that we would be able to get it passed and through Congress?
That's a process. You're right. If they did, yes, but I'm talking about 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. Why hasn't this hadn't been done before?
I can't do it, man. I can't do it anymore. Did you remember any of the conversation we just had?
I'm not that bright, Parker, so I guess I would
You don't
like for
have
you
to be.
to
You just had
enlighten
to have
me.
been paying attention to the conversation.
I've been engaged.
Really? So then what did I say in response to that last time?
I couldn't tell you, Parker, so I would like for you to tell me again.
Do you remember anything that I did say?
Yeah, again, that it takes the House of Representatives for a certain amount of Republicans to go ahead and pass that. And I'm talking about when Joe Biden was in office, not when Trump is in office. So we're talking about two different things. We're talking about present and past tense.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So the reason why Biden couldn't get it passed is because they needed 60 votes for the filibuster in order to get it passed. So they
So
needed
why wasn't
Republican
that
support to be
possible?
able to get it passed. Why wasn't it possible? Because no Republicans supported it.
Because why, Parker?
Because they don't care about the American people. And they have no plan for healthcare.
So we're not agreeing. We cannot agree that the fact that Hakeem Jeffries is still going to try to shut down the government in this coming year, that it's going to be due to them not passing the ACAs and the healthcare. I get it. But the fact that there is no remedy, that ACA is the only way to go, is your standpoint, right? ACA is the only way to go, that there's no other way, that there's no two ways to do things, that there's only one way and it's just go. That's what you believe, right?
I don't even know what that was supposed to mean. No, I don't know. What are
that
you trying to say?
it's my way or the highway. That's what it means when Hakeem Jeffries tells you it's ACA Act or the highway. That there's only one way to go. That there's no two ways
Yeah.
of doing things. There's only one way of doing things. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, it's either we protect people's access to healthcare or they don't want to support a plan that doesn't.
So you're telling me that there's only one way of doing things.
Um, yes, that's what he's saying. There's only one
No, that
way that we are going to be able to pass this. It's if the Republicans support increasing access to healthcare. Now,
so
let me ask you this
shallow.
question. Do you think
A shallow-minded way
Republicans
of thinking.
do you think Republicans should have a plan for healthcare?
I think this is a start of a new beginning, Parker. And part of just moving away from the high skyrocket premiums that were before Donald Trump on the healthcare is a start. But the fact that they keep trying to throw Epstein files and all these other things in the whole way is kind of directing attention away from the fact of what is trying to really be done. That's what I truly
What was my
believe.
last
It's all a
question?
distractor.
What was my last question?
So what kind of pop quiz is this, bro? I'm answering your
Dude,
questions
I'm
and you
asking
want me to answer
questions
my
and I'm
questions.
getting no response.
I'm telling you exactly what you heard.
What?
I'm telling you what you heard.
Okay. Yeah,
But
I
I mean that's
understand
my
that I
yeah, no, I'm
heard
just
what you're
saying
telling
that's
me.
my take. That's my take, Parker. And I'm just saying if I went back in time, Donald Trump would be the better of the worst, because if you're gonna sit here and say Harris was a better vote for America,
It's just a factual statement.
that was doomsday waiting to happen, bro.
Nope.
Just
What
simple.
reason do you have to believe that?
For the reason why we can't even agree on just two things. You're just so focused on Epstein files and immigration. Like there's a
I
way
don't think I
bigger.
brought that up. I think you brought that up.
No, but I'm just saying there's a way bigger ball game than just
Such
those
as?
two things. The fact that he's ended wars that started that weren't even under his
Okay. Name
administration.
3 wars he ended.
Well, I mean, he's still trying to make peace with Palestine, which I don't agree with. The fact that Netanyahu just made the Somalis their own independent deal, and which I don't agree with, because
Can you
Trump
name
is trying to
3
do
can
his
you
own
name
thing.
3 wars he's ended?
He's trying to do different deals, Parker.
Can you name 3 wars he's ended?
Okay, I can't, Parker.
Can you
I
name
can't.
2 wars he's ended?
He hasn't even ended the Ukraine and Russia
Can you name
war.
a single war he's ended?
I can't, Parker.
Okay, so then why are you using this point that he ended wars and that's why you support him if you can't name a single war he ended?
Because there hasn't been as many people as dying before the administration before him. The fact that there
What
were
evidence do you
still.
even have to believe that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Venezuela, the fishboat people. I'm sorry, they got killed. Yeah, consider that a war. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know,
No,
right?
I'm
He
asking
is.
what evidence do you have to believe that there are less people dying now?
What happened? What happened with the when Kamala made the statement about
Kamala.
troops with Harris, because I don't know how to say it right, but the people that Harris claimed that were back from the Middle East that were still trapped there. Do you recall anything of that sort?
Are you
Maybe
trying to
like
say,
in
are you talking about
Iraq or
Afghanistan?
Syria, or it was either in Iraq, Syria, the Jordan, somewhere in the Middle East, where she had said that I can guarantee you in one of her
Oh,
presidential
wait, hold
run
up.
speeches, and she had said that there were no soldiers still in war or that were
She was
deployed.
specifically talking about in a combat zone. She made an incorrect statement. And is that
Okay,
your
so
argument?
no, but I mean, you're so implemented on trying to prove Trump wrong on every single pinpoint that it's just like, bro, like you're gonna sit here and say that every political person is right to their own degree. Like there's wrongs and there's rights to this whole
I
thing. Like
acknowledge
just
that.
because you
I
think
never disputed that. What are you talking
okay,
about?
so there you cannot dispute the fact that whatever Trump is doing is everything that is wrong. You can't dispute that everything Trump is doing. That's my point that I'm trying to make is that you think everything that Trump does is bad for America and it's like
I never
gonna
said
just
absolutely everything, but most things.
okay, so
Practically everything.
okay, no, you see what I'm saying is that that's you I had you, Parker, is we can agree that there's not everything. You're just trying you're just still trying to
I
stand
never
strong by
said
your
that. I don't
guys.
know. When did I make that claim?
You said mostly. You said not everything.
Yeah, so I didn't make that claim.
Okay, so not everything because I'm using the term everything.
Yeah,
Because you so
exactly. I didn't say
you're
that.
swearing. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is if you're gonna sit here for another 4 years and trying to say that why do you still support Donald Trump
Yes.
as if there's nothing that he can possibly do to reclaim America and the past failed administrations is it's like, bro, you got to move on from some point, dude.
He's the
I'm just
president
saying.
of the United States. I'm talking about him because he's the president of the United States. The next candidate that's in office that will be running for the Republican Party, it'll be
So
why
what
do you
happened to the
support that
past
candidate?
administration? So let's talk about past administration and your favorite Joe Biden Democrat then, and
Okay.
his son Hunter Biden and his laptop, and let's talk about
Okay.
Hillary and her emails.
Okay. What about it?
I just want you to know I just want to see your take on that. I mean, I brought it to the table. Now give me your take on it.
Not a big deal.
Hunter Biden and his laptop, and Hillary Clinton and her emails,
Not a big deal.
then not a big deal. Okay, cool. So there's no cover up for any of that stuff.
Not really. Like what was in the laptop?
Hunter Biden is not a
Can I ask you this
pedophile in
question?
your own eyes.
Wait, where
Hunter
in the
Biden is not no
laptop did
pedophile.
it where in the laptop did it indicate he's a P3 to you?
Parker, you got to go down a rabbit hole, and I don't think that's suitable for TikTok purposes, to be honest with you.
I'm asking you where in the laptop did it indicate that?
I'm just saying, Parker, if you go down a rabbit hole that will not be ChatGPT or Wikipedia based, if you go down a rabbit hole, yeah. It's not your Wikipedia, it's not your Google that you can just go in your first 4 searches. You go down a rabbit hole.
I have a question. Who won the 2020 election?
What is that for you? It was a Democrat.
You think the Biden won?
After
Do you think
okay,
Biden won?
no, it was Obama. He won. He served
And in
what,
2020
eight
Obama
terms?
won?
Yeah, 8 terms. He served 3 terms.
Okay, obviously Obama didn't win in 2020. That's a ridiculous assertion to say that he served 3 terms. Okay, what makes you think that Obama served 3 terms?
Have you ever heard of a term called puppeteers? Pulling strings?
Yeah, I have heard that.
Okay, so that has never happened in American politics.
It's happening right now with the president.
Has that ever happened with? So why did MLK
Yeah, Putin
die?
and Trump.
Why did MLK die and why did JFK die?
Has nothing to do with what we were just talking about.
I just think it deals with an instinct of one party trying to demand control over another. But I mean, to you, it has no purpose. But to me, it serves a different purpose. The reason why I brought that up, but that's not here nor there for discussion. I'm just saying that there is one party that says either it's my way or the highway, and it's instilled to separate me and you.
Okay, can I ask you one more thing before you leave? Can you name one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, that's gonna be tough. Because you know what, the one thing that I do ultimately believe is a man should be a man, a woman should be a woman. The way that you're
Dude,
born is the way that you're
can
born.
you name a single thing that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
What do you know what's happening in Minnesota with Tim Walz?
I'll ask you one more time. Can
No,
you name
Parker.
a single thing that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
No, Parker, because you know what? If I have
No,
Harris and
you're a cult
Trump,
member. You're a cult member. If you can't mention a single thing that Trump
no,
could
you
do
see,
that would get you to
no,
stop
you
supporting
see,
him, you are a cult member.
that doesn't mean anything, Parker. So then I could say you're the same way as if you're a cult of a party that
I could
is
name
just
I
of
could
the
name
lesser
something.
destruction.
I got you. If Kamala Harris was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, I wouldn't support her.
That's the only thing. There's no pedophilia involved that could there's no loving little children and trafficking children that could really change your mind that Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton could have done.
I just told you.
Maybe
Those would
Bill
be
Gates.
those are examples of reasons that I would not support people based upon. Yeah, I wouldn't support them
Okay,
if
well,
they were
maybe,
affiliated
you know
with,
what?
with sex trafficking.
I challenge you to go down a rabbit hole, Parker. I challenge
Okay.
you to go down a rabbit hole.
I challenge you to critically think. I'm going to go on to the next person, everyone. I challenge you to do that. Brooke, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Brooke. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a bit brutal. Thank you so much for the ibuprofen. Thank you. Abigail, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Merry Christmas to you as well. Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you, Danielle. Lauren, thank you for the $26. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Lauren in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Lauren in the comment section right now. Thank you. Ashlyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you. Get some W's for them. Katie, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Based. Crystal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Ian, thank you for the $1. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. Benjamin with the $5 as well. Nightblade, thank you for the 10. Brandy, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brooke with the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on Venmo and PayPal. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
January.
Okay. Alrighty, do you give me a second? I'm going to thank some people and then we can go on to the conversation. Sheila, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Sheila, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them. Via as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, I try, even when it doesn't work. Greta Wem. I try even when it doesn't work. I try to be patient too. Erotica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, I'm gonna thank some people and then we can go on to the conversation. What was your birth year, by the way?
98.
And you said you're how old?
27.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank. Facts over feelings. Thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, state your source. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ricardo, thank you so much for the appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Ricardo in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $50. Ivory, thank you for the $5. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Suzanne in the comment section. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Erotica, thank you for the 5. Herbie, thank you so much for the 11 euros. Thank you so much. Yudo, thank you so much for the push the $5. Not just, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Brainless, thank you so much for the 6 euros. Brawl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Heather, thank you for the $2. I actually did not. I did not. Courteous, thank you so much for the $2. Pauline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. And Chris, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to try to do that. Thank you so much, Chris. Give me some W's for Chris in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chris. W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. On YouTube, I think we're currently at, let me see how many likes, 1,400 likes. Try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. And if you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, first, I want to ask you, so why do you think I was lying about my age? Just because I said Parky? How I said it?
No, I clarify everyone's age.
Okay. Why do I support Trump? I mean, mainly the thing that he ran on top of what we knew we were getting. He was president before, so we knew what we were getting. But immigration.
Immigration? Okay. Well, can you name a specific immigration policy you like of Trump's?
I could bring you back a couple of executive orders. Most of them were actually from 2017 that Biden never redacted.
Okay, so if it was supported by both sides, then that wouldn't be a reason to support Trump. So give me a specific policy on immigration that you like.
Okay, I can give you executive orders. Do you consider them policies?
I'll take an executive order.
All right, it's okay with you if I just go grab it quick, come right back?
Do you know any off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I think there was 17.7.8b.
17.7 AB? AB or 8B?
8b. I might be wrong. I don't just hold executive.
Yeah, it has to do with NASA.
For debates.
Yeah, that's the cutting of the funding for NASA.
I don't do this as a living. Yeah, I don't do this for a living like you do. But I've read a lot of executive orders and I've debated some people and brought them up for them.
That's fine.
I don't.
Do you support the cutting of the funding for NASA?
Cutting of the funding for NASA?
Yeah, that's the executive order you just mentioned.
NASA's pretty evil.
Evil? What, do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I think that they definitely lie about a lot of things.
Like what?
Aliens.
What'd they lie about?
Let's keep on.
No, tell me, what did they lie about?
Hold on, grab your tinfoil hat, bro.
I might need to. Do you believe we landed on the moon?
No, I just think that we just hold back a lot of them.
Oh.
No.
No, you don't? Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of people that have spoken up and said it's all bullshit. Did you see the flag waving in the background? How does a flag wave in space?
Yeah, I'll tell you. When they used force to put it into the ground, that applies force onto it. Without some sort of force acting against it, it's always going to keep affecting it. Did you know that?
Right. So it could wave up and down. It could wave up.
It continued to wave because of the fact that they put it into the ground and that was a force, and there's no atmosphere enough to be able to create a force that would limit it from happening or continuing to move, I mean. And by the way, Heather, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I did see that from earlier. Thank you so much. Oh, I think I did see that from earlier. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, go ahead. You said?
Yeah, it's pretty weird that it waved in that direction. I don't know. I mean, look at it sometime.
I mean, it looks completely. It makes sense. Also, we left reflective agents on there, right? And literally, you can test that with utilizing lasers from the Earth. You can get a feedback response.
You want to get back to politics?
Yeah, go ahead. Taylor, think of the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Taylor. What?
So do you not agree with what Trump is doing with immigration?
No, I think that's horrible. I think it's bad to limit people's due process rights. I think it's bad to deport those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. I think that we're not addressing those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities. Over 70% of those that are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. 95% of those detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record. We're not focusing on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, and we're focusing on those that are quite literally not.
Right. So, like, what do you think that a good thing to do in a situation like this, where we do have a bunch of people who are here undocumented? Some of them have no intentions on going through the right proceedings to become citizens. And
wait, they're even going after those that are going towards their
thing to do?
immigration courts, right? That's one. Two, as it relates to
I
this,
agree with you.
even in the context in which they're not, they still should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. I think that's the best condition, specifically for increasing the amount of vetting that's happening in this nation and making our immigration process better. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't have any type of process or system. That just means that this is the best way to ensure that there's the most amount of people vetted within our system. You understand that we need to make the legal process go significantly quicker, and since our legal process has not been significantly quicker, then obviously there's no reason to uphold that particular process as of right now in terms of the people that have already come here undocumented, because again, it made sense why they specifically came to the country undocumented, because again, the same reasons that Donald Trump uses to justify why we shouldn't be using due process rights or we shouldn't be giving due process rights to undocumented immigrants because it would cost too much and take too long to go through the legal process, would be the exact same justification for undocumented immigrants coming to our country.
How much quicker? I'm just every time you go off on like a little tangent like that, I'm just gonna bring up like one of the first things that you mentioned that I disagree with. So how much quicker?
How much what?
How much quicker do you think that we should make the process?
How much quicker? I mean, I would like it to be 6 months to a year maximum.
6 months to a year. Wow, you're actually, I think that's quicker than what Dean told me that he would prefer it to be.
What did Dean say?
All right. I think he said 2 years.
Yeah, I'd like it to be quicker than that. You gotta be quicker than that.
Right. So, yeah, so 6 months. So, like, that can be potentially detrimental to the United States as we know it. I mean, even at this rate, so like, how many immigrants in general came into our country underneath Biden's administration?
How many immigrants
You
came
don't
into
have
our
to be
country?
exact, just like
I don't know the specific number.
yeah.
Few million.
So like, normally when I look into it, I get a range in between like 8 and 11 million. So like, for the sake of argument, let's just say 8. Is that okay here?
Real tax guy, thank you so much for the diamond gun. Thank you. Continue what we were saying.
So like, let's just say 8 for sake of argument, because I don't want to debate on that. So let's say it's 8. Is that okay with you?
What do you want to say is 8 again? Sorry.
Million immigrants.
8 million undocumented immigrants?
under the Biden
No.
administration.
But even if it was, I wouldn't mind.
No, not undocumented. Immigrants in general.
Oh, sure.
Okay, 8 million immigrants in general, which isn't notably high based off of other presidents in the past. Like 8 million is regular for the last 40 years. So let's say that happens again for the next 40 years, 8 million. That means almost a quarter of our population, in today's population, would be new people who just immigrated into our country. I see that as potentially detrimental to
Nope,
our
that's
society
not
as
bad.
we see it.
I mean, I believe we should do more than that. I believe in more immigration than that.
More immigration than that. So you think that an extra 80 million
Three
immigrants in the country
million
in the next
people a
40
year would
years
be
is a good
great.
thing? 3 million people a year? It's terrible.
How?
Yeah, because they would end up consuming America in less than 100 years. They'd be
Consuming
the
America?
majority new,
I
freshly
mean,
immigrated
immigrants are a
people.
part of America. That's great.
Yeah. You change
Wait, by the way,
entire
you know the same
ideology
argument was made
overnight.
for every group of immigrants in the past? And immigrants do shape America. Yeah.
They do, but
Oh my God,
for it to be
immigrants
that
are going to
quick-
shape America. No way. Oh my God, they're going to change our culture. That's great. I love that. Amazing.
40
What's
years,
wrong with that?
25% of the
Whoa, what's
population.
wrong with that?
40 years, 25% of the population is going to be freshly
Woo!
immigrated
Let's
people.
go. What's wrong?
You cannot.
How's
be
it
serious
fucked?
right
How,
now. I just have a,
how is it fucked? How is that a bad thing?
It's it makes no sense. My brain cannot
Oh,
fathom how you think
you
that's
can't even
okay.
fathom a response, huh? Your brain can't even
I can't
come up
even
with a
fathom-
response of how it's bad.
Listen,
You're
that
just
guy-
completely
That
stunned.
guy almost had you, bro. That last guy.
Do you have a single argument? Do you have a single point as to why it's bad?
I mean, it hasn't been tested yet. Like we're dealing with the repercussions
Really?
right now. The last.
Well, then you
40
okay.
years,
So
it's been-
do you understand that for like most cultures that are in our society right now, that's due to immigration?
right.
Okay.
The last 40
And that's a
years,
great thing.
immigration has been significantly more. Now,
Based. It should be more than that. It should be more than that. Based. More immigration.
Children.
W immigration. Can we get some more immigration here,
No.
please? Can we get some more?
Less immigration. Less immigration. So,
Why?
like, obviously, your entire ideology is just fucking cooked.
How?
I
You have
mean,
yet to give us how it would
if you're
negatively impact our
president,
society.
if you're president, you would single-handedly destroy our country.
Could you tell me how one way in which it would harm our society?
Yeah, the entire ideology of our country would flip. The entire basis of the existence of the United States would change in 40 years.
Okay, I mean, I could say that
If
one
you had
about the
3
Trump
million
administration and the MAGA movement. The ideology has massively changed. But what about the ideology changing would be bad?
These people's ideologies have always been the same. Trump just brought it out of them.
Wait, so let me ask you the question. What about immigrants' ideology is bad? That would mean it changes our country in a bad way.
We don't know how it's what ideology.
You don't know?
what they're going to bring to the table. The fact is that it has nothing to do with.
Wait, couldn't you say the same thing? Couldn't you say the same thing with birth? So we should stop having children because that's going to change the ideology of the nation. Now, we don't know how it's going to change the ideology, but it's going to change the ideology. So we must stop having children. Stop doing it. Stop having kids. It's bad. It is changing our culture. It is changing our culture. You think a huge percentage of the population in the future will be those new kids?
No, you should be forced to have babies.
What's up?
So you should be forced to have babies.
Are you trolling?
You should be forced to carry out pregnancies. What I'm saying.
Are you trolling?
No babies.
Is this
No,
rage
I'm
bait?
not trolling.
Is this
How
rage
would that
bait?
be a troll?
I can hear you kind of like laughing. Is this your mechanism for rage bait? You think people should be forced to go through pregnancies? How about we
That's not a
mandate
rage
you to
bait.
get a
That's an
vasectomy?
actual belief.
Let's mandate you to get a
That's an actual
vasectomy.
belief, Parker.
I say we prevent
Hold on, do you remember me?
No, I say we mandate you to get a vasectomy. And no, I don't remember you. You're not memorable. Chat,
Well,
what do you
I
guys
was the one
think?
who made the
I think
video
we
of you.
mandate the guest right here to get a vasectomy. I think that's what we do here. Mandate a
I was the one who made
vasectomy on
the
this
AI video of
motherfucker.
you and Dean.
What's up?
You hear me? I was the one who made the AI video of you and Dean.
Are you the looks maxing kid?
The what?
The kid that wouldn't turn their camera on? That was so scared? That was like trying to call us a coward and then like literally wouldn't turn his camera on? And literally got his picture from
No, I
Yelp?
was the one who made the AI video.
Is that
No, I
you?
was the one who made the AI
You guys
video
are
of
wait,
and
you're
Dean
obsessed with
kissing.
me. You spend so much time in my live stream. You love me. Oh wait, how do you feel
I
about the
do not
fact that
spend a lot of time.
your favorite guy in the world is literally has just committed attempted murder?
Trump?
No, clavicular. Your whole
Who's
looks
talking about?
maxing guy. He literally is on video
Who the hell
committing
is
attempted
clavicular?
murder.
I don't know who that is, bro.
You don't know who that is. Your
You-
name is
you have
looks.
me
Your name was
confused with
looks max, and
somebody
you don't
else.
know who that is. Shut the fuck up. His
My
name is not
Looks
clavicular.
Max.
It's
My name
fucking
is Blue
vehicular
Collar.
manslaughter.
My name is Blue Collar. I made an AI video of you and Dean kissing. You obviously have me confused with somebody else.
Yeah, and that was the same thing the looks maxing kid did.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that kid.
I guess there's just a bunch of
But I
people that
can't
make
feel
AI
it.
videos of Dean and I kissing. Like, what is going on at this point?
Yeah, well, I was the one who beat Dean in a debate the same day that I made that, and then I came out of your live.
Okay, well, you didn't beat
And
either us
then-
in a debate. You've got dunked on. No one remembers you.
I didn't beat
Why?
you in a
Wait,
debate.
what was the point of making an AI video of Dean and I kissing?
He's fucking hilarious.
Why is that funny?
Now, do you remember? You remember me saying that response to you? Like
Wait,
10 times 'cause it's
genuine
fucking
question.
hilarious?
Why is that funny to you? Like, genuine question. To make an AI video of Dean and I kissing, why is that funny to you?
Because like the majority of the voters in this country don't think that's something that's okay. And those are the people that you're against.
No, I'm asking you. What was funny about making an AI video of Dean and I kissing?
Because it's so believable.
So, and what about, even if that were true, why is that funny?
Because it's fucking hilarious, dude. Like, how is that not funny?
I'm
It's
still
like
asking,
you
how is
making a
that funny to
video
you?
of, like, it's like you making like a video of like Trump and Epstein kissing, or Trump and Clinton, or you talking about a picture of.
Well, I mean,
Trump
I don't have to
doing things
create
to
that
Clinton.
video. I don't have to make an AI version of it because Putin already has one.
It was funny, wasn't it? Because you're in the opposition.
But like, I wouldn't go out of my way to make an AI video of that.
Well, somebody did, and you laughed about it.
But I don't think I've seen a video of that.
Well, no, I'm talking about the picture of Bill and Donnie.
And also, like, what's the relevant difference between making an AI video of Dean and I kissing and like creating like a sexual fanfic of Dean and I?
I don't know.
What's the relevant
This
difference?
messaged me from last time I was up there.
Wait, what's the relevant difference?
Did you laugh about the picture of Donnie and Bill?
Does he have a response? What's the relevant difference?
I guess that there is none, but one is like not enjoyable to watch, and one is like fucking hilarious. So now, did you watch and did you laugh at Bill and Donnie, the picture, which was AI as well?
They haven't posted a picture. Or at least I haven't seen
You
any.
know, you have no idea the picture I'm talking about. With
No,
Bill
I have
and
no
Donnie,
clue what
with
you're talking
Donnie on
about.
his knees.
No.
Bullshit.
I mean, I'm not getting AI pictures
Everybody-
of someone sucking someone's dick on my timeline.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't
Okay.
even say that.
Oh, I just assumed that's what you were saying.
Anyways, it's a real picture. I'm sure that you have seen it. I'm sure that you brought it up. In the
I
last time. I'm
I
pretty sure
actually
heard you.
genuinely have
I know-
no
I
clue
know
what you're
Dean's
talking
brought it
about.
up in his lives. But anyways, I think it's fucking hilarious.
Okay, what's funny?
I told you. Like, most of the
Oh,
people who don't agree
okay.
with you.
Wait,
don't agree with
so by the
that.
way, you think you're owning the libs by making a video
it's
of Dean and I
believable.
kissing? So he's like, hey
No, it's
everyone,
fucking
I'm gonna own the
hilarious.
libs. I'm gonna make a video of Dean and Parker kissing. That's AI. This is gonna own the libs.
Yeah, I actually got so much.
Like, do
hatred
you
for
really
it.
think that's
It was
owning the libs, bro? Come on.
I got so much hatred for it that I ended up taking it down because it was just.
You did? You got hated for it? Why'd you get hated for it?
So much fucking hate because most of the people that follow you are gay.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? W gay people?
L gay people.
Wait, what's wrong with gay people?
I mean, my views just differ.
Yeah, what's wrong? Do you have any reason?
Not any that are TikTok friendly.
No, just tell me. Give me a response.
We could just say
No, just tell
we could
me.
Just say religion.
No, just tell me. What's wrong?
No, I'm not doing it.
Wait, so do you
just say
condemn
religion.
do you condemn everyone who's gay on your side? Because Grindr literally crashed at the RNC.
I knew you. That's what you said last time.
Last time, I don't think that's
you
what
really
I said.
Don't remember me.
I don't remember you at all.
You definitely have to remember me. Actually, even though
Do you
want
wanna
to
tell-
I have to give you credit that you're pretty smart.
I don't remember you at all. You're not memorable. And also, like,
Yes,
do you
you
agree that we should
remember.
mandate a vasectomy for you? Like, you should be mandated
Even
to
your
get a
fans
vasectomy, you
remember.
yourself.
I should be mandated to get a vasectomy.
Yeah, just you,
Probably
just
honestly
you.
wouldn't be
No
the
one
worst.
else, just you.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing. I'm pretty detrimental to society as we know it, but for the better.
To be honest, dude. To be honest. We don't want to make
Yeah, but for the
society
best
even
ways
dumber, right?
imaginable.
It would create a better society.
Tell me.
Society would be better if we mandated you to get a vasectomy.
Well, I can give you a little hint. I think that Trump is a little too far left.
You think Trump is too far left? That's kind of embarrassing.
Way farther right. Yeah, that's actually
What
the
makes
only
you
thing
think
I don't
that?
support him on. Is he's not right enough. He's not far right enough.
Okay, and on right, far right on
makes me
what?
think, for
Wait, actually, you
example-
have to tell me. Tell me why you think that being gay is wrong. If you don't want to tell me, I'll just kick you because you're just gonna do this thing where you're like, I have this reason why I think this, but like, I'm just not gonna say it. Jonathan, by the way, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Disgusting.
What's wrong with it?
I think it's just fucking disgusting. You shouldn't be around our children. You shouldn't be. In
What's wrong with
public.
it?
You shouldn't be on TV.
Wait, you literally
That's it.
created
I
an
think it's
AI
fucking
video of
disgusting.
us kissing.
Yeah, because it's fucking hilarious.
Wait, so then do you think that video should be shown on the internet?
Bring awareness to how gay you and.
Oh wait,
Dean are.
wait, hold up. So
Yeah.
you do believe that we should bring awareness to gay people?
Awareness that it's not okay.
Wait, hold up. Wait, okay, so you do want to talk about gay people, you just want to say it in a bad context.
Right, but bad context only.
So you do want to talk about gay people, you do want to focus on gay people just so that you can hate on them. Are you Christian?
Correct. I have some Christian beliefs.
Oh, you're really loving thy
I'm
neighbor, huh?
Christian, yeah.
You're really loving thy neighbor. Wow, dude, that was some real
Well, I
love.
just wanna see it. I
You're
just wanna
spreading
see-
that you're
I just-
spreading
I
that
just
Christian
hope-
love, I tell you.
I just hope to see you in the afterlife, and that's why I want to talk negatively upon it, is because I want to see you in the afterlife. I love you that much.
That has nothing to do with you getting to the afterlife. If anything, that will reduce your likelihood of getting there, buddy. So I just want to tell you a few things here.
No,
One,
I
you had
wanna
no
see-
you had
I
no
want you to
evidence
make
to,
it
to
there.
say that it's wrong at all. You've just claimed that it's wrong with literally nothing. All you
There
said it
is
was
no
quote unquote
evidence
it's
on why gay
disgusting.
is wrong.
What's up?
It's an opinion. This is
Wait,
just
I have
an
a question. I have a
opinion.
question.
There's no
Two
evidence on why
women
gay
two
is
women
wrong.
kissing, is that disgusting? Dude,
bad.
he totally lost. Two women kissing, is that disgusting?
It's not good. It's not.
So you think two women kissing is disgusting?
I don't think it's. I think it's frowned upon by God.
So you think that's disgusting for two women to kiss?
I think it's frowned upon.
Okay, so you would. Okay, interesting argument from you there. Real question here. You said it's frowned on by God. Why? Why is it frowned on by God for two women to kiss? Where in the Bible does it say that two women kissing is immoral?
I am trolling. I don't support Trump. I'm just a hateful person to gay people.
Okay, you're just a weirdo. Ricardo, thank you so much for the $20. Of course, I'll always be. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Christina, thank you for the $10. Benjamin, thank you for the 2. I don't know why we're getting so many trolls. Chris, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chris. Can we get some W's for Chris in the comment section right now? Thank you. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker, I'm jorking.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Jacqueline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I can't find it, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was here. I was just trying to debate the guy.
Oh, you're good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The look of love.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was a troll. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up.
Yo, can you play
Yo, what's up? How
Farm
old are you?
Simulator, bro? Like, I want you to play
47,
Farm
47, sir.
and please play Farm Sim. Please play Farm Sim. Please.
47, sir.
Yeah. So, why do you support Trump?
Well, because he has things in check, in line, correct? He got his duties checked. He got back many
What state do you
principles
live
back
in?
in order. Kansas, but then I moved to Singapore, but then I go back and forth due to work. Yeah.
Okay. What's the capital of Kansas?
Well, the issue is that you're talking about Trump, right? So I'll go straight to the fact that you're probably
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Real Tax Guy, thank you so much for the wolf. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We got a few more conversations here for today, everyone. A few more maximum here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean, I love you. Dean.
I'm Parker. Renegade, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I haven't had it open for a long time. My Discord has been down for a long time ago. Since a long time ago, I mean. I haven't had it open for months. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Maybe Bill Gates.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. How many likes are we at on YouTube? Let me know in the YouTube comment section. You know what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006, September.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
DT.
Okay. Alrighty, again, I have a few people to thank real quick. Joni, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. By the way, I think I'm fully caught up, actually. Again, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
The stance on, what I say, the green plant.
The what?
Green plant. I just don't want to get banned. The green plant that makes you happy.
Yeah, I just don't know. I feel like they're trolling. Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscription. No, I know what they were referencing, by the way, chat.
Do you masturbate?
What's wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20. Yo, Parker, can I fry your shit on immigration real quick, or?
Whoa.
Sure.
Why
Sure,
are
if
you
want
so
it.
aggressive?
Looks Max, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You're the same kid I just talked to. I knew it was you.
No. What are you talking about? You haven't talked to me for like 1 month.
Bro, Parker, you mocked this kid, bro. Get him out of here.
You're right. So Tom, do you actually support Trump?
Nah, I was already up here, but can I fry your shit on immigration?
Alrighty, looks Max. So wait, are you still scared to turn on your camera?
Dude, I'm not the streamer. I think you're the streamer, right? And I think, when is the new
Wait, and also wait, how do you feel about your favorite guy in the world literally
Bro, stop talking.
committing attempted murder?
Be quiet. In Florida, it's legal, okay?
It's legal to commit attempted murder in Florida?
Oh, no. Okay, Parker, let me explain to you what happened, correct?
Oh, yeah, no.
'Cause
Explain
I'm
to me
off
why
for
it's
him, like you have
justified to
mobs.
engage in
Okay,
attempted murder.
sure.
Because right after, he claimed, they literally said, oh, do you think you killed him? He's like, I hope I did.
He mocked right there, but let me
Wait, what do you,
explain to you
dude?
what happened.
I'm sorry. I'm just like genuinely. He's so cult brained that you think him admitting to attempted murder is quote unquote mogging.
Okay, so let me explain to you what happened, right? Do you know if you were a streamer, do you know how many people would stream snipe you?
If I was a streamer, hello?
If you were,
If I
you were
was a
dating
streamer,
that
really?
IRL streamer,
Really?
IRL streamer, my bad, IRL streamer. If you were
Okay,
an
I'm
IRL
sorry.
streamer, would
You
get
understand,
stream
he
sniped?
moved his car to run him over. And also, being quote-unquote stream sniped does not mean that you get to run people over.
Of course, you don't get to run people over, but did you know what the guy was doing? He was on top of his car.
I know, and then he went off of it, and then literally he
and then he went
turned
back
to
again.
run him over.
Let me show you the video. Because
Wait, so then why would he say that he hopes that he was ran over and died?
Because he was a threat. He
he was
was using
a
his own
threat?
body as a
Really?
threat. Yes.
What threat did he pose?
Can I please explain to you, because you're
Wait,
interrupting
no, tell me.
and I, of
Tell me
course, I know the
actually.
story.
What threat did he pose?
The threat that he posed was he was in front of him. That's a threat.
He was in front of him. Wow. If you're in a car, in a big truck, and if someone's in front of you, right, a pedestrian in front of you, that means that they're a threat to you under this guy's worldview. You can just run them over. If there's a pedestrian right in front of you, and they're in front of your car, they're a threat to your car. You can run them over under this guy's worldview.
Show the people the video.
Are you going to turn your camera? Wait, by the way, I don't know if you can show that on stream, but turn your camera on. You just turned your camera on. Turn it around and show yourself. Turn it around and show yourself.
Do you think I want to be clipped everywhere?
Wait, come on. Wait, are you scared? Are you a coward? You don't want to mog the chat?
I'm not scared, but listen,
are you scared that I'm going to mog you? Is that what it is?
I mean,
are you scared that I mog you? Is that what it is?
I don't want to. No,
I think he's scared that I mog him, chat. I think he's scared that I mog him. That's what it is. I think you're scared that I mog you, dude.
I know.
So,
I think you're.
Wait, if you're not scared, turn it on.
That was a blue pill activity.
Wait, turn it on. If you're not scared, turn it on. I mog you. What are you talking about?
You're pivoting, dude.
You're so scared.
Why are you pivoting? I'm not scared.
And by the way, I just want to clarify. There was no justification to do this. You're only saying this because you are literally cult brand. You are cult brand. This is embarrassing to argue. Like, genuinely, no typical person you talk to is going to think that situation is not attempted murder, right? The average person is going to think that. There is practically no one within your life that is okay with that. Genuinely, like, so you're insane.
Okay, so
like,
I
genuinely
have a question.
insane.
Why did one of
this is literally akin to Donald Trump going on Fifth Avenue and unaliving someone with his car, and then you being like, you know what? Actually, I think the person being in front of his car actually is reason to believe that he was a threat.
You know James Fishback?
Yes, I do.
Who is that person?
He's running in Florida for some position.
So he's running in Florida, right? And
he was on Jubilee before.
Yeah, you know the statement that he did to Clavicular doing that, you know?
No, I haven't seen this.
You haven't seen it? You know, he said Clavicular did nothing wrong because in Florida,
because Clavicular is like affiliated with the alt-right communities, and so is Fishback.
He has never talked about politics. Are you?
What are you? He went on. He literally went on a podcast with Nick Fuentes. Talked about how he liked Nick and said he's engaging in using MET. Wait, hold up. He said he is engaging in using METH because he wants to quote unquote Aryan Max. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean he's never talked about politics? He's clearly aligned himself with the alt-right. What are you talking about?
So only because of that activity, you're
okay. Get the fuck off my live stream. This guy's so stupid. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. That is such an unhinged take. Like, genuinely unhinged take.
Parker,
yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you.
Oh my gosh. W Fetus? W Fetus? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. David, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, I just feel like they're trolling us because the next person. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Half and half. I'm a little more moderate, but
let me clarify real quick. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like Tim Walz though.
Sure. Like, I'm just asking, like, who would you rather vote for?
Looking back, Donald Trump.
So you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Why so?
Correct, because I more look at where we're at right now in the fraud scandal that's going on in Minneapolis. That's why I wanted to get on with you.
Okay. And what's wrong with that?
It's okay. Well, look at what's going on in the fraud. There's a bunch of $1 billion that are going to learning centers that aren't actually having children there, which is falling under Tim Walz.
Okay. Can you give me a source?
Oh, I can't. Well, I can, but I would have to go out of TikTok, which I'm sorry, I am 32 or 31, but I'm a little bit of a boomer when it comes to TikTok.
Okay. Alrighty. So then, like, my point would then be is that, like, if you can't provide a particular source with that, then what's your point?
My point is, it's just like I don't love Doge because it's like, yes, it put people out of work, which is horrible. I 100% agree. That's bad. But it's like, we really need to look into the fraud more of what's happening in our country. And I feel like that's
I agree,
what's
but
happening.
Doge costs more to operate than they actually reduced. And most of the things they said that actually they reduced, that were the largest things that they said they reduced, they actually weren't even like the legitimate number they said they got. So like a lot of it was just misleading, and they didn't really get much that they could have got. And I agree that we should go after waste, fraud, and abuse. But if we do that, we should be starting with the president of the United States.
Oh no, honey, I agree. I'm not against you in that at all. I feel like I'm probably not the best moderator or debater because I'm very moderate, but I'm way more looking into Minnesota right now than like anything else.
Here's my
I'm
point.
very more.
If you are moderate, there's no way you could be in support of Trump because he's so extreme that any moderate should be against him.
So what do you think I should do though when it comes to the 2028 election? Because I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, I would say that like the Democratic candidate is going to be preferable. It's probably going to be Vance or Rubio versus like Newsom. I would hope maybe Ro Khanna, AOC, someone like that. Probably someone like Newsom, to be totally honest with you.
So, okay, wait, actually, this is a very good point because I feel like AOC is way more socialist. Do you think I should go more Newsom or like what should I go for in that sense?
I prefer progressives. Now, I'm not a socialist myself, but I do prefer progressives. Like Dean had Ro Khanna on recently. I thought he was really good. Like I like his rhetoric. I like the policies he's advocating for. I think that he speaks to a vast majority of Americans. He's involving himself with getting the Epstein files released. So I think he's doing a lot of good work. And I really think that honestly, he's been honestly overlooked. Go ahead.
I did read Virginia Guthrie's book, so I'm very big on Epstein files getting released.
Yeah, and Trump called them a hoax.
Oh my gosh, that's repulsive.
Yeah, he like fought for them not to be released, and he quite literally canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene because he said that she wanted the Epstein files to be released, and that's bad.
Well, you know what? You might have changed me.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you coming out then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. W's in the chat for that. We love changing people's minds. Let's go. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
March 3rd, 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Trump, sorry.
Oh, well, oops. Send a guest request back and I'll bring it back up. You mistakenly said that, and I kicked you because of it, so. Yo, it's how old are you?
Freshly 18. Stop.
Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello.
Yo, it's how old are you?
I am 47.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I support the system that Donald Trump has put in place. I don't know that I can say the individual in particular, but the technology that he's installing currently.
So let me clarify. Like, if you could go back in time with the information that you have right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would be more likely to vote for him today than I was at the time. In fact, I didn't even vote for him.
So you would vote for him or you might vote for him?
No, I would vote for him in the future. Okay. Well,
like if you have, with the information that you have right now.
Yeah, it's sort of a moot point, Parker, because the reality is I can't vote for him in the future. But if
I'm just clarifying just to say in reflection.
I'm going to answer your question directly, which is that if I knew what I knew today, yes, I would vote for the system that he's putting in place.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Because he's installing the AI that is going to run our country, and I can back that up. I'm not being crazy here.
Well, I don't think that necessarily the policies he's passed have been good in terms of AI. I do believe there should be some regulations with AI, especially in terms of the environmental effects. Would you agree with that?
I think that he is a distraction from what is happening in our country, and that what is happening is he is a puppet that's in front, forcing people to talk about his policies, his insane statements, all of the things that are distracting us from the fact that what is actually happening is that the tech companies out of Silicon Valley are installing a data center where the East Wing was, with the intent that the future U.S. government will no longer require anywhere near the number of people that are in place, and that having AI run our country, here's my positive claim. AI running our country would be better than having a human run.
Okay. Well, I don't think that this integrates that to a greater extent. I also think that, like, again, in terms of this particular argument, I think it's ridiculous to say that because it's just language models right now. And even to say language models would not be better at running our government right now than having legitimate humans in these positions of power, it's just not realistic to say that at this point. We're nowhere near that. And the argument you're making in terms of a data center going into the East Wing is kind of just absurd, right? Like, I don't even know if they've outlined the plans for that.
Yeah. Let me back that up because I can back that claim up.
Okay.
The proposed ballroom is 90,000 square feet and $300 million. A 90,000 square foot ballroom doesn't cost $300 million, even with the security constraints that would be needed. So it does actually closely match Oracle's underground data center.
But they never claim that they're going to be using data centers, and also the claim in terms of how much it's going to cost could be because of the certain materials that they use and things like that, because Trump has certain materials that he likes and stuff like that. So I don't see this to be a convincing argument at all.
So the Clark Construction is the lead contractor. Clark's public portfolio includes the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency campus, the DHS CISA cybersecurity facilities, U.S. CENTCOM headquarters, and they specialize in classified high-security critical facilities, reliable redundancy and survivability.
Okay, regardless, there hasn't been a specific claim that this is going to happen. I have no evidence to believe that, and even if so, it's not even practical or realistic to apply right now.
I'm giving you the evidence that it is happening. It's not a question.
You didn't indicate that, like, specifically that the administration was advocating for that. You were just saying that, like, they've had certain things that they've done that have been associated with things like this. That's not like.
I'm sorry. Can you specify a couple of those thises that you're using there? Because I'm not sure what you're talking about now.
Yeah, you were talking about in terms of like the applying the AI in the data center.
Mm-hmm. State your claim again. I didn't hear what you said.
What did you hear? Like, at least what have you understood?
I heard that you disagree that it seems that you disagree that there's corroborating evidence that this is what's happening with the East Wing right now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have any basis that they've have stated claims, and even so, if that is the case, that doesn't mean that it would be practical or able to be applied right now. It's kind of like my point.
Okay, so your claim
And it's
is that
also not a
AI
reason to
as a
support
thing is-
Trump.
Let me see if I can restate your claim, because you just made a claim. You said that you don't believe that AI is capable of fulfilling the task. That's what you're saying.
That's part of it, sure.
Okay, can you back up that claim?
Yeah, I don't think that the current processes in which AI exhibits is able to accurately make determinations in every single circumstance. I think it's not reliable enough to do that. I don't think it can fulfill every task that currently the government fulfills, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be able to fulfill, right, like, core fundamental tasks, especially that rely upon distribution of goods, that rely upon, like, research and development.
Do you think that it could cut the
mainly
government? Do you think that it could cut the need that we have for the government by let's throw a number out. Let's say 60% of the workforce ought to.
I
be
don't even
removed.
know if I would say 60%. Like, you'd have to give me evidence to justify that it could take 60%. Maybe I could say that it would take some, but like, we don't know what percent.
You don't know what percent.
I don't think you do either.
I think that we have much better understandings. I work in the tech industry. I work out here in Silicon Valley. I work with the folks that are building these systems. And I think we have a better understanding of what these systems are capable of than the general public that's playing around with the toy that we've put out there called ChatGPT.
Okay. And even so, wait, so you're saying you work with ChatGPT?
I do not work specifically on ChatGPT, but I work on similar systems, yes.
Okay. So, again, my point would then be, is like, wait, are you a computer scientist? Do you have a master's in computer scientist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying you work on these particular systems, and you're saying that you want them running the government. To clarify, you think this wouldn't happen at all under
That's a little
Can I please
bit
finish?
of a... Yeah, yep, go for it.
So you think that this wouldn't happen at all under a Democratic administration, and you do think that even if it was the case that it's only happening under a Republican administration, that would be something that's so great under your worldview that you'd be willing to overlook all of the harmful implications from the Trump administration?
I don't think that the population is ready to allow this to happen. And I think that what Trump is doing right now is wiping the slate so that we can make a sudden and necessary. He's doing exactly what Facebook has advocated. He's moving fast and breaking things. He's abiding by the principles of a system, the system that we have advocated for entrepreneurship out here in the Valley. He's using that system to move the government forward. So when people talk about Trump being a businessman, I don't actually think he is. I think he's a puppet. I think he's in front. I don't think he matters. But I do think that the people who are involved in this are business people, and they are using the business processes that have advanced our technology at the fastest rate that the world has seen anywhere around to move toward a system where our government can move faster and help people more effectively. The way to accomplish that requires some dishonesty. And I tend to agree with you that the Democratic Party is more honest and less willing to take risks. They are a party that has been married to tradition and to the way things have been, and they aren't willing to take the risks that are necessary in order to reinvent our government and move us forward to where we need to be.
That's just not true. So you're saying that Trump is the only way in which we could develop the system?
Not Trump. No. I've been clear. I'm not. I think
No,
he
by
is
electing
a
Trump.
distraction. Yes, I think the Republican Party right now is the only party that is willing to do what is necessary in order to make us competitive in the world.
Okay, I think that's obviously an absurd determination, and even so you're saying that
Obviously,
hold up to clarify. Is there anything? Stop talking. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him in the Republican Party?
Sure, lots of things.
Such as?
But wait, that Trump could do?
Yes.
Nah, he's a distraction.
Okay, so if he raped children, you'd still vote for him?
I wouldn't vote for him because I won't ever have that chance again. I didn't vote for him before, so it doesn't really matter.
If you could go back.
Absolutely. If he had raped children, if he was the designated person at the front of this system in order to allow us to make the changes that we need to do, I would think that that was a very terrible idea. And I don't think that I don't think it would matter. I think at the end of the day,
you would vote for him?
Would I vote for him? No, I didn't vote for him. And I don't think he is the point. I think you are.
You know what question I'm asking you, and you're
over-focused on
being
Trump.
so annoying not answering it.
No. Answer the question.
You are purposefully not answering the question.
I don't support Trump. I support the Republican Party and what they're doing.
You're gonna make me throw my head through the wall. If Trump raped kids, would you still vote for him, given that you had that information, you could go back in time?
That is a question that is only meant to entrap someone. It is not a question that is sincere or.
Do you see how like you'll
what
do
actually
anything to
happened.
not answer the question? It is a sincere question.
Okay, then let me answer it a way that I can actually answer it. If the Republican Party were unwilling to make the changes, you asked me if there was anything that would make me not be willing to vote for the Republican Party. If they were unwilling to make the sacrifices that are necessary in order to make us competitive in the world and to address the challenges that we're facing in the world, then yes, I would not vote for them.
Yeah, that's gonna be some really vague
This
thing.
is the trolley problem.
I would like for you to answer my
Plain and
specific
simple.
question, though.
Yeah, okay.
And if you don't want to, I'll just go to the next person. I'm done.
Okay, no, I'll answer you. How do you answer the trolley problem? Would you sacrifice one person in order to save 1 million?
Yes. Now, can you answer my question?
Yeah, I would answer it with the trolley problem. I answer it the same way you do, Parker.
So you're saying that you would vote for Donald Trump if he raped kids?
If the trolley problem is in play, and the question is that we will either be able to save the millions of people that are in this country.
This is just a ridiculous assertion. You're assuming so much there. To say that Trump is saving millions of people's lives. Shut the fuck up, dude. Engage with the point. Engage with the point. Don't assume all of these preconditions.
engaging with the point. I
If
engaged
Trump
with it very
raped kids, would
honestly.
you vote for him? Yes or fucking no? Yes or no?
Yes or no on what?
Why do people do this?
I
Why do
answered.
people do this? It takes so fucking long to you to answer one damn question. You have 5 fucking seconds to answer the question before I kick you. I'm done doing this.
What's the
It's
question?
ridiculous. What do you mean,
Would
what's
I-
the fucking question? I've said it 4 times.
Would I already
Would
said
you
it.
vote for Trump if he raped kids?
Yes.
Yes, you would?
Yes.
Okay, so if he raped 100 children, you'd still vote for him.
Okay, so now we're going to get into how many children he has to rape
Yeah.
before I.
Yeah. 100 children, would you... He raped 100 children, you'd still vote for him? The fact that you're laughing is sick. It's fucking sick.
No. Your proposal is absurd.
No, it's not.
It's
You
not-
accept
I'm not
you
laughing
accepting
at
that you would
the
vote for him is
fact children
absurd.
being raped.
I'm trying to establish that there's some level of moral character that could be bad insofar as that you would disqualify voting for someone. That's it. And you can't even fucking establish that line. Genuinely, you can't even establish that line because you think that Trump is going to be integrating AI into our fucking governmental system. Which, 1, there's not even an established basis for. And 2, again, this is a fucking ridiculous standard that you're taking it to. This is obviously, I'm trying to demonstrate that there's moral character bad enough to not support someone and to disqualify someone, and you can't even fucking establish that. I genuinely, I don't see any benefit of engaging in this conversation. It's honestly fucking horrible. Let's go to the next individual. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, tell me one reason why.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. If you're on
Hello?
YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hissy, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. By the way,
Oh,
thank
he's
you. As
reading
well as Amanda,
gifts.
thank you for the $10. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but Parker,
What's
I
your
was
birth
on
year?
here a couple 2007, September 4th.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And have I already debated you?
That's what I was going to ask you. So there was a video going around where I debated you, and I was playing a rank game, and you made fun of my comms. People were messing.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get it out to the next. Let's try to get it out to more people, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. I think we're on the route to 2,000 likes, everyone. We're currently at, let me check. 1,769 likes. Lol. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
100%.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think he's courageous. He's bringing courage to the country that the Democrats have never brought. You can even look at how he's brought some sort of colonialist aspect when we're talking about Canada, of course. What he's doing there.
What? You think that's good?
I think it shows courage.
Okay, so you think threatening to annex one of your allies shows courage?
No, not at all. I think that it shows that we're powerful. And anyway,
Okay, so it doesn't show courage. So then you agree that Trump is not courageous for this?
No, he is, because again, it's showing power. It's showing that it's America. Right?
Okay, so would you support Biden threatening to annex Mexico?
Well, no, we could talk about Biden. This isn't about
Wait,
Biden,
why
is
not?
it?
Why not?
Because the title doesn't say Biden.
I'm asking you, if Biden advocated for annexing Mexico, would that be good?
Probably not.
Okay, so why would it be good to advocate to annex Canada?
Well, I'm not saying I'm think both of them are showing courage at all. But again, that's not my main standpoint. My main standpoint would be that he's a good example for America.
Really?
He's
a 34-count felon, liable sexual abuser that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls and he was 15 years old in these changing rooms, who's all over the Epstein files.
That's none of your business, though. I only care if he runs the country.
Are you trolling?
Why would you say I'm listen, if something happens in
You sound like you're trolling.
Well, okay, I'm not trolling. Okay.
What are you going to tell me next, that I'm paid by the DNC?
No, not at all. I'm saying, if something happens in your personal life, that's none of my business, correct? Or is that not correct?
I feel like he's trolling. If he's not, I feel bad, but unfortunate. We're going to try like 1 or 2 more conversations. I think 1 more conversation will probably do it. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really love to get to 3,000 likes, but I don't think we'd be able to. Let's try to get to 2,000 here for now. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Of course I will. Layla, thank you so much for really pushing the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Like partly.
You do?
Not really, no.
Okay, alrighty.
Do you have a college degree?
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? You said I was paid by the DNC in the comment section? Are you there? Hello? NAA, are you there? I can hear you moving around your microphone. Alrighty, alright, let's go on to the next individual. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I tried to my hardest. Thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish, Alice. Alice, thank you so much. Yeah, I totally get you, Benjamin. I get you, I get you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I have a feeling this is a troll. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, I could have guessed.
Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007, September.
Okay, and you said I'm paid by the DNC. Do you actually think that?
No, I just wanted to get up, but I do support Trump.
I have a feeling. So why do you support Trump?
He has way better policies than Kamala Harris. And that's why.
Kamala? Okay, why so?
Immigration.
Have I already debated you?
No.
Okay, you have a
I've
little bit of an
debated
echo.
Dean before.
Can you turn off your Bluetooth?
It's not on.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Then what was the reason why you support Trump?
His stance on immigration. I think
Okay.
too many illegal immigrants will ruin the country
Okay, and why so?
because they're gonna overtake our country. You let too many of them in, America's not America anymore.
I still think it would be America. Why so?
What are America's core values to you?
Yeah, like the rule of law, our democracy, our constitution. Like I would say those are core
Okay.
fundamental American values.
Now, in our Constitution,
Immigration.
what does it- Now, in the Constitution, what you think immigration is a key value?
Yeah.
Explain to me how immigration is a key value.
Because it's a fundamental, important aspect of our culture, our economy.
Our American culture is being Christian,
Nope.
having a family, raising your kids.
One, that's not specific
How's
to the
that?
United States, and two, I don't think our culture should be designated as specifically Christian. I have no issue with our
Why?
culture being designated as not Christian.
So you think our culture should be Muslim?
I would prefer our culture to be secular.
In the Constitution, it mentions God multiple times, so why would we be secular?
In what context?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not totally sure. I just know because of Charlie Kirk. In the Constitution, it mentions God multiple
Okay,
times.
even if
so-
the Constitution does mention God, which I don't really care. I don't think that that's going to be a
Are you
reason.
Christian?
No, I'm
are
not.
you Christian?
No, I'm not. I don't think that's a
Atheist?
reason. Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist.
What's agnostic mean?
Agnostic means I don't know what the explanation is for the universe prior to the Big Bang, and then atheist just means I don't believe it's a god.
Okay, but I still don't really get it. You didn't really explain why immigration is a key value. I think it's one of the things
I did.
worsening our country.
How so? Name one negative impact from immigration.
Are you talking to?
Did they just leave? Right when I ask him one negative impact from immigration? Come on. Oh, no.
Still here, buddy.
Okay, okay. Did you get caught?
Yeah, almost. But whatchamacallit?
So can you name one negative impact from immigration?
Yeah, like there was one city in Colorado that got like overtaken by Venezuelans back in like 2023 or something.
That
should
just
have seen it.
wasn't true, by the way.
There's a video on it. I don't know. You go.
I mean,
to,
you
I
can
forgot-
try to show me, but the literal head of
go to
the
his channel.
chief of the police over like there literally said that wasn't true.
Probably
Do you know what city
Venezuelan.
it was located in?
Parker, I couldn't tell you, but if
Your
you
own
go
argument.
search
So
up
it's Aurora,
Hold on,
and you don't even know your own
let me
argument. I know
finish.
people in Colorado, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's good for you. Search up Tyler Oliveira. There's a whole video. He goes in there and he looks in the buildings. It's run by Venezuelan gangs.
Yeah. So again, that's not specifically due to immigration. We agree
That's
with
not due to
we
immigration.
agree
That
with deporting
Venezuelans-
any individuals that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes or are affiliated with gangs. Right. We don't agree with people who are doing that
You
who are
don't agree
undocumented
with
in the
deporting
country.
anyone. You don't.
What's up?
You don't agree with deporting every illegal immigrant?
No.
Why is that?
Because people who have been in the country who are undocumented, who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, who have been in the country for 10, 20 years, I believe they should be given a
And
pathway
then
to
they bring their
citizenship to stay.
family in, and then they bring their cousins in, and all of a sudden
Yeah,
there's a
great. That'd be
Venezuelan
amazing.
gang.
Wait, no, that's nothing to do. Why do you assume that their family members are a part of a gang?
Because they love gangs over there.
Oh, okay. You see what I mean? You're just literally bigoted. You're saying that literally for other countries, people coming from other countries apparently just love gangs. No, I think that the reason why people would be coming here oftentimes is because they don't want to, or they have been negatively impacted by particular types of violence around the world. And just because they're coming from a place that has violence with air does not necessarily mean that they should not be allowed to come to our country. Do you believe that we should have said no to Jewish refugees coming to our country during the Holocaust?
Absolutely.
You think we should have said no?
Absolutely.
Why?
They have Israel for that.
What? One, Israel didn't exist, and two, that's not an argument. I don't think that, one, I don't think a Jewish ethno-state should exist. I don't believe in any ethno-states. But we absolutely should have
What do
allowed
you-
for people to
how
come to
there-
our country.
How is there no Jewish ethnicity? What are you talking about?
No, I never said that. I said there shouldn't be any ethno-states.
Define that.
An ethno-state is going to be like a certain type of state that is defined by a certain population or group maintaining its particular superiority over the state.
So, got it. So you don't support Japan, right?
I don't support any particular ideological belief that says that a certain type of genetic criteria has to exist for you to be a part of the population.
Israel doesn't
Right?
say
I think
that.
that's ridiculous.
When has Israel ever said that?
I mean, Israel quite literally admits it themselves that they're trying to uphold a Jewish ethno-supremacist state and that they don't want the Jewish population to go down below 50%. They say that themselves. They say it's for
That-
quote-unquote safety.
Yeah, but it's because they're Israel. Like their flag is the Star of David. They're 20% of their population is still Arab.
Yeah, but that's specifically in a connotation in which they don't have any type of ability to, like, quote-unquote outvote the Jewish majority.
I thought that they don't. Wait, what? Say that again.
Yeah, they're trying to maintain a Jewish majority in government in order to be able to limit this from happening. Why is someone spamming if I'm paid by Israel in the comment section? You're trolling.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Really, after I just said that Israel's an ethno-state, that they shouldn't be an ethno-state, I believe they're committing a genocide.
You're probably
And you think that I'm paid by Israel?
You.
Do you realize how stupid that sounds? Nope, he had to mute his mic again.
Okay, I'm back. So yeah, you could be paid by Israel to like make them look bad, type shit, like. So that
Paid
it
by
kinda
Israel to make them look bad?
So that it makes it look like they have critiques when they don't.
Bro, what are you think I'm controlled opposition? You think I'm
Define
paid by
controlled
Israel to be
opposition.
controlled opposition to say that they're committing a genocide?
What does controlled opposition
What benefit would Israel have in paying me to call them out?
I don't know. You're probably not paid by Israel, but you're definitely paid by the Democrats. I'll tell you that right now.
You're trolling. You just said earlier you didn't actually believe that.
No, I do believe that. I said that to get up here, but like honestly, there's no way you're up here every day talking about how good Democrats are and you're not paid by them. You know what I mean? This is a full-time job for no reason. You're glazing the Democrats.
Hey, dude, I get paid by people in the comment section that like my content. Do you think that means I'm getting paid by the Democratic Party?
You mean the meat riders that harass everyone that disagrees with you?
So you're just mad that I have people who like me, and you're just gonna consider them like minions. Minions assemble!
I literally, as soon as I get off this, I'm gonna see like 50 DMs in my inbox. Like, Parker said this.
Parker dunked you? Yeah, I mean, like, you get a bunch of messages from the stream when you get dunked on, right?
Get dunked on?
Yeah, like you got dunked on. And I'm gonna get a bunch of messages of people being like, "W Parker, I'm losing. How am I losing?" You said I was paid by the Democrats, bro. What evidence do you have for that?
Hakeem Jeffries holds your pocket.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. I have.
What makes you think that?
I just told you I have evidence.
What's the evidence?
I saw it on TikTok of you two kissing.
Okay, you're trolling. Come on, give me an actual argument.
I saw a video on TikTok of you two kissing. It was like
give me an actual argument. And that's not even a video. There's no video of this.
Yes,
not even an AI video exists of that. But do you see all the W Parkers in the comment section right now? I think they like that.
Bro,
I'm getting paid by the Democrats, right? MAGA Cries, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Until Rest, thank you so much for the $20 from the YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for supporting me from the Democratic Party. I very much appreciate it. I wouldn't be able to do it without the Democratic Party on my side. I tell you that.
All that money that you're sending him is going straight to the DMC. Straight to the DMC.
Well, yeah, can you say thank you to the DNC?
Fuck no.
Wait, why not? Say thank you to the DNC for all the donuts. Come on.
See, you even want me to say thank you to the DMC.
I just told you to say thank you to the DNC for the dark money donuts.
So Parker,
like Marcelino, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 for the minion here sent by the DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Would you consider yourself a socialist?
No.
Yeah, you do.
Can you define socialism?
Communism.
No, define socialism and communism.
Centralized everything.
Okay, that's not what socialism or communism is. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. I don't believe in either. I'm a progressive liberal. I still believe in capitalism with some social safety nets and regulations. Until Rest, thank you for the $20 again from the DNC. Thank you so much, Until Rest. Can you say thank you to the DNC for the $20? As well as AJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Is he actually? Are you Canadian?
No.
Okay.
Why would I be Canadian?
I don't know. That's what someone just said. What state do you live in?
We gotta annex Canada. We gotta annex that shit.
What state do you live in?
Maine.
Maine? What time is it?
12:47.
Okay, can you name the capital of Maine?
No, I don't know that shit.
You don't know the capital of the state that you live in?
No, am I supposed to or something?
Yes. Can you name one state that Maine borders?
Yeah, Massachusetts, or however the fuck you pronounce it.
You think Maine borders Massachusetts?
It used to be a part of Massachusetts. I learned that in history class.
What?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I'm just messing with you. Real question. How do you not know the capital?
I just don't know. Like I'm being dead ass. I just don't know. I know the capital of New York.
Wait, by the way, I just want to clarify. Maine does not border Massachusetts.
It doesn't?
Nope. Not at all.
Vermont.
Vermont? Now, I mean, you got it, but where'd you get Massachusetts? I thought maybe there was like some little part, but no, not even. There's not even a little part.
I swear it like in the corner or something, it like connects or something.
Nope.
Okay, then I'm wrong. I don't know what to tell you. But, yeah. How are you not a socialist? You're a progressive liberal. You're a socialist.
That's not socialism.
How is that not socialism? It's the same thing.
It's not. It's literally still capitalism.
Okay, so define
Tracy, thank you for the $50 from the DNC. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate it.
Dude,
Thank
look
you
how
so
much
much.
you're
Can
mentioning
we
the
get some W's for
DNC.
Tracy for the $50 from the DNC? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Tracy.
Straight
W's
to
for
the
Tracy in the comment
Tracy,
section right now.
Tracy, that shit's going straight to the DNC. You're never seeing that
Hey,
again.
dude, if you're actually Canadian, it's you don't need to troll. I can talk to someone else.
I'm not Canadian though. I'm from Maine.
Then why did you not know the capital of the state you live in?
I don't know. I'm kind of slow. Like I don't know. I know Albany is the capital of New York and shit, but like
Yeah, because you just looked it up.
no. Ask me another state.
And name one other state that borders Maine.
New Hampshire?
Like, are you looking at the maps?
No.
Really?
Am I actually right?
Yeah, of course you're right.
New Hampshire borders Maine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's keep going. I want more quizzes, Mr. Socialist.
How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
I don't know. FBI, CIA.
FBI, CIA?
I don't know, man.
No. Executive, legislative, and judicial.
I don't really give a shit, Parker.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
I don't fucking know.
He said the DNC and the RNC. No, it's the House and the House and the Senate.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know the House and the Senate. I know they're all controlled by Republicans.
That's who you're paid. You're paid by part of the legislative branch, Parker.
You are.
Rib, thank you for the $2. Ask him if his name is Phil. It probably is. Is your name Phil?
No.
I think it's Phil.
What? That's so random. Why would my name be Phil?
Jan, thank you so much for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. He said that the DNC is paying you, but then says you're paying the DNC with the donations. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
It's a money flow. You get the money and it goes back to the DNC.
Okay, so they send me the money and I send it back. So
What does
you
the
think
D-
that?
what
So
does-
technically, you
you-
think my donations are fake? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that
There's
So you
no
think
way people-
So you think Tracy, who sent me $50, that was a fake $50? That's not a real $50.
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
Really?
Wait. I know another capital of a state.
Hey, what does
Isn't
the
it-
DNC stand for?
Democratic National Convention.
Okay.
No way. I got
But
that
Democratic
right?
National Committee, genius.
Oh shit, I was close.
The
Though.
DNC is the event would be the Democratic National Convention, but it's the Democratic
Nah,
National
you know
Committee.
I was close, yo. Yeah, yo, I fucking cooked right there. That's
Not
something you
really,
don't
bro.
get. Nah, I cooked right there.
Wait, who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
Okay. What about the second president? Where's the
John
guys?
Adams.
Okay. I'm surprised you knew that. Oh, when
Nah,
is
I'm sorry,
when
I
is
just
the
don't
when
know
is
the- I just
Independence Day?
July 4th,
Okay, what year?
1776.
Okay. He actually knows. TMP, thank you so much for the membership subscriptions. Thank you.
I'm not. I'm
Thom,
from
thank you so much. I
America.
really appreciate the $25 for the Merry Christmas from the DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Thom. Can you say thank you to Thom for the $25 fake donation from the DNC?
Thank you, DNC, for donating to Parker. Democratic National Committee. Good job for funding him. Good job. Great job.
You just learned that it was the Democratic National Committee.
I was close, man. I said not. I said convention.
Wait, so does that mean that
so
you're paid by the RNC to come up here?
I'm not a big fancy creator like you, so no.
So only creators are? Who's your favorite creator on the right?
Charlie Kirk, man.
So was he paid by the RNC?
He's a man of virtue. He would never take money from me.
Stop. What do you mean a man of virtue,
I'm sorry.
bro?
What do you find funny about Mr. Kirk? I don't know what you find so funny.
No, it's just that you said a man of virtue, bro. Like that he wouldn't take money for a particular
how
cause.
Is he not a man of virtue?
Because so you said because you were saying there's a reason as to why he wouldn't take money. Turning Point took so much money from different like big dollar donors.
Like who?
He specifically mentioned, I don't know their names off the top of my head, but he
You
mentioned
don't know their
them
names
himself.
Off the top of your head, okay.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Is that supposed to be an argument?
Yeah, it is. You don't know it. Clearly, Charlie Kirk never took any donors, unlike you. That's
He
getting
took.
funded
Wait, he
by the
never took
DNC.
any donors. You want to bet?
No, he definitely took donors, but not like malicious, not malicious ones like you, buddy.
Not malicious ones. So all my donors are malicious.
All of them, every single one.
Every single one. You're trolling, bro. Stop.
I'm not trolling.
My malicious
I'm dead
donors.
serious.
Well, can you say thank you to my malicious donors because they're so evil for donating to me?
Yo, I'm actually dead curious. What is the capital of Maine?
You don't know the capital of Maine?
No, I genuinely have no clue.
Can you name 3 cities within Maine?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You looking it up?
Hold on. Just give me a second.
I heard you searching it up. Stop. Stop. You did not just do that. You are not Googling it right now, dude. I just heard you Googling it, dude.
No, it's only because I only know the city I'm from.
Oh, you only know the city that you're from. What city are you from?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm from Augusta, but I had to search up
Augusta?
Portland and Bangor. Yeah.
You said Portland Bank. You literally are reading it off. Do you want to know why I know you're reading it off? Because I'm looking at Google Maps right now, and that's 3 of the cities that show up when you slightly zoom in. Shut up, dude. All right, where do you actually live? You live in Canada?
Wichita, Kansas.
No, you don't. Where do you actually live?
Yes, I do.
No, you
Wichita,
don't.
Kansas.
Name 3
Yes,
cities
I
in
do.
Kansas.
Okay, easy. Wichita, buddy.
Okay, get off my live, man. What a waste of time, bro. We're gonna get one more person, everyone. One more person here for tonight, and then I'm gonna get off. HME, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, HME. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump? Think of the hand heart, Melinda.
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I think he has way better policies.
And such as?
To start off, his immigration.
What immigration policy?
Not having open borders like Biden did.
Kamala. And in terms of open borders, you would say that open borders means there's no restrictions on the border, correct?
There's probably some restriction, but
Okay, so it's not an open border.
None of it was enforced. They were letting thousands of immigrants.
Okay,
in.
so it was
Illegal-
so there
I
were
should
no
say illegal
restrictions on the
immigrants in
border
every
because none of
single
them were being enforced.
What? Say it again.
So there were no restrictions on the border because none of them were being enforced.
Correct.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that there were no restrictions on the border? Because I would argue that there were definitely people deported, there were definitely people apprehended. So this argument that there was absolutely none is just an absurd talking point. That's bullshit.
If there was enforcement on the border in Texas, then no illegal immigrants would have entered the country.
That's just not true. There is border enforcement, and yet there still is people coming to our country. It's ridiculous to say that because there are people coming to our country that there's no border enforcement.
Do you want to compare the numbers of Trump to Kamala?
Kamala? You can, but that doesn't mean that there was no border enforcement. Do you
So why
agree
was
that
it
there
so
was?
poor?
Do you agree there were deportations under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yes.
So you
I
agree
hope
that you're
so.
wrong. You
I
said there
never
was
said
no
that there
border.
weren't
You said that they were
deportations.
not enforcing the border at all. That's what you said. Now you've just acknowledged that there were deportations. So there was an enforcement of the border.
There was enforcement of the border at a very poor level. They were letting way too many illegal immigrants into our country at once. It was thousands per day.
Okay, wait. Tell me,
do you
name
disagree
one
with that?
way in which immigrants coming to our country harms us.
Illegal immigrants make sure you
Yeah,
get that.
name
right.
one way.
Because some of them are people that transfer drugs into the country. People from Mexico that come into the country and literally
Okay,
murder people.
wait. 80 to 90% of people who bring drugs or DRUGS to the country are U.S.-born citizens.
Yeah, guess what? That leaves
Did you know that?
10 to 20% that aren't. That's a big number, Parker.
Yeah, and wait, you understand that most people are U.S. citizens bringing that to our country. So if it's mostly
most
U.S.
citizens.
citizens that
How
are
about zero?
listen, if it's mostly U.S. citizens bringing it to the country, then the reference you're making in terms of undocumented immigrants doesn't make sense, especially because undocumented immigrants are multiple times proportionally per capita per individual to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. They are multiple times less likely to do this than natural-born U.S. citizens, and yet you sit there and you say that immigrants are the problem, undocumented immigrants are the problem. No, if anything, you would have to say that U.S. citizens are the problem.
Let's backtrack a little bit.
Oh, okay. You don't want to address that?
You spoke way too fast for me to
So
comprehend.
undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I understand that, but the fact that they're illegal immigrants are committing any crime at all is not okay to be let into our country at such a high rate.
Okay, so you say high rate. They are committing it at a lower rate.
Parker, for the amount of how many illegal immigrants entered our country under how do you want me to pronounce it? Kamala?
Yeah,
Under Kamala
Kamala.
Harris administration is absurd compared to the Trump administration. You can agree.
No, I don't think it's absurd. If anything, there should be more people coming to our country.
Illegally?
Well, I would prefer that they had a legal pathway.
Yeah, that's what immigration's about. People come to our country legally. They go through the whole entire process. They do it the right way. They become citizens. That's fine. When people come to the country illegally, I don't care if they've been here for 10 years. I don't care if they've been here for 2. They're illegal.
Okay,
Illegal.
yeah,
You commit a
yeah.
crime
So you
when
think
you cross
okay?
the border.
So can I ask you this question? People who commit crimes should be held accountable for committing the crimes, right?
Don't backtrack this to
No,
Trump.
no, it's not a
I know what you're gonna
backtrack.
do.
It's not a backtrack. People who commit crimes should be
We're not
held
talking about-
accountable
I'm
for
not talking
committing
about-
the
I'm
crimes,
not
right?
talking about- Yes, correct. I'm not talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Trump.
So if people wait. If
Here we
people who
go,
commit
here we
crimes
go.
should be held
When we're-
accountable for committing said crimes, then you agree that
Can
you
we
shouldn't
talk
have voted
about-
for
can we
Donald
talk
Trump
about
because you
immigration,
voting
please?
for him is the reason why he got into the position of presidency and he wasn't held accountable for the crime that he committed. Latonia,
guess
thank you
what?
so much, by the way, for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Latonia. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. You were saying?
Can you stay on the topic of immigration?
I did. You said you wanted to hold people accountable for committing
totally just
crimes, and then you
transferred it to
didn't do
Trump.
so with the President of the United States.
Well, guess what? I was given 2 options. I chose the better one that would enforce better policy, give us a best stock market and economic state of the country in
We do not
decades.
have the best economic state of the country in decades. That's an absurd position, one. Two, if you want to reference the stock market is not doing better in terms of growth since Trump got in office, and he did nothing to cause the growth to be better. If anything, he's done things to cause the growth to be worse off, especially in terms of real GDP growth, especially in terms of unemployment rate, and especially in terms of the economy as a whole. It would be better off if the tariffs were never put in place.
Okay. Do you feel safer with Kamala in office?
Yes.
Or Trump?
Kamala.
How?
Because I think that, one, she's not a rapist. Two, she's not a convicted criminal. Three, we can point to the fact that I think that their administration would focus more on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than focusing on those that are, not a threat to the safety and security of our communities because they are just here to work here and for the American dream.
Okay, so when you look at Trump versus Kamala, you see policy and you see character. Would you rather have I'm going to just give you a little scenario. Would you rather have a president to elect that is a very bad person with awful background and safe policy and better policy, or a candidate who has a decent background and poor policy and leadership?
Yeah, here's my position. I think that Trump has worse policy and he has worse character. If I had to pick between policy and character, it depends on what the particular policies are and depends on what the character is. So obviously
Okay,
it'd be
that's fair
contextual
enough.
to the circumstance, but my point in general is that Trump's worse for policy and for character. But I
Okay.
take both into account. I don't think it's just one or the other.
All right, that's fair enough.
So is there anything Trump could do in terms of his character that would get you to stop supporting him?
Honestly, I think that if something very recent were to happen, whether it's, yeah, like, give me an example.
Yeah, if Donald Trump were to be held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you vote for him still?
Like, I hear this. Like, I have never seen any proof of that. Can you?
Okay, well,
I'm
just
not
look
even.
up
I'm
Trump
not saying it didn't
liable
happen.
essay AP News.
Can I leave this? I'm on my phone.
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
leave this tab and
Go ahead.
it won't kick me out?
No, I won't. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I still don't have a response back on my Cash App, everyone. I think it might be gone forever, sadly. It might be gone forever. I have no idea. I have no idea. But
Okay.
hopefully we can get
How
it back.
does she not know? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Eugene Carroll, how does she not know the date?
Many
or
victims
anything?
don't know the specific date. That doesn't change anything. She did know. 1995 to 1996. She had a consistent story over multiple decades because her friends talked about the fact that she explained that particular story that happened, and it was consistent over multiple decades. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump bragged about, or specifically said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her anyway. And he said that they never met, yet there's a picture of them shown together, shown in that deposition, and that's when he mistook her with his ex-wife.
I just think if you look at things that have happened in the 1980s, and then you get a guy
90s.
who runs today. Yeah, 1986. I thought it happened.
Yeah, 1990s is when it happened.
1986.
No, 1990s, 1995, 1996.
Okay. I think if you look at something that happened in the mid 1990s, and you take a candidate that runs today in office, for me, I look at that. I understand the complexity to that and the negative of that and how bad it is with his character. But if you look at policy, I know you disagree with this, but I think Trump has way better policy than Kamala.
No, definitely not.
You have to, that's why I voted for Trump.
Okay.
I don't think Kamala's a leader. I don't think she
but what policy?
Respectfully, I don't think she knows how to handle war for any foreign policy.
You don't think she knows how to handle war? Okay. I don't think, one, I think that Trump is causing war. Two, I don't think you have any reason to believe that she would have been specifically worse
How is
in
Trump
terms of dealing
causing
with
war?
conflict. And then three, can you mention the specific policies that Kamala Harris advocated for that you think are bad, or that Donald Trump advocated for that you think are good? Oh, he swiped out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Oh, shit, sorry, I didn't know that. Not to touch on policies, but Biden's just sending so much money to Israel, funding war.
Trump sending more.
How about Trump starting no new wars?
Trump is starting new wars, and that's bad.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
How?
is. Wait, you understand that he's trying to start one with Venezuela? He did so with Iran. He bombed Iran. He's starting trade
Trump-
wars around the entire world. He bombed Nigeria on Christmas.
Trump bombs when other countries do bad.
Okay, so you understand that he's starting conflicts all around the world, and you're totally okay with him doing that.
He does what needs to be done to keep our country safe. And our
Yeah, and that's
citizens.
exactly the same thing that people said when trying to justify the Iraq War.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the same justification people provided for the Iraq War, was that they are doing, again, there's bad things happening, or the conflict involving ourselves with Syria, involving ourselves in the entirety of the Middle East. The justification was bad things are happening, we have to be involving ourselves.
I think a lot of people say that Trump doesn't care about the country, and
he doesn't.
Did he not take a bullet for the country?
No.
Did he not?
No, he didn't.
He didn't get shot in the ear.
Dude, that was not for the
Pennsylvania?
country. This happened to happen to him, right? And
So
then he
why are you
continued
returning
to
to
run for
telling?
president. This is not him taking a bullet for the country. He dodged the draft on multiple occasions. What are you talking about? He didn't
Dude, he
intentionally
literally
take a
got
bullet for
shot
the
in the
country.
ear.
This happened to occur, and then he's trying to take credit for it. Oh my
He's-
god! Oh my god!
credit-
He didn't even have a scar. He literally had a ketchup packet. No, I'm just kidding. I don't actually think it was a ketchup packet. But dude, genuinely insane that you think that that's going to be like a standard for saying that he's so great. He didn't even give a fuck about the person who literally lost their life on that day, the firefighter.
Yes, he did. He had he had a speech where he literally addressed it, and said he feels bad for the lives
He
that
thinks
were lost.
he thinks he was saved by God. Okay? If God saved Donald Trump, that means he purposefully killed the firefighter. Okay? And if
Oh my
Donald
God,
Trump
don't get
believes that
into
he
that.
should have been saved, that means he believed
Stop
that the
it. Don't
firefighter
get into
should
the
be
religion
dead.
part about it, Parker.
What's
you know
up?
better than that. Don't get into the religion part about it.
I did. Too bad.
Everyone who, like, oh, by the grace of God, I survived. Yeah, that's what people say.
No, he actually thinks God saved him. And by the way, what was up with all the Trump supporters wearing a bandage on their ear after? What type of embarrassing bullshit was that?
I actually didn't even see that, but like, who cares?
Yeah, they were wearing bandages on their ear like this.
Parker, my point is, he barely survived a gunshot to the head by a subtle last-second movement.
Barely. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, I agree. I
What do you
agree.
mean
It was barely
barely?
because of the fact that he moved his head. I thought you
Yeah.
meant like he barely after because of the bullet. The bullet
Oh, no,
literally
no,
just
no.
went barely above his thing and barely grazed
saying-
his thing.
I'm saying it barely
Yes, I
missed.
agree. He barely missed it because of the fact that he moved his head. I agree with that.
That is a lot of courage to get back to, like, kind of just get
Oh,
back.
shut the
into it.
fuck up. No,
It
it's
is.
not.
It's not?
No.
How? If you got shot at a speech, you would go right back and keep going with your
Yes.
life on the line. Come on. And then gets up in the middle of it and puts his fist up.
Yes, if I was president of the United States and I had the fucking Secret Service to protect me,
Was he
yeah,
president at the time?
I would keep doing it. And by the way, they
Was
blocked
he
that off.
president at the time?
He was running to be president. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He still had Secret Service. You have Secret Service for the rest of your life.
It's not like he's got Secret Service over his head at all times.
Yes, he does.
Over his head to protect a gunshot wound? Clearly not.
Wait, you understand they had like bulletproof glass for him?
Then how did it hit him in the ear?
They did this after. After the assassination attempt, they then brought up the glass.
Yeah.
Like everywhere he went. So I mean, I'm like, yeah, like I would do that with bulletproof glass. And the Secret Service to protect me.
All right, I don't know.
You're acting like he's going to fucking war on the front lines. Donald Trump put his life on the line for the American people because he cares so much about us. Can you tell me a policy he influenced to get passed to benefit the working class more than to benefit rich people?
Wait, could you say it again? Sorry.
Can you mention one thing that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the working class more than to benefit rich people?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that educated on like policy and stuff.
So you can't mention a single policy.
Not that like benefits like lower class working people. I mean, I'm sure there are, but like I don't know one off the top of my head.
Do you know what's Trump's healthcare plan?
Can you educate me on that? What is it?
I've got
All right,
concepts of a plan.
please,
I tell you
no,
that.
no.
Concepts, I tell you.
No, please just tell me in your normal voice.
He seriously just has concepts.
So he has no plan.
Yeah, no plan. Literally no fucking plan. His plan was, you guys can just choose what healthcare you want. You want to know what JD Vance said on the campaign trail for their childcare plan? Hey, you should ask Grandma and Grandpa to help out.
JD Vance is gonna be that. JD Vance will be the next president of the United States.
I fucking hope not, unless it's by impeachment, unless Trump gets impeached.
It's not.
I
happening.
fucking hope not. You like JD Vance? Name one thing he's done but hump the couch since he got in vice presidency.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
No,
like,
seriously. Name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president.
Quick? I don't love JD Vance. I'm not.
Okay.
Like I don't. And do I love Trump? No, I don't love Trump. But guess
Can
what?
you name one thing that JD Vance has done as vice president other than hump the couch and vacation?
What? He served our country.
I said as vice president.
Oh. He saved TikTok.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
What are you typing?
I'm acting like you.
I'm on my phone.
I meant like you have to look it up to find a source. Because you don't have anything.
I just told you. He's the reason you're on this platform right now.
No, he's not. Do you think I should thank Trump?
Do whatever you want, dude.
Okay, I don't want to.
All right. And then I have a question. This might be like a weird question, but like, how do you feel about like Charlie Kirk's death?
How do I feel about it? Like, what are you asking specifically?
Like, what are your like? Were you like hurt by that death?
Was I hurt by it? Well, I mean,
Like-
I was 30 to 40 feet away, so yeah, it was traumatizing for me.
Traumatized. Like, you don't obviously you don't think he deserved that, correct?
No, I don't think he deserved it.
Like, were you genuinely upset? I think I saw a video. I don't know if it was you or Dean.
Dude, I mean, I was 30 to 40 feet away, yeah.
No,
I
I'm saying,
I
like-
genuinely thought it was a mass shooting at the time it was happening.
Yeah, no, I would too. I'm not taking away from that. What do you think about all the conspiracy theories about Erica Kirk?
I think they're or about Erica Kirk. I mean, I think a
Just
lot of them are bullshit, to be honest. And I think you have to be really good. I think you have to have really good evidence to believe that something happened in order to be able to try to call out Erica and whatnot. Now, do I believe a lot of the things that Erica's done has been like weird? Yeah, there's been a few things I can point
agree.
to where I'm like, this is a little bit weird, or this rubs me a little bit weird. But like, also, like, I do just think that like you need really good evidence to believe that this is applicable, right? And if you don't have good evidence, it's absurd. Now, Hunter, the person that was talking to Charlie when he died, was asked Erica a question. I think he worded it incredibly. It was a really good question, if you've seen it, about like condemning
have.
Donald Trump for calling for the death of some Democrats because it was literally the same type of political violence and we want to create a more unified country, and she seemingly didn't respond to that. If you saw that recently.
Weird. It's weird. I do agree that some of the stuff she says and the way she acts is a little bit suspicious, but
There's a
especially with
few
her
things that's
eyes.
weird, but it's just like not enough reason to believe that she was like in on it.
And just also Charlie Kirk's I was
And to be
I
honest, like
think-
also like people are confused with like her being involved with like trying to be in front of the media and stuff like that. If anything, I would think the explanation for that would be that she wants to carry on something relating to Charlie, and her staying in the media is her mechanism for doing that. I think she has more than enough money to live comfortably for the rest of her life, based
Yeah, but
upon
I think
what
it-
she
I do
has right
think
now.
I do think it is more than a money thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's a money thing.
I was a big Charlie Kirk fan. I was pretty upset when this happened. I think a lot of what he did was good for the country. I can't lie to you. I think you can agree with that too. I feel like you do a lot of similar stuff as him. Open mic, letting people discuss what they think. You know, all that.
I mean, I think that open mic debates are good, but that doesn't mean I agree with Charlie. I definitely disagree with him.
Yeah.
And like that's why I
right.
would debate him, and that's why I did debate him, is because I wanted to argue against the type of culture that he was creating. Because I think what he
You're right.
advocates for is bad, but I do think it like fundamentally it's important to debate and to engage in conversation and to critically think. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
What do you think about Mom Dami?
I like him.
What do you think about how he's literally enforcing Muslim culture into the city?
Do you support him teaching children Arabic numerals?
Yeah.
You do?
That's pretty normal.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The first person I've ever asked that question that said that they're okay with it, by the way.
I mean, Arabic numerals.
So
is
like
literally-
what is he teaching the children that you disagree with, or what is he pushing on society that you disagree with in terms of Islam?
I think that Islam. I think that a takeover of Islam in the city is gonna happen. I truly think that.
What are you
I've
talking about?
seen
What does that even mean?
Multiple clips of Islamic people saying we will fight and kill until our religion wins.
You think that Zohran Mamdani is going to cause a violent revolution of Islam in New York City?
No, I don't think
You're fucking
he's
crazy.
gonna. All right. Let's watch
What do you
yourself.
actually think? No, seriously, what do you
Um,
think he's causing?
I think Islamic people are gonna flood into the city and take over. Like, I think that his
It's not
influence and impact.
happening. And also, like, what do you mean by they're gonna flood into the city and take over? What
They're
percent?
tell-
What percent of New York City is Muslim?
I don't know, but it's skyrocketing. I'll look that up for you.
9%. 9% is gonna take over.
No, it's only gonna go up. They're literally the goal of their
Yeah, what's
religion
wrong
is
with
to
that?
spread it. Dude,
He's like 9%'s taking over our society.
no. I'm not saying that the 9% is. I think it's gonna keep growing.
Yeah. So then, how about you stop complaining and start advocating for policy, or tell people to have children, right? Or like try to convince people that you believe a different religious view is good. And also, like, I believe you should be secular. I don't believe you should be Christian or Muslim, right? I'm agnostic atheist. Now, does that mean I disagree with like every single person who holds a particular religious view in terms of how they apply that in the law? No. I have a lot of friends who are progressive Christians and progressive Muslims that are cool, right? And I like their interpretations on things. I just disagree with their religious view. Appreciate the racing helmet. So like I don't understand why you brand, all Muslims a certain way when there are plenty of Muslims that will agree with you on a lot of things.
Yeah, but I just think their teachings can be super aggressive and super dangerous.
Aggressive and dangerous how?
I'm pretty sure the Quran literally states that their religion should be pushed upon, and you will kill and fight until that religion wins.
Most people don't hold that interpretation, especially here in the United States. Plus, you can also say that in the context of Christianity. I mean, the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, we can point to the fact that Christians have utilized violence in order to control people and quite literally are trying to advocate people to be forced against their will to like go through pregnancies. And give you an example of that historically. I told you the Crusades and the Inquisition.
No, more recently.
You mean more recently in terms of? I mean,
Catholics
there are
doing that.
other countries around the world that utilize Christianity to do that, but here within the United States, constantly Christians are utilizing Christian nationalism and specifically forcing people to go through pregnancies because of their particular views on abortion, right? Which is enforcing religious prescriptions within the law, gay marriage being illegal.
Yeah, I get that, but physically dangerous inside America, what Catholics have done that?
So physically dangerous. So again, we can point to all of those things are physically dangerous towards people. Plus, we can point to the fact that, again, there are plenty of groups, right, especially white nationalists and far-right groups that specifically do have Christian affiliation that have done things like that. And even so, I'm not trying to brand all Christians this way. I don't think most Christians are viewed that way. I don't think most Christians are going to do violent shit. But the same thing is also true about Muslims. And I don't know why people will only apply these particular ideas that there's only extremist views in terms of Islam, but there's not extremist views in terms of Christianity. And I see extremist views in terms of Christianity. I talked to someone outside of America Fest that literally advocated for my mom to go to prison because she told me Santa Claus existed. I'm not trolling. I am serious. They said my mom should go to jail because she told me that Santa Claus existed as a kid. I'm serious. That literally happened when I went to Phoenix and I talked to someone outside of America Fest. What's up?
It's a joke of an argument.
I know.
You've seen mass murders and terror attacks on our country.
Yeah, and I don't know why you're only associating that with Islam. You understand I can reference Christian extremism in terms of that. And secondly, if you want to talk about terrorism, again, reference the domestic terrorism in this country that Donald Trump pardoned. Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. That means he pardoned domestic terrorists. He also pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker who was an ex-president of Honduras. So he pardoned a narco-terrorist. So if you want to talk about terrorists being released into our country, talk about the ones that Donald Trump pardoned. And for the person who asked me why I went to America Fest, I debated people on the outside, just letting you know. There were some people like in like the comment section that were like, or I think it was in like a Discord or something, that were confused with why we did that. Like to literally go there to debate people.
Definitely a weird question, but
What do you mean?
whoever asked that, I'm saying.
No, okay. I mean, they could have been asking it as like a genuine question or something, like not like they thought it was bad or immoral for me to do it. So that's also a thing.
All right, well, yeah, that's just a couple questions I had. I've just been getting tapped into. I just started watching you and Dean. I disagree with you guys, but, you know, I request to join just to debate a little bit. Still learning my stuff.
Okay. Alrighty. And before I get off for tonight, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, probably rape a bunch of children. And
Okay. So if it was said in the Epstein files that he assaulted children, would you vote for him?
yeah, unless there was a really compelling Democratic.
Okay. Wait. Hold up. So wait. Hold up. To clarify, it does say in the Epstein files that that happened.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I would.
Okay. So
I
then
would
you must
still
not
vote for
support
him.
Trump.
No, I said I would.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go then. There's just one person that said I'm paid by the Dems in the chat. I'm gonna add them up. If not, I'm gonna get off right now. I just want to like joke about this real quick. If they actually do believe this. If not, I'm gonna get off. Looks like they're not adding. If you're on YouTube, everyone, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I'd seriously really appreciate it. I'm going to get off for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. If you're on TikTok, follow me if you haven't already. Make sure to check out some of the videos that I posted. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to do that as well. I posted a bunch of in-person videos and debate videos if you want to go check them out. I even posted a full 1 hour, 30-minute version of all of the different debates if you want to go check that out as well. I appreciate everyone coming through so much. Thank you, everyone. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Tomorrow is Saturday. I don't know what time I'll be alive. I'll try to keep y'all updated. But yeah, have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.